Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We're going to call you up lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first of 2 qualifiers. That is Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first qualifier. So once again, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you've been called to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first qualifying hit of the of the morning. I'm already 3 hours ahead of myself. It's not even close to afternoon yet. And how about that, right on the top of the hour? We got our first pair rolling under the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge and into the water box. Our first pair, we got Rob Monroe Jr. and we got Garth Drager for the Magnum Oilfield Services Mustang going up against the Nova. Monroe goes 10.60 with a 7, 124 miles an hour. Drager goes 10.29 at $1.29. We bring up the next pair. Jim Stahl going up against a Chevy 2 over here to our side. Stahl running a 2000 Ford Mustang out of Tulalip, Washington. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, this is your final call. Pro Bracket, final call. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you are now on a standby call. Left lane goes 10.15, 130 miles an hour. Jim Stahl, 10.95 at $1.24. Bring up James Dobson. Running the Dead Man's Racing Ron's Engine Machine Camaro going up against Mike Render for Fountain Tire Chilliwack Fortunes, Lordco Auto Parts at AFT Petroleum in the 1985 Chevy S10. James Dobson gets there first, 10.64, $1.25. Mike Render, 10.80 at 123 miles an hour. We'll bring up Dell Northgraves, running this 1977 Nova to Pitt Meadows. Meanwhile, Ray Bollinger with the Just Mechanical A&A Customs Pontiac. 414 cubic inches of small block Chevy motor. Tower side. 355 inches of Pontiac motor on the right side. Dale Northgraves, top end of the racetrack, 10.45, 127 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger, 10.58 at 124. We bring out Ralph Ehlers, running the Junkyard Dog with a 6-liter LS motor Mustang Fox body, going up against Dennis Winton and the Lost in Time Bel Air with That 383 cubic inch small block Chevy motor under the hood. Dennis Wayne goes 1037, 129 miles an hour. Ralph Ayler's 1090 with a 1 at 123. We have Sean Ernest with his 1989 Chevy S10. Nothing yet on file for this machine on the Lordco side. Not a cloud in sight as racing action kicks off for the Northwest National Open. Sponsored by Lucas Oil. Ernest goes 1137 at 117 miles an hour. His opponent, 1289 at 104. Nick Douglas will face off against Ross Walker, the defending Sportsman champion. Brings up the Charger against Walker and the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Walker goes 10:03, 131 miles an hour. Nick Douglas, 12:32 at 110. Bring up Mal Patterson, running the Albion Thailand Malfunction Acadian with a 427 cubic inch motor under the hood. Meanwhile, Walter Johnson to his right, running a 72 Chevelle with a 406 LS engine. Patterson goes 10:15 at 131 miles an hour. Johnson 11:17 at 119. Bring up Robert Gillick, bring up Lorenz Schwartz, an 09 Challenger. Going up against the Titanium Autogroup and Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo on the Lordco side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, bring them up. Lanes 1 through 4 for your first of 2 qualifiers. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, this is your standby call. Monte Carlo out on a good run. 18th out to the good on the tree. He'll follow up with a 10:22 at 132 miles an hour. Gillick, 11:23 at 119. Bring up Kim Cornish, bring up Grant Gordon, 77 Mustang versus the 69 Dodge Dart for 4 Cycle Customs Incorporated. .1106, 118 miles an hour. Gordon goes 12:12 at 110. Next pair, Ron Walsh, bringing up a 1981 Chevy Camaro Z28, going up against Stuart Town for the End Times Lordco Auto Parts Astra. Town, his first appearance at Mission Raceway Park all year, sporting a 350 cubic inch motor for the End Times Astra. Problems set in big time for Ron Walsh as he slows to a crawl on the tower side of the racetrack. Car shot out from underneath him, and Stuart Town goes 11:65 at 115. Looking like he may have just spun the tires a little bit off the line and got a little bit scared, so decided to back out of it for the run. We'll move on to Al Proc and Rob Monroe Sr. So we got a Barracuda going up against the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Well, Rob Monroe Sr. took the first Wally of his career 2 weeks ago at Smokefire Thunder, running for Real Street. With 2 Wallies on offer today for Pro Bracket, looking to go for another. Monroe to the top end goes 889, 129 miles an hour. Proc 1015 at 127. So John DeBag will bring up his S10. Pierre Bourret making a quick licensing pass. He made a few licensing hits yesterday, but with some of them being aborted runs, they did not count, so he is going to have to make some of those runs today. We'll move on. Back into Pro Bracket qualifying, Jason Grunlund, bringing out the Done Right Performance machine, going up against Richard Love. So Chevelle going up against the Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10. Still making great use of that wheelie bar for Grunlund, putting it through its paces as Love turns on the red light by a huge margin. Attention in the pits, tension in the pits. Rat Torque Systems, Super Pro. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Rat Torque Systems, Super Pro, come on up. Lanes 5 and 6. Stand by for motorcycles. Bring up Heather Hornell and Wes Voff. Boy, Wes Voff really trying to knock the tree down, out way in front of Heather Hornell. 982, 145 miles an hour. Hornell goes 1118 at 119. And that'll bring us to the last pair in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying, Cassie Tippy and Steve Baskerville. Tippy goes 1162, 115 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville goes 1270 at 112. So that does it for not for Rad Torque Super Pro, for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. And we'll roll into Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman. Coming up next, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We've called you up to lanes 5 and 6. You should be making your way on down. Lanes 5 and 6 for Super Pro. Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles, you are still on standby. So start line crews mopping up a little bit of a mess down there on the starting line in the right lane after Steve Baskerville's 5-liter Mustang went down track. Waiting patiently in the water box, it's Randy Hermsen, running this 1958 371 cubic inch Oldsmobile, dubbed the Winged Behemoth, facing off against Jeff Holman in his Peden Industries 1970 GMC pickup. Holman goes 1255, 105 miles an hour as we kick off Sportsman qualifying. Randy Hermsen, 1364 at 103. Bring up Ann Copeland. Bring up Dave Copeland. Husband versus wife, the Subaru and the Trailblazer. Ann Copeland going 1566 at 90 miles an hour. Dave Copeland 1672 at 85 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles to lane 1. We need Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles to lane 1. Stand by, hot rod. Stand by for Old Car Center hot rod. So problems set in for the Camaro left side as his opponent will go 14.21 at 95 miles an hour. We'll bring up Eric Hansen and Rob Getz. Rob Getz, the Junior Street dad. That truck's going to be running in Junior Street later today for Sophia. He is running that 2005 Ford F-250. Eric Hansen, just waiting for the car ahead of him to be pushed clear, running the Broadway Refrigeration Dart. Broadway Refrigeration, of course, on the property this afternoon as well. So Hansen has some guaranteed fans watching from the sidelines today. Eric Hansen running down track with Rob Getz alongside the F-250 with some top-end charge. But Hansen will not get there first. It'll go the way of Rob Getz, goes 12.02, 105 miles an hour. Eric Hansen, 12.45 at 106. Bring up Jason Stobie and Sylvia Hoogstens. The Stobie Excavating GMC AT4 with a 3-liter diesel motor. Going up against Sylvia Hoogstens with her 1966 Ford Mustang. Hoogstens goes 12.62, 105 miles an hour. Jason Stobie to the quarter mile will go 15.81 down at 84. Brings up Roland Lowen with a 1955 Meteor for Lorco Auto Parts, facing off against Brandon Piskasek for Buick Racing. Motoring Canada with Thomas. And as I read the pronunciation listed immediately underneath those sponsors, I'm going to correct myself to Brandon Piskacek. So Mustang versus Meteor, both cars with a 302 cubic inch motor under the hood. Pretty even race then to the top end of the racetrack. Going to go the way of Piskacek. 13.28 at 100 miles an hour. Lowen goes 13.07 at 100 miles an hour. We'll bring up Kevin McCulley. We'll bring up Archie Limpright. Old School Cutlass versus the Ebony Monty. McCulley still running under the BDL Automotive colors. McCulley turns on the red light. Doesn't matter in qualifying. 11.78, 112 miles an hour. Limpright 13.42 at 101. Grant Gordon, once again, bringing the Four Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart to bear. Facing off against the Chevelle on the Lorco side. Grant Gordon, 12 seconds with a 7 to the end of it, 110 miles an hour. His opponent, 1288 at 104. Matt Warner running Veronica Hodgson's car for the Linden Service Center Dart, going up against defending champion Nick Douglas in the Charger. Matt Warner takes Hodgson's Dodge to a 12:02 at 108. Nick Douglas, 12:35 at 110. Bill Wells brings out the Malibu for TNT Auto Parts. Hey, motorcycles, we're looking for you. Lane 1. Motorcycles, where are you at? We need you up to lane 1 for your first qualifier of the day. Ryan LeDray goes 1160, 114 miles an hour. Bill Wells 1169 at 111 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville brings up his Mustang, moving on up from the 2.6 liter Volkswagen Golf, running against Ron Clark and his Chevelle. Ron Clark, 1262, 105 miles an hour. Baskerville, 1270 at 112. Next pair, it's Richard Love and Martha Lang. The Reflection Guest House SS Motorsports S10 going up against another Chevy Malibu. So Richard Love to the top end goes 1189 at 110 miles an hour. Martha Lang 1192 at 109. So that looks like it'll do it. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman qualifying. We move on to Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Start line crews just doing a little bit of track prep out there, touching up the right lane again as we prepare to send what will be the fastest class from the JBS Equipment ET Series race, but not the fastest bracket class overall. I think it'd be a bit of a tie. I mean, Doorslammer definitely has the fastest bracket cars of the whole weekend. But Top Dragster is the ones that are consistently pretty darn quick. Doorslammer's can be a little bit all over the place sometimes. So while these crews are hard at work, making sure the track is in tip-top shape for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, I want to once again thank Lucas Oil for sponsoring the NHRA Northwest National Open, as well as our other track sponsors like Titanium Auto Group, TCS Transmission Products, Lorco Auto Parts, and so much more. Make sure you take a look at all the signage around the racetrack and give thanks to those folks, because without them, we wouldn't be here today. Half Track Snack Shack is open for business, currently serving breakfast. Lunch, I believe, will start in around about an hour and a half or so. And right across from them is the Pro Shop, with all of your Mission Raceway Park apparel. So burnout's complete for the first pair. Jan Christensen bringing up El Gringo, the 1967 Nova with 582 cubic inches of Chevy motor under the hood, running against Ted Bus for Shawnigan Trucking and Straight Line Race Cars in his 1934 Roadster out of Shawnigan Lake. Christian goes 8.6 at 157 miles an hour. Ted Bus 9.24 at 141. Brings up John Jenkins with the West Coast Building Restoration, McKenzie Racing, and Lorco Auto Parts S10. Racing against Tammy Peugeot, our first dragster from Rad Torque Systems from 2009. Just shy of 600 cubic inches of motor behind Tammy, as Peugeot gets set to stage up the dragster alongside the S10. Tammy goes 8:02, 161 miles an hour. John goes 10:45 at 123. Bring up Jason Gibson. Bring up Steve Veitch. 91 Mustang Fox body going up against Veitch's 1972 Plymouth. Jason Gibson, with a lot of experience running in Super Pro and Limited Street. That car currently tuned out for quarter-mile drag racing. Trying to knock the tree down, goes 004, but red. Veitch will be running down the line. Second, Gibson, 979, 137 miles an hour. Veitch, 1047 at $1.19. Bring out Mike Robinson, running his JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports Roadster, going alongside Willie Oliver, Rad Torque Systems and JS Power Sports, running an undercover dragster with 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor. Been a while since we've seen Willie Oliver out at the strip. Last year, he was running the junior dragster. Now he's graduated to the full-size dragster. Making good use of it as well. He goes 809, 168 miles an hour. Mike Robinson, 924 at $1.41. Bring up Kevin McNichol, Rad Torque Systems, your defending Super Pro champion, as well as the 2024 Street Outlaw champ and Old Time Drags champion. Running the 67 Nova against Kevin Garlock and his 1971 Camaro. Garlock running down with over 600 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor under the hood. Puts down a respectable 893 at 148 miles an hour. McNichol 1013 at 132. David Wakefield going up against, going up against John Braining. John Braining not on a particularly spectacular pass, was well laid on the tree and is coasting to the top end. Wakefield, 1084 to 132 miles an hour. We'll bring up Jace O'Hara. We'll bring up Colton Morin. So the Street Auto and Racing Creations Chevrolet going up against Colton Morin and his Moore Motorsports Dragster. A little bit of water, looks like they're mopping up down on the starting line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Old car center hot rod. Bring them up, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Old car center hot rod to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Stand by for BC Super Shifters. So O'Hara and Morin will be the next pair down track. Morin goes 797, 167 miles an hour. Jace O'Hara 1089 to the buck 23. Boy, Kim Yonkin up on the rounds for a while and eventually had to leave on a huge red light. Paul Soares took his time bumping in. 766, 174 miles an hour. Soares, 819 at a buck 66. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. McLeod clutches, BC Super Shifters. Come on up to lanes 5 and 6. McLeod BC Super Shifters. Come on up lanes 5 and 6. Juniors, this is your standby call. Standby for all junior classes. Bring up Emma DeBree-Coos. Bring up Darcy Lebedinsky. So the B&D lift truck, Shawnigan truck and competition tree services, straight line race cars, and Grandma and Grandpa 1988 Dragster going up against Lebedinsky's 1969 Cougar. Glad to know I didn't butcher that name at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. I was a bit worried about that, but he came up here telling me I said it just perfectly, so I'll take that. I'll take the rare W I get with odd names.
Attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Stock, super stock, guys. We need your tech cards. If you have not gone through tech and brought your tech card in for stock or stock, super stock, we need your tech cards, because if we can't get your index updated before first round of qualifying, you will not be on the sheet. So I will repeat that again. Stock, super stock. If you have not been through tech yet and given your tech card in, we will not have your index updated and you will not be on the qualifying sheet. So please do that ASAP.
Don't delay, get your car teched out today. Emma DeBree-Coos, car stalled off the line, while Lebedinsky goes 943 at a buck 44. So DeBree-Coos now on a slow roll to the top end. So Wes Hendricks will bring up his 1968 Ford Falcon going up against Rick McKinney with his Camaro. Hendricks down track, he's going to go 10:34 at 128 miles an hour. Rick McKinney 10:55 at a buck 25. So John DeBack and Martin Rochelle, the next pair up. DeBack running the Brad Tour Systems and Cold Front S10. Facing off against Rochelle in his 1978 Malibu. John DeBack down track goes 10:53 at 126 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle 10:83 at 128. which leaves Jeremy Soares on a single pass for these Soares Transport Quick Tech race cars. Cameron Dragster. Jeremy Soares down track goes 7:53, 177 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Lorenz Schwartz and Craig Johnson. Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop Monte Carlo going up against Johnson's BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon. The final pair for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro qualifying before we roll to motorcycles. So we roll to motorcycles. Bill McDonald and Alamod, the next pair up. Kawasaki versus ZRX. Wild Bill going up against the Thrifty Machine Shop, Kawasaki. Bill Aiken goes 9:13, 137 miles an hour. Jody Brickwood 9:38 at about 37. We'll bring up Daryl Storzuk and his Leak Pro Suzuki. Storzuk out on a single hit, and down the quarter-mile mark, he'll put down an 8:59 at 149 miles an hour. That brings up Corey Craig. Black Lightning for his Suzuki Hayabusa going up against Tom Turan The Electro Motorsports GSXR, dubbed the Kraken. Corey Craig, 809, 167 miles an hour. Turan, 866 at 155. And that rolls us to Old Car Center Hot Rod. So bring it back to the cars. Randy Hermsen brings out the winged behemoth for the Oldsmobile, running against Terry Hoogstens. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Hot Rod and BC Super Shifters. This is your final call. Hot Rod and BC Super Shifters. This is your last call for your first qualifier. Hot Rod, you're running right now, so if you're not down there, you should be there. Terry Hoogstens, 1189, 111 miles an hour. Randy Hermsen went 103, he did get a quarter mile time, 1355, at 103 miles an hour. And that'll bring up father and son, Rob Monroe Jr. over on the left-hand side. For Winter Harbor Marina, Gibson's Racing's transmission, SD Performance, Horizon Paint and Auto Body, and his 1969 Acadian, facing off against his father in the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Monroe goes 884, 149 miles an hour. Rob Monroe goes 125 miles an hour with a 1053. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Thunder the 1, Lightning the 2, Street to 3 and 4. Thunder the lane 1, Lightning the lane 2, Street to lanes 3 and 4. So you see the start line crews just out checking out the 330-foot sensor in the left lane. Of course, a lot of dew out this morning, and as the sun heats things up, it tends to fog up those sensors a little bit, so just clearing some of that away. Sylvia Hookston's waiting patiently in the water box with her 66 Ford Mustang against Jamie Wellwood for the TNT Auto Parts Bantam Altered. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Dragster, this is your standby call. Top Dragster, you are now on standby. Top Dragster, you're on standby. So Sylvia Hookstons and Jamie Wellwood ready to run down track. Mustang versus Altered. Wellwood goes 8-12, 166 miles an hour. Sylvia Hookstons 12, 71 and 105. Bring up Veronica Hodgson, sharing that car with Matt Warner this weekend, going up against Rob Hodgson. So a pair of darts. Hodgson down track goes 1066, 123 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson 1196 at 109. Mary Patterson brings up the 1965 Cornet, going up against Roy Roman for the Roman Metalworks Rambler. Barry Patterson down track. He'll put down a 986, 136 miles an hour. Roy Roman, 1129 at 118. Bring up Roland Lowen. More Kawada Parts Meteor Racing, Matt Warner, the Linden Service Center Mercury. Warner still with the opinion that wheelie bars are for suckers as he runs down the top end with a 1051 at 124 miles an hour. Rolling low at 1293 at 101. That'll bring up Chris Stone and Jim Banky. They got split up yesterday during the Friday testing too, and they weren't happy about it. They like to run together and qualify and testing as much as possible. So the Dodge Dart versus the Plymouth Barracuda. Chris Stone goes 975, 135 miles an hour. Jim Banky, 1017 at about 31. We bring up Ryan Isherwood. We bring up Ron Clark. The Isherwood body and fender Plymouth racing against the 1969 Chevelle. Isherwood goes 1159, 118 miles an hour. Ron Clark 1254 at 105. We bring up Dennis Winton up next against Blair Criddle. So the Lost in Time Bel Air facing off against Blair Criddle's 1927 Ford Roadster. Takes his machine down track and will put down an 894, 146 miles an hour. Dennis Winton, 1032 at 127. And Well, Cole, we don't see you out too often, save for Door Wars and Smoke Fire Thunder, but we got the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters in the water box.
Yeah, good to be here for the National Open this weekend at Mission Raceway Park. First pair of BC Super Shifters in the water box. Of course, you got to have that third pedal in the car, jamming gears all the way down the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway Park. John DePork over in the Lordco lane, that 1977 Camaro out of Langley, the small block Chevy powered machine, up against Dale Posnick out of Maple Ridge, a 67 Ford Mustang, the fastback with the 428 Cobra Jet power plant underneath the hood of Posnick's machine on the TCS side of the racetrack.
Just want to give one quick reminder again for the Doorslammers. You have a driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer at the top of the hour. That is in 55 minutes. So once again, Doorslammers, you have a driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer at 11 a.m. in 55 minutes.
So Posnick going 081 red on the tree, 1030 with the 731 miles an hour. In the TCS side of the racetrack, John DePork in the Camaro at 10 at 12 with an 832 miles an hour, 135 in the tree is Jamie Roth getting ready to roll in the water box next, and that 64 Mercury Comet, also a small block Ford power, the TCS side of the racetrack up against the Falcon over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. It's like a little bit of attention being needed on the TCS side of the racetrack at the starting line. Just a little bit of cleanup work to do before we send the next pair. Again, a McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters, and the BC Super Shifters would like to thank McLeod Clutches for coming on board, helping out the Super Shifters organization for the 2024 racing season in a partnership that stretches back a few years now for the BC Super Shifters. And Jamie Roth out of Langley getting ready to go down the TCS side of the racetrack in that Comet. One of the driving forces behind getting the organization out here to Mission Raceway Park each and every time that they run here at the Titanium Strip. So the turbocharged Falcon over in the Lordco lane going to face off again against Jamie Roth's naturally aspirated 64 Comet, 347 cubic inches of Ford power plant underneath the hood of the car in the TCS side of the racetrack. And the Super Shifters regular. We hear the turbos spool up in the Falcon. Roth is in. Tree comes down. .354 red, big time red. The Lordco side of the racetrack, 955 with the 741 miles an hour. 1010 with an 133 miles an hour from Jamie Roth is your next pair. Rolling out of the water box, Will Friesen out of Chilliwack, 57 Thunderbird, the Warbird, Lordco side of the racetrack. Good to see Wilf back out here at Mission Raceway Park. Small block Ford powered T-Bird over there in the Lordco lane up against Rich Graves out of Puyallup, Washington, the 67 El Camino. As a Warbird, an iconic car here on the West Coast with that even shorter wheelbase than usual with the 57 T-Bird. A little bit of wheel spin off the line for Wilf as he's going to go 030 red. Gets to the stripe first, 984, 137 miles an hour, 1166 with an 8 at 118 miles an hour for Rich Graves, going to 015 on the tree. As it'll be Wayne Davis making the tow over from the island in the 1964 Volkswagen Bug. Up against Scott Winterbottom, the 63 Chevy 2, the Rags to Riches Top Shop sponsored machine. But the small block Chevy. As always, Scott with a violent launch manages to pull her back into the center of the lane, 937 with a 139 miles an hour. How about James Bond on the tree? 007 with an O on the start line for Scott Winterbottom. The racer out of Langley is Wayne Davis in the Volkswagen, having some problems getting down the TCS side of the racetrack. 1256 with a 2 at 78 miles an hour as both racers will make the turn off the top end. Have a quick check of the start line, and looks like one more pair of Super Shifters in the water box as we speak, and then we'll get ready to roll into Next class, junior competition. Going to get ready to head up to the water box here for Peden Industries Junior Street. But one more pair, and then solo pass coming up after this. But quick check at the TCS side of the racetrack at the moment after Wayne Davis's Volkswagen making a pass down the TCS side of the racetrack and having some problems. So starting line crew is out, looking things over, making sure everything is A-OK and in raceable condition. Looks like a little bit of work already going on in the starting line just out of the water box. So again, one more pair and one single here in BC Super Shifter qualifying session number 1 for McLeod Clutches, and then we'll roll into Peden Industries junior class action coming up, Nolan.
Tell you what, those beetle bugs are not to be underestimated. They might not look like fast things, but they got some serious pep in its step, and you can tell pretty easily that Wayne Davis was not running that car to full chat down the quarter mile.
Yeah, Wayne can get that thing in the low 10-second zone at over 130 miles an hour if everything goes well, but unfortunately having some problems on his first pass of the weekend. So again, necessitating a little bit of a check over in the TCS side of the racetrack. Nolan already mentioned that the half-track snack shack is already open for business. They're serving breakfast. Going to be switching over to lunch here in a few moments. So head on over to the Half-Track Snack Shack. The Pro Shop open for business as well across from the Half-Track Snack Shack here at Mission Raceway Park with all the merchandise. Is getting down to the tail end of the 2024 racing season here at MRP, so only a few more chances to grab your 2024 merchandise from the Pro Shop. Make sure to head on over and check things out. Anybody on the spectator side, the Lordco side, of course, you're more than welcome to make your way over across the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Check out all the cars in the pit areas. Your ticket and admission here this morning. Good for a trip through the pit area, part of the things that make drag racing so great. And again, the ticket is also a pit pass. So come on over across the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. And of course, Lordco Auto Parts, one of our main sponsors here at Mission Raceway Park. They're open 7 days a week in over 100 locations across BC. You can go to lordco.com to find a location near you at Lordco Auto Parts on Facebook, X, and Instagram. So down for a little bit of cleanup on the starting line, and we'll get ready for that final pair of super shifters coming up in a bit once the scrubber does its work.
This would be a great time to take that walk around the pits that Cole was mentioning. It is transmission oil that we're hearing that has been leaked down the racetrack, so that is why we are on a bit of an extended cleanup now, but the scrubbers will be hard at work, and we will be back to our regular program in not too long, I'm sure. So, yeah, feel free to get up, stretch your legs, take a walk around. Now is about as good a time as ever to get it done. So that sounds like we're not too far away from getting racing action back underway for the first round of qualifying for the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. It'll be the first of two before they eliminate throughout the afternoon. We're only about an hour and a half away from the third qualifier of Canada West Doorslammers as well. Of course, they had two qualifiers last night alongside the top Fuel Harleys that had their first qualifying pass. And they will have three more throughout the day at 12, 3, and 6 alongside the top Fuel Harleys, along with the Northwest BB Funny Cars. And then, of course, you'll have a top alcohol funny car and a top alcohol dragster looking to make some testing hits as well at those times to boot. So there's a lot to be excited about right now.
And just like that, back to BC Super Shifters qualifying session number 1. Pat Byron out of Hoquiam, Washington. 1972 Chevy Nova, 540 cubic inches of Chevrolet power underneath the hood scoop of the Nova, up against Will Zorick out of Langley. 1962 Chevy Bel Air over in the Lord Auto Parts lane, 409 underneath the hood of that 62 Bel Air for Will, as he is already pre-staged, waiting on him to bump on that bottom bulb. Will Zoric having a little bit of wheel spin off the line just past the 60-foot mark, is carrying it all the way out to the stripe with an 854 the 6 at 156 miles an hour. Pat Byron went 070 on the tree, 076 in the tree for Will Zoric, 1097 with a 4, 123 miles an hour is Keith Winterbottom. Gonna roll up to the ready line. The Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack is 1968 Chevy Camaro regular here in Super Shifter and Canada West Doorslammer action. The high winding Chevy jamming through the gears, a little bit of a lurch off the line past the 60-foot clock, 917 at 152 miles an hour. 133 in the tree, and the 60-foot time shows that just a little bit lacking there at 138 60-foot.
So this Mustang was licensing all throughout yesterday's Friday testing session, and it's looking to make some more licensing hits today. Might be looking to try and finish up licensing. It does usually run in the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters category. Here roaring through the gears at the top end as well, and the licensing pass will go 860 with a 7 at 160 miles an hour.
So again, on that process, you have to do a variety of different lengths of runs, full power, then you have to run pass within a certain ET range. So that was the full pull in the licensing process, an 860 with a 760 miles an hour for the Mustang, the TCS side of the racetrack. And just like that, that's going to round things out for BC Super Shifter qualifying round number 1 action for McLeod Clutches. And get ready to roll into Peden Industries Junior Street coming up next.
And we'll start it off with defending champion Tyler for the Zapstrap Racing Chevy 1500. He's going up alongside James in his 2013 Nissan racing out of Surrey. Tyler went nigh undefeated last year. Has not been the same story this year. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need top dragster to lanes 5 and 6. Top dragster, bring them on up. Lanes 5 and 6. Stand by, top sportsman. So first pair of Junior Street qualifying down track, it'll be James going 996, 69 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark. Tyler going 1099 at 64. Have to be at least 13 years of age to start racing in the Junior Street category. And they only race to the 8th mile mark, as do the 2 junior dragster classes. We'll bring up Riker. We'll bring up Josephine. So Riker going up for the RCC 1500 from 1987, facing off against Josephine for the Zapstrap Racing Chevy pickup. Josephine going 087. Well, Riker a 10th and a half on the reaction time. Riker goes 928, 76 miles an hour. Josephine 1067 at 68 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Dallas for the overtime repair. Snorcom Canada Honda Civic facing off against David in his 2022 GMC pickup. So the AT4 ready to make another hit. Well, David turns on the red light, but it's not a problem when you're just in qualifying. Dallas will go 983, 73 miles an hour, while David clocks in 1005 at 67 miles an hour. For the next pair, it's Sophia running the Stay Tuned Auto Repair 2005 F250. Running up against Jacob for for the Stobie Excavating 1987 Chevy Camaro. One of the few actual cars in the Junior Street category. It's usually made up of a variety of trucks and vans, usually being tow vehicles for other full-size race cars. Well, you can always tell who's running the diesel motor by the plume of black smoke out of the exhaust pipe. So Sophia goes 945, 79 miles an hour. Jacob, 1071 at 64. And that'll bring up Taryn. Wanted to thank Neil Smith in particular over at Peanut Industries. Going up against Jenna. Sponsored by Peanut Industries for Winter Harbor Marina and RV. And Nana, running the 2000 Tahoe. So once again, Top Dragster, we have called you to lanes 5 and 6. Top Dragster, you should be making your way on down to lanes 5 and 6. Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Taryn, way on a red light, almost a 10th and a half, goes 1017, 74 miles an hour. Jenna, 1078 at 66. So that'll do it for Peanut Industries Junior Street qualifying. We're going to roll into Junior Thunder, oftentimes the bigger of the two junior classes. Usually when you age out of Junior Thunder, you're able to graduate into either Junior Lightning or Junior Street, which is why those two classes tend to be a little bit smaller than Junior Thunder as a whole. Thunder so far this season has been always punching above a dozen cars per race. It's been a stacked class all season long, and that trend looking set to continue. So Hunter G, Cadence, the first pair up. Hunter G running for BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Milron Truck Body, and Lordco Racing. Cadence running for Titanium Monogro, Milron Truck Body, Ken Specialty Auto, and Ernie's Speed and Customs. A pair of junior dragsters going down track, restricted to the low ET of 890 Junior Thunder. Hunter G goes 893, 74 miles an hour. Cadence 899 at 73 miles an hour. That'll bring up Coca Kowalski for Dayco Ventures. Of course, Coca, daughter of Dave Kowalski, running with the West Coast Pro Modifieds, and the winner of the Wallland, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, running the 2018 Huddleston Dragster, just licensed that car yesterday. Coco, the son of Dave Kowalski, my apologies, as Nash goes up alongside him for BDL Auto, Diversified Metalworks, Lordco Auto Parts, and Milron Truck Body. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harleys, top Fuel Harleys. You have a meeting at the Big Kids Racing trailer at 11. Top Fuel Harleys, you have a driver's meeting, or a rider's meeting, I should say, at the Big Kids Racing trailer at 11. So Owen brings up the Badass Garage Local Auto Parts Home Mass Team and Fountain Tire Junior Dragster alongside Emily. Emily raced for White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Lord Auto Parts, CNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Dragster, we need Top Dragster still to lanes 5 and 6. Top Dragster, this is your third call, lanes 5 and 6. For your first of 2 qualifiers, Top Dragster to lanes 5 and 6. Owen goes 14:39, 44 miles an hour. Emily goes 9:11 at 70 miles an hour. Hunter T brings it up against Grayson. Hunter T running for JBS Equipment. Grayson running for the Ultra Tune Automotive Junior Dragster. We're going to make the call as well for Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman coming up to the lanes. Top Sportsman, we need you in the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes for 3 and 4. Top Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Stock Super Stock Combo, you are on standby. Stock Super Stock Combo, this is your standby call. Hunter T goes 8.99, 74 miles an hour. Grayson, 8.89 at 73. We will bring up April. We will bring up Bentley. The JBS Equipment Junior Dragster going up against Dragster for Bubba Speed Shop, Beaton Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto Parts, and Badass Garage. 2006 half-scale Dragster. Double red lights, but red lights are A-OK in qualifying. April goes 8.95, 73 miles an hour. Bentley goes 8.89 at 74. So that'll bring up the next pair. It'll be Kyra and Paige. Creative Dragster going up against the machine for Sasuke Ready Mix. So Kira going up against Paige. And we'll see which one will be able to get down the racetrack first. A couple of new names that we're seeing in Junior Thunder this afternoon. Kira is one of them, and of course, Coca was licensing all throughout yesterday. problems set in for Paige as that car loses fire off the line. Kira will be on a single run down the racetrack. Of course, these junior dragsters restricted by speed to their age. You don't want somebody that's super young going 80 miles an hour down the 8th mile stretch, so they are limited for safety reasons. Kira goes 1998 at just 26 miles an hour. Bring up Nate and Adeline. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stock, super stock. We need you up to lanes 1 and 2. Stock, super stock. Bring them on up, lanes 1 and 2. Stock, super stock. Lanes 1 and 2. Super comp, you're going to be on standby. So we bring up Nate, we bring up Adeline, Global Containers Terminals, and Lorco Auto Parts. For Nate, Performance 1 in Eldorado, KLJ Holdings, sponsoring Adeline on the Oregon side of the racetrack. Adeline going down track, and we'll put down an 894, 72 miles an hour. Nate goes 889 at 72. That brings up Dallas, that brings up Wesley. Dallas running under the colors of RWSS and TKO Hot Rods, while Wesley's Martin Dragster from 2012. Bring it up for Fountain Tire, Lorco Auto Parts, Badass Garage, and Home Masters team. So Wesley out on the pole goes 897, 72 miles an hour, as Dallas will put down the time of 14:03 at 43 miles an hour. Now to bring up Danica, running a creative dragster, racing against Ashton for TK Performance and Lord Kawada Parts, as we continue to roll through a monstrous Junior Thunder field. So Ashton down track, he's going to put down an 1196, 54 miles an hour, while Danica will go 1482 at 40 miles an hour. Next pair up, it's Adam and Alex. Adam currently the main points leader in Junior Thunder for TK Performance and Lorco Auto Parts. Trying to take his second championship in the Junior Thunder in this car. Won it 2 years ago, 2022. Racing against Alex for Global Container Terminals and Lorco Auto Parts. Adam goes 865, a good bit under the 890 mark. Well, Alex goes 1201 to 52. So we'll have what I believe is going to be the last pass in Junior Thunder qualifying for this first round. For Global Container Terminals and Local Auto Parts, it'll be Jack in the 2007 Creative Dragster. So we roll to Junior Lightning. Cars get a little bit quicker. The speeds go up just a bit more. We started off with Abigail and McKenna. Abigail running for Lord Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Walco Industries. Local race and emissions, same for McKenna for JBS Equipment. You move up from 890 to as low as 790 on the dials for Junior Lightning. Still running only to the 8th mile mark. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for top sportsman, top dragster, and stock super stock combo. Final call for top dragster, top sportsman, and stock super stock combo. We need to get you guys down and into the lanes ASAP. So that's the final call for those three classes. Abigail goes 797, 81 miles an hour. McKenna goes 794 at 81. That'll bring up Connor and Isabella. GKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tyler, and the Lordco Auto Parts, Mike Boss Dragster going up against Isabella for De Silva Auto World, Kanko and Quality Manufactured Homes, and her Mike Boss Dragster. So problems setting in for Connor as that car forced to abort his head. Isabella goes 798 at 75 miles an hour. That'll bring up Sydney and Lincoln. Lincoln running for Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment. Your Junior Lightning champion from 2 years ago.
So next pair of Junior Lightning cars ready to go. 4 bulbs lit. Lincoln in the right lane. Don't have a name for the driver for you in the left lane. We will soon. Sydney is her name, I'm told. So 8 seconds exactly for Lincoln in the right lane. Sydney goes 8:47. So down to what I believe will be the final pair for this opening round of time trials. For Junior Lightning, CL in the left lane, Lexi in the right. Both these young ladies are not strangers to the winner's circle. CL goes 789 with a 7. Can't really get much closer to the 790 than that. And an 808 for Lexi in the right lane. So I did say that I believed that would be our final pair. Well, I was incorrect. We do have one more to go. Nick Bond.
I'll give you credit that was the last pair there, John. It is a single pass, so you're it's 50-50 chance right there.
I guess technically I was still correct, but so single coming up left side of the racetrack. JBS Equipment. Nice 0:14 reaction time. And 8:03 at 81 miles an hour. And that will do it for the opening round of qualifying. So there's somebody we haven't seen here in a while. Hello, Trevor Lowe. Good to see you. So, looks like we're going to do a little work to the race surface before we roll into what will be round one of qualifying for the NHRA classes, part of the NHRA National Open here at Mission Raceway Park.
Of course, getting points for the National Open Series for NHRA Division 6, separate from the NHRA Lucas Oil Divisional Series, kind of a series within its own series here in the Pacific Northwest, and as is the case with all the NHRA divisions throughout North America, is again getting a little bit of track prep, getting the surface nice and ready for top sportsman and top dragster action. Also got stock, super stock combo in the lanes. And again, we made the lane call for stock, super stock combo, so you guys should be Making your way to the staging lanes and a little bit of downtime here at MRP in the Titanium Strip as we get ready for round number 1 of qualifying, as John mentioned, for Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Stock Super Stock Combo running together this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park for the Lucas Oil National Open, Northwest National Open, again with Lucas Oil, who has been a sponsor for well over 20-plus years of the Lucas Oil Sportsman Series. The NHRA side of things, also a sponsor of the Northwest National Open this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park.
No, certainly very grateful for Forrest Lucas and all he's done for this great sport of drag racing, along with his son, Morgan Lucas. Attention in the pits. We're looking for Ed Houter in the staging lanes. Ed Houter, please report to staging. One more time. Attention in the pits. Ed Houter, we need you in the staging lanes, please.
You can keep it, don't care. Yeah, if you would like a hit first round. That's, yeah.
So once again, we are looking for Ed Houter, and of course that would be if you want to make a hit in this opening round.
Yeah, if not, Ed, don't show up to the staging lanes. You're the only one we're missing in Stock Super Stock. So again, Ed, if you want to make a hit for your first qualifying pass of the afternoon, almost, still morning for another hour, make your way up to the lanes. So again, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster running 6:10 is what as quick as you can go, which is right around the chassis certification for both Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. So can't go quicker than that 6:10, but lining them up based off of how they qualify, quickest to slowest in the qualifying ladder when it comes time for eliminations. And that 6:10 change was made, I believe, 5 or so years ago. It used to be 6 flat is the quickest you can run in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, but again, going to 6:10 to give a little bit more leeway with the chassis certification here in qualifying. So getting ready again for that first pair is track work continuing out there. You can see the tractors out there, the sprayers dragging and spraying the surface, making sure that it is good to go for the power that the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman competitor is going to be putting down here for the division, or rather the Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, thanks to everybody for showing up for day number 2. Had qualifying last night, session 1 and 2 for the Canada West Doorslammers. Also had our Northwest LB funny cars out there on the racetrack. They're going to be making 3 passes throughout the course of the afternoon here at MRP.
So should mention, if you're hoping to grab breakfast at the Half Track Snack Shack, well, you're either out of time or down to those last couple of minutes. They may still be able to accommodate you, but I would get over there right away because 11 a.m. is typically when they make the switch over to the lunch menu. So, Top Dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Certainly grateful for all the support we get from Rad Torque Systems, not only sponsoring the Top Dragster class, but the list is long.
There is a lengthy list of their involvement in drag racing, not only here at Mission Raceway Park, but throughout the Pacific Northwest. Of course, they've got the naming rights sponsorship at Rad Torque Raceway. JBS Equipment stepping up as well as your top sportsman sponsor here this weekend as well. And of course, JBS, Justin Baugh and the gang, all very supportive of racing, as well as Justin's racing in the NHRA Pro Mod side of things. So 2 great supporters of drag racing in the Pacific Northwest stepping up to sponsor both the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman divisions here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park. And of course, speaking of great supporters, the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Auto Group, the official naming rights sponsor for the drag strip, all part of Mission Raceway Park, of course owned and operated by the BC Custom Car Association. And Titanium Auto Group, you can get approved now with good, bad, and even ugly credit. Head to the titaniumautogroup.ca for more information on how you can get yourself a car from the Titanium Auto Group.
Oh, absolutely grateful for all three of those companies and proud to say that they're all local companies right here in the Lower Mainland. Rad Torque Systems along with JBS Equipment, while global companies are based right here in the Fraser Valley.
Yeah, both of them a very short drive from the racetrack here at Mission Raceway Park, and of course doing business throughout the world and bringing some great pieces of machinery and equipment to their respective industries that they're both involved in. As again, just final few passes of the tractor down there at the top end before we get into some of the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Division categories that are going to be contesting it out over the course of today and tomorrow for some Wallies here for the NHRA Northwest National Open at Mission Raceway Park. And of course, you mentioned the Northwest WB Funny cars that are going to be making their way up here a little bit later on in the afternoon for their first pass of today here at MRP. Of course, good to see them back at Mission Raceway Park. Been a bit since we've seen them out here at MRP and making their trek back up. They're scheduled tentatively to roll off around 12 o'clock, but see how close to the schedule we can get them into the lanes here as we continue to work through the program. And again, just stopping for a little bit of track prep. And of course, we also got Phil Ryskowski and the Island Nitro gang, the exhibitionist, Nostalgia Top Fuel Dragster on the property. Good to see Phil getting that car back out. They usually run with the NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series and Nostalgia Top Fuel action, running a true small block Chevy on Nitro combination. They're going to be making some checkout passes here as they had some issues at the tail end of the 2023 season when they attempted to run the full NHRA Heritage Series tour, and trying to see if those issues are sorted before trying to make another assault on the Heritage Series next year in 2025. Of course, primarily based at the Famoso Drag Strip, just outside of Bakersfield, home to the famed March Meet, as well as the California Hot Rod Reunion. And good to see Phil and the gang out here. Kim Parker is going to be pulling double duty in a Northwest Double B Funny car as well. She has got her A-Fuel Top Alcohol Dragster on the property. Going to be making a checkout pass after the second session of the Northwest Double B Funny Car Association here this afternoon.
So what you see out on the track right now is the latest piece of equipment acquired by Mission Raceway Park. And we already had two dragger, I'll call them dragger style tractors here. Now we actually have a rotator. If you notice, there's 4 racing slicks and they rotate in the opposite direction that the tractor travels in, and does an absolute great job of getting a nice evenly tight layer of rubber laid down on the surface.
We were talking with Kevin Ness back at Smokefire and Thunder when they acquired this rotator, and of course the tires on the back of it actually rejects from NHRA Pro Mod tires, so they don't make the grade for actually running at 250 plus miles an hour with the Pro Mod. Then they go on the back of the rotator and serve the purpose of making sure that that racetrack is nice and rubber down and good to go for all the competitors here this afternoon at Mission Raceway Park.
So it looks like we are ready to accommodate the kids over here on the side of the tower in the grassy area there. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Don't have too much in the way of details. But I do see they've got like a bouncy castle going on, and looks like some crafts for kids brought to us this weekend, I'm assuming, by Broadway Refrigeration.
I believe that is the case. Broadway has set up their VIP area over here on the side of the tower, and happy to have them and some of their families and employees joining us here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park for the Northwest National Open. Of course, Broadway supporting not just the racetrack, but a variety of different racers here in the pit area at Mission Raceway Park. We thank them for their partnership and look forward to seeing some more of their members coming out here, as well as employees, and enjoying the afternoon with us here at Mission Raceway Park.
So just to be really clear, that is a private event over there then?
I believe so.
All right. All right.
We've just got confirmation on that.
I'm afraid I kind of made it sound like an invite, but just to be really clear, that is a private event, and we're quite happy to have Broadway Refrigeration spending the day with us.
I'm sure if you slip him a 20, you might be able to slide in maybe on the bouncy castle. I've seen a few private bouncy castles in the pit area too, so there's still some chances to get your bouncy castle fixed there, John.
Or, failing that, they could come up in the tower, slip us a 20, and we'll put in a good word for you. How's that?
Exactly. There's plenty of bribing opportunities up here at Mission Raceway Park in the tower. Just in the announcer side of things, though.
So it appears the rotator has done its job in the left lane. We'll now do the same for the right lane. And then, I believe, we'll be pretty much ready to roll into the first round of qualifying for Top Dragster. Brought to us by Rad Torque Systems. So one definite difference between the dragger style, conventional dragger that we're used to, and this new rotator is the amount of noise it makes.
It's cut down significantly on the ear-piercing wail that you usually have throughout the track prep process, but of course, I believe that's one of Kurt Johnson's inventions. Not that Kurt Johnson, the other Kurt Johnson in drag racing, track prep guru Kurt Johnson, who actually helped scrape and level out the track surface here in the off-season at Mission Raceway Park, and has been helping out a little bit here and there with the track prep side of things throughout the season. Originally started out as Larry Chris' invention from Bandimere Speedway, unfortunately now defunct, and of course this particular model was helped out by Kurt Johnson and the group, but Larry's the first one to say, hey, let's put the actual race tires in the back of the thing, get the thing rotated, and lay down some rubber on the racetrack to help with the track prep processes. Apart from the Mike Eames, we got another factoid here. And there was quite a trial and error process. That was the factoid that Mike was saying as well from Larry and the gang up there at Bandimere Speedway, one of the truly one of the best racetracks here in the West Coast, and one of the best racetracks throughout North America that unfortunately closed down, but they're in the process of trying to find themselves another site up there in the Denver area, trying to get that racetrack rebuilt and get another site for drag racing in the Colorado region. Is again just going through the track prep process and getting ready for round number one of qualifying for Top Dragster and Top Sportsman.
So the rotator's on its way back. And I'm going to predict that when he gets back here to the starting line, he's going to park it and turn the track back over to the race officials. We should see the first pair of Top Dragster rollouts from under the bridge.
I was going to say, John, I must be deaf now. I've tuned into what you're trying to say. The rotator noise, a big increase from the drag mat.
Yes, typically speaking.
Listen to one too many cars without earplugs. Of course, up in the Lordco Auto Parts live stream, if you're watching us on YouTube, you get a look at the start line shot here. We'd like to thank the folks at Tunezilla for supporting our start line cam. They've been out there with their Audi for a few times for the Mopac Auto Supply street legal events and helping out again with the starting line cam sponsorship here at Mission Raceway Park. And TCS, Lordco Auto Parts, helping out as they are the lane sponsors here at MRP, as they have been for so many years. Lordco's side of the racetrack and the spectator side, TCS side of the racetrack over here on the pit side of things, as that sounds like we have some race cars rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts bridge. First two cars in Top Dragster qualifying, getting ready to roll into the water box.
Zach Clark coming up right-hand side for Rad Torque Systems and JS Power Sports. Been a while since Zach has gone down the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway Park, but good to see him back. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. Super comp. This is your call to the lanes. Super comp to the staging lanes, please. So Dane LeKelt driving big sexy over here in the tower side. So Dane LeKelt, all goes well. We're going to see something in the low 6-second range. But we then have silence. So we'll make another call for Super Comp. Super Comp, this is your call, lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Super Comp, and a standby call going out to Super Gas. Zach Clark makes nice work of that run. 009 up front, then 692 at 193 miles an hour.
So sounds and looks like they have refired Dane LeKelt's car up on the starting line for the team out of the Okanagan. And of course, regular out here at Mission Raceway Park is Zach Clark. John mentioned former regular out here at MRP, so have a 66 Nova that also ran in Canada West Doorslammer competition before switching over to the Dragster side of things. Is Dane's going to bring that supercharged combo up to the ready line and have his attempt at getting his first qualifying pass in, as he is pre-staged, waiting to turn on that bottom bulb.
Sound like a little hiccup at the shift, maybe. How about 628, 221 miles an hour for Dane LeKelt. Nice looking pass there. It was 407, 177 at the 8th mile. That'll set up another pair.
Yeah, strong early numbers there from Dane LeKelt, but it's going to be Justin Bond, the Lordco side of the racetrack, the JBS Equipment Dragster from Mission, to face off against, I believe, Jeremy Soares and the TCS side of the racetrack.
I do believe you are correct, Jeremy. Doing double duty here this weekend. Super Pro, along with Top Dragster. So Super Gas will make a call now for Super Gas to lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas, this is your call, lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas, one more time, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Gas in lanes 3 and 4. And I would assume with that, we'll give Super Street a standby call.
I think that's probably the safe bet there, just by the class order of things, is by the looks of things. This is going to be our final pair in Top Dragster qualifying. Kim Jong-Kine the TCS side of the racetrack. Face off against the Rad Torque Systems Dragster over in the Lordco lane.
That would be Willie. For Rad Torque Systems. So we don't have his name up on the screen, and I'm drawing a mental block. I'm going to say Tolliver.
Sounds about right. We'll go with that for round one, and then we'll correct ourselves if we need to.
Couple of nice A to B passes, both sides of the racetrack. Willie there first with a 774. Kim getting there behind with a better ET, 762.
2:37 reaction time, though, the deciding factor on that one as we get ready for top sportsman action. The door cars in the water box.
So top dragster and top sportsman, pretty much just like Super Pro, only you're allowed to go quicker.
That is, pretty much the deciding factor, and the ladder set based off of elapsed times. Joe Meloff out of Maple Ridge in the Meloff Excavating Pontiac GXP. The Lordco side of the racetrack, Jan Christensen, the 67 Nova, they call El Gringo out of Langley, already backed up for the burnout, waiting on Joe Meloff to back up from his burnout over in the Lordco side of the racetrack.
So top dragster, along with top sportsman, derived from a class split of top comp. Top comp, of course, was a mixed class, including door cars and dragsters. And when the class became popular enough and increased to a point in car count, it became necessary to split them up. People were quite happy to do that. So Christensen turns it red by just 8 thou. Meloff is a solid 0.28 on the tree. Getting to the top end first with a 674 to Jan's 863. So I guess that's it. Just 2 cars for top sportsman. You know, hopefully there's a bunch more back there that just decided to not show for Q1.
So rolling from top sportsman into stock, super stock combo. Rick Green out of Kent, Washington, the 1995 Ford Mustang runs in Q stock automatic. Kevin Perkin out of Grand Forks in the super stock CM, that's C modified, 1992 Chevy Camaro. And it's O stock for Rick Green.
So Kevin Perkin going to get there first. Rick Green definitely had the starting line advantage. 011 to 175. Perkin with the quicker car, his GTN automatic 1996 Super Stock Camaro. Goes 868, 161 miles an hour. Nice pass for Kevin Perkin.
Yeah, that high winding small block. You can see the numbers up there in the scoreboards. That is the class index. How they qualify stock and super stock is by how much you run under your class index. Dial in is what it comes to elimination wise. Then you dial in your runs, turns into a bracket category. But here in qualifying, Rick McKinney in the Camaro and Daryl Stobie in the 64 Chevelle going to be trying to run as low under the index as they possibly can. 1025 with an O and 125 miles an hour on the 11-second index for Daryl Stobie, and the 1058 with an O at 125 miles an hour for Rick McKinney on the 1130 class index for the racer out of Richmond.
And those wheels up launches are kind of synonymous with the class of super stock, so we can look forward to plenty of that all weekend. Want to give a congratulations to Daryl Stobie, fresh off a divisional win a few weekends ago at Pacific Raceways. Now James Boyce along with Jim Mantle. Jim Mantle will be probably the slowest car in competition here this weekend. His V stock automatic, which is essentially a straight 6-cylinder measuring under 200 cubic inches, I believe, or maybe just slightly over, with a little 1-barrel carburetor. So we'll make a final call for Super Comp and Super Gas. Super Comp and Super Gas, this is your final call.
So Pete Legg out of Surrey. The O-Stock automatic. 56 Chevy. Going big time red. And the, I believe, K-Stock automatic Malibu. As we'll make the call for Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Super Street to lanes 1 and 2. Stand by for all Pro Class competitors. Super Street. We need you guys to lanes 1 and 2. The Malibu in 1197 with an O at 110 miles an hour. 1440 with a 4 at 93 miles an hour for Pete Legg out of Surrey in that 56 Chevy Nomad.
So in my opinion, one of the coolest cars on the property this weekend is Pat Brooks's 2-door wagon over there in the right lane. I absolutely love that car. Working on the O-Stock automatic index of 1315. See how far he can get under that. I see Dave Jung has thrown a bunch of weight in the truck and gone from J to K automatic in Super Stock. He was the guy in the other lane against Daryl Stobie. It was heads up, and Dave Jung was in a tough position.
Of course, with that Sportsman tree, you're waiting for the Ambers to blink on individually, and especially in a heads-up matchup. That is always a tough race whenever you have to go heads-up against somebody.
Well, the biggest deal was that Daryl Stobie out-qualified him by about a half a second. So now John Buczynski and Derek Johnstone. Speaking of cool cars, Buczynski's AAR CUDA is the real thing. He's the original owner, too. Doesn't get much cooler than that. So Buczynski with a 1087 on the 1170 E-Stock automatic index. Nice opening round of qualifying for him. Derek Johnston running Q-Stock automatic in his 66 Chevrolet. Goes 1340 on the 1380 index. Now there's Ed Howder. His factory stock D Stalker. Notice there's no A at the end. That means he's got a clutch. And rowing through the gears. 1025 on the 1060 index. And that will do it for the opening round of Stock Super Stock Combo here at the NHRA National Open.
Of course, the factory stock designation coming in the last 10 or so years when the factories again started making the drag pack challengers as well as the Cobra Jets and the Copo Camaro combinations, where essentially you just order a drag car straight from the factory, just like they did back in the 1960s, and NHRA accommodating for that with the factory stock designations based off of what package that you bought. We're talking about the AAR CUDA as well of John Buczynski, and that is a very cool kind of competition special package as well that was made when Dan Gurney took up Plymouth's charge in Trans Am, and John Buczynski transitioning that car from street car duties to drag racing duties as we get ready, I believe, for Pro. Roll Super Comp, rather, because we continue with the NHRA divisional categories. Roll into the water box. And Super Comp running on that 890 index. So trying to get as close to the 890 as you can here in qualifying to help set the ladder heading into eliminations.
So Super Comp contested on a 4/10 Pro tree. And so we've made the call for Super Gas to the lanes. They are in the lanes, much like Super Comp. It's an index class. Only we move up to 990. Following that, we're going to see Super Street contested at 1090.
And of course, Super Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Street, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2.
So if you're not sure what you're looking at or just saw those two dragsters going down, you saw them launch kind of hard, then go kind of silent, just kind of idle along for a little bit. Well, that's because they're making use of a device called a throttle stop. Essentially what it does is pulls back the gas pedal for a predetermined amount of time, with the idea being, with the correct amount of delay, you can get the car to go 890 exactly, or at least as close as you can get to it without going quicker.
You'll see guys trying to figure that out in the run. Some guys want to do it where they have a big top-end charge, run a big mile an hour. Some guys do it as the run goes on to pull out that throttle and try and minimize it over a course of time. So again, different strategies, all trying to lead towards that 890. Is Dale Green out of Pacific Washington. Going to be in the TCS side of the racetrack, facing off against Brian Schmake out of Olympia, the two Washington racers. Dale Green, 2024 Northwest Nationals winner for the NHRA side of things. The TCS side of the racetrack, both racers pre-staged.
Well, Schmanke catches the tree good. 003. That'll certainly work. Dale Green was no slouch with a 10 light in the left lane. And by the looks of it, so I can't be certain that there's not going to be more coming around the corner, but it appears we've got just 4 cars entered in Super Comp.
So, of course, Dale Green, who just made the pass down the TCS side of the racetrack, 889 with a 1, so going quicker than the index. Talking about the big mile an hour charge at the top end, 182 miles per hour. 886 with a 2 at 160 miles an hour for Brian Schmanke in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So, by the looks of things, going to wrap things up. For Super Comp, we will roll into Super Gas by the sounds of things. Coming up next, as John mentioned, the 990 index category.
So I do believe I heard a standby call for Pro Bracket, so I'm going to heed that call, and we'll be back up here a little later.
Sounds good, John, and best of luck in round number 2 of qualifying as we get ready for the first Super Gas competitor roll into the water box.
So it'll be Dean Peterson for the first pass to run down the racetrack here for Super Gas qualifying. Dean Peterson, of course, the series director for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Quickly put in my place, I'm corrected by saying this is Keith's dad. Keith Peterson, the director of the West Coast Pro Modifieds. This is Dean Peterson.
Dean, of course, a very experienced super class competitor. He used to have, I believe, a 67 Fastback Mustang that also saw some action in Canada West Doorslammer competition when they took the throttle stop off a few years ago, transitioning to the Mustang Roadster. Is the Roadster a very popular style of car that runs in Super Gas, as you can see by the next pair pulling up into the water box. Not too shabby, 010 to the tree for Peterson as he carries it to the stripe. Runs 988 of the 990. So 988 with a 1 on the 990 index for Peterson, as it is going to be Ron McKenzie out of Ferndale, Washington, the 57 Corvette. And the TCS side of the racetrack going up against Brandon Hutchinson out of Shawnigan Lake in his 2002 Chevy Corvette. .014 on the tree for McKenzie, .034 for Hutchinson as they'll race it out to the stripe. 978, way under. for Brandon Hutchinson, 158 miles an hour. 983 with a 7 for Ron McKenzie, 161 miles an hour. As both racers, either side of the racetrack, going under the 990, as it's going to be Kirk Lands out of Mission. His 67 Camaro up against Josh Meloff out of Maple Ridge, the 57 Vet, over in the Lordco side of the racetrack.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Bracket, we need Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro Bracket, come on up, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for your second qualifier.
Both racers pre-staged in what looks to be the final pair of Super Gas competitors to make their way down the titanium strip in round number 1 of qualifying. As Meloff is in, Lands is in. Throttle stops engaged either side of the racetrack, and at the finish line stripe, Meloff 985 with a 363 miles an hour getting there first. Kirk Lands 1002 with a 576 miles an hour. Going to have to work to get well closer to that 990 index as we roll into Super Street. 1090 index category. Again, still with throttle stop action. Is again trying to run on that 1090 index. Starting with Super Comp at the 890, Super Gas with the 990, and going up to the 1090. For Super Street is Jan Christensen in the 1978 Z28 Camaro over in the Lordco lane, going to face off against Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu. Final call for Super Street. Super Street, we need you guys to lanes 1 and 2. If you're not already in the lanes, you are late. We are running your first pair right now. Super Street, lanes 1 and 2. So 1092 with a 724 miles an hour for Martin Rochelle out of Surrey, 044 in the tree. 076 red for Jan Christensen, runs under the index as well. A 1085 with a 119 miles an hour is Ray Carlson. David Wakefield. Wakefield, the 71 Chevelle at Lake Tapps, Washington, 100 Mile House is Ray Carlson of the 68 Barracuda. 1090 with a 7 for Wakefield, but how about a 1090 with a 1 for Ray Carlson in the 1090 index in the Barracuda with Chevy Power. Todd Sims, Puyallup, Washington's Todd Sims, Puget Sound Petroleum, 66 Chevy, gonna face off against the 63 Chevy, Jace O'Hara out of Lake Tapps, Washington. So it's Sims off the line first, playing catch-up to Tapps as they head down to the finish line stripe. 1092 with an 846 miles an hour for Sims. 1093 with a 424 miles an hour. So Sims running closer to the index with that 1092 with an 8 is Tony Hopkins out of Snohomish. The 55 Chevy. The TCS side of the racetrack, Larry Minor. Washington State runner, the 69 Camaro over in the Lordco lane. As waiting on Hopkins to bring the 55 Chevy in. Its revs will build on both sides of the racetrack. Minor 190 reaction time on the tree. Going to have to work on that come eliminations. 045 light for Hopkins. 1091 with a 150 miles an hour for the 2019 Division 6 Super Street champion. And a 1091 with an 846 miles an hour for Larry Minor in the Camaro, as it's going to be Alan Loftus out of Sumner, Washington, the 82 Chevy S10 pickup truck. Over in the Lordco lane, going to face off against Brad Vinci, Mission Raceway Park regular in super combo action. Vinci playing catch-up at the stripe. 1091 with an 148 miles an hour, running closer to the index than Loftus with the 1096 with the 726 miles an hour. 010 light for Loftus, 022 reaction time for Vinci in the BNC Racing Camaro, as it's going to be Warren Jacobson out of Mission, the Chevy 2, 67 Chevy 2, and the TCS side of the racetrack up against Jerry Epp out of Abbotsford. The Ford-powered Ford Mustang, 66 Mustang Fastback over the Lordco side of the racetrack. So the two Mission Raceway Park Super Combo regulars going to make their way to the stripe. 1097 with a 5 at 140 miles an hour for Jerry Epp. Warren Jacobson running under the 1090 index. 1089 with a 2. Under by 8 thou at the stripe is Dan Parsons from Powell River in the 1970 Duster for Quality Racing, in a car that he has been racing for around 50 years here in the Pacific Northwest, up against Jerry Brown, the 71 Demon out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, in the Lordco side of the racetrack. The Plymouth version and the Dodge version in opposing sides of the racetrack. Jerry Brown, 004 on the tree. Unfortunately going under the index. 1089 with a 4, 1095 with a 7 at 130 miles an hour for Dan Parsons, well on the good side of the index. An 015 light for Parsons. Not too shabby for the first hit of the racetrack is Hermit Chan out of Vancouver over in the Lordco lane. That beautifully prepared 1967 Camaro, the first-gen machine, up against the Thunderbird out of Alberta, the TCS side of the racetrack. Almost nothing in it reaction time-wise at the starting line. 1081 with an O at 130 miles an hour. Herman Chan going well under the index. As the Thunderbird going 1090 with a 2, about 2 thou away from being dead on the index, is Dave Stobie rolling up to the ready line in this wicked cool 56 Vet. Dave has also been racing for over 50 years here in the Pacific Northwest in a car that ran at the original Mission Raceway. Crossed the way, 1072 with a 618 miles an hour. So again, running well under that 1090. And Dave gonna get that thing tuned up, ready for the second qualifying pass later this afternoon and try and run on that 1090 index. So 1072 with the 618 miles an hour for Dave Stobie. And by the looks of things, that is going to wrap up round number 1 of qualifying for Super Street action here for the NHRA Northwest National Open, presented by Lucas Oil Products. Made in America, sold to the world. Lucas Oil, proud supporter of NHRA Sportsman Drag Racing, as well as the NHRA National Open Series here in the Pacific Northwest, and Mission Raceway Park happy to be hosting another NHRA National Open here this weekend, and all the sportsman categories in action.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Doorslammers, this is your 10-minute standby call. Doorslammers, this is your 10-minute standby call. So Jason Grunland takes his done right performance Chevelle out to a 9. 1073 at 133 miles an hour. Grant Gordon 1203 at 110. We rolled Ray Bollinger and Rob Monroe Jr., the Just Mechanical A&A Customs Pontiac, facing off against the Winter Harbor Machine 1969 Acadian. With 427 cubic inches of small block Chevy motor under the hood, it'll be able to get out in front of Bollinger pretty effortlessly. Goes 1055, 125 miles an hour. Bollinger 1064 at 123 miles an hour. We'll bring up Lawrence Charnell and Richard Love. Cal Tire Port Alberta Chevelle racing against Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports 1989 S10. As Richard Love goes down track, he'll put down an 1191, 111 miles an hour. Charnell goes 1282 at 104. And that brings up Steve Baskerville and Ralph Ehlers. 2022 Mustang going up against the Junkyard Dog. A 1991 Mustang Fox body, of which there is a few in the Pro Bracket category this afternoon. Ehlers, 1083, 127 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville goes 1282 at 111. And that'll bring up the next pair of Daniel Long, running his Fox body, going up against Heather Hornell, the Dragon Wagon for Stone Speed Shop, Heather Hornell Real Estate, Brady Electrical, and Acura Locates, running the 1978 Fairmont Wagon. Hornell goes 1074 at about 20. Daniel Long goes 1261 at 110 miles an hour. And that brings up James Dobson for the Deadman's Racing and Ron's Engine Machine. Camaro going up against Ross Walker for the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. James Dobson, 1063 at 127 miles an hour. Leaving Craig Johnson for BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust and his Malibu wagon, racing against Dale Northgraves in his 77 Nova. Bit of a wait there on the tree as Craig Johnson took his time bumping in. Goes 003, but it's a red light for the Malibu wagon. He'll go 1062, 121 miles an hour TCS side, Lordco side. Northgraves goes 1048 at about 27. And that will bring up Garth Drager for the Magnum Oilfield Services Mustang, going up against Jim Stahl and his Mustang. Correction on that, Drager, of course, has not run yet this qualifying round. That is Bobby Ehlers. Case of some stolen identity and combined car numbers. Personally, I see Bobby as the real 6884 out here. He's the one that had it first at this racetrack, but it's not the NHRA number. So, of course, we're going to give it to Dranger, but Bobby Ehlers running down. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6. Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6 with overflow into 3 and 4. Doorslammers to 5 and 6 with overflow into 3 and 4. Ron Walsh brings up his Camaro Z28. He'll race against Dave Smith. Whitey Ford Mustang. 5-liter LX engine. Smith goes 994, 139 miles an hour. Ron Walsh goes 1045 at 133. And that'll bring up Stewart Town. The End Times Astra from Orco Auto Parts going up against Cassie Tippy and the 1965 Nova Wagon. Cassie Tippy will go 963, 107 miles an hour. Stewart Town 1157 at 116. And that'll bring up Mal Patterson and Sean Ernest. Malfunction Acadian for Albion Thailand will race against the 1989 Chevy S10. Patterson will go 10, 11, 132 miles an hour. Sean Ernest goes 1132 at 118. John DeBack goes 1056, 126 miles an hour. Kim Cornish goes 1108, 118 miles an hour. Next up, Dennis Winton for the Lost in Time Bel Air with a 383 small block Chevy motor. Racing Rebecca Powell for STR Racing and Outlaw Garage Customs with 406 cubic inch Nova. Alprock on the last pass goes 965, 136 miles an hour. Robert Gilla goes 1056 at 131, and we'll have Loren Schwartz and Walter Johnson. The next two up, the Titanium Auto Group of Speed Shop Monte Carlo will go up against the 1972 Chevelle. So Loren Schwartz and Walter Johnson will now run down track. Top end of the racetrack, it'll be Loren Schwartz going 1024, 131 miles an hour. Walter Johnson going 1113 at 119 miles an hour. That brings up Mike Render and the real Garth Dreger. Mike Render from Fountain Tire, Chilliwack Fortunes Auto, Lorco Auto Parts, and AFT Petroleum. Running against the Magnum Oilfield Services Mustang. So Drager goes 936, 108 miles an hour. Mike Render goes 1080 with a 123 miles an hour. That'll bring up Jim Banky and Chris Stone for the next qualifying hit. Plymouth Barracuda versus Dodge Dart. Chris Stone, thank you Mopac Auto Supply for getting that Dart down track this weekend. While Jim Banky, on to my Bucky's Mini Excavator, Rad Torque Systems, and Titanium Auto Group for the wheel standing Barracuda. That'll go down for a 1016, 132 miles an hour. Chris Stone goes 977 at 135. Next up, it'll be Nick Douglas. Douglas will be running that 2023 Charger. Looking like this is going to be a solo hit for the Super B. Douglas goes 1245, 109 miles an hour. And that will bring Rob Monroe Sr. back up for the White Knuckle Racing Model A. So we are going to have this be the last car from Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. The next time we see this class up, they will be eliminating throughout the remainder of the afternoon. So Pierre Beret will be the last, this will be his last licensing pass where he can get set to go for the Blackbird Racing Firebird from 1988.
So by the looks of things, going to be down for a little bit of track prep here ahead of Canada West Doorslammer qualifying action. Here is Canada West Doorslammers, sponsored by Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor once again for the Canada West Doorslammers Association here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, the VP Race Fuel Distributor. You can contact Jason Field to get more information on how you can get yourself your VP Race Fuel connection. Paradise Homes, as well as Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Associated Tire and Auto, also helping out with the Canada West Doorslammers Association, Associated Tire and Auto, stepping up as well to take over that title sponsorship role. Comox Valley Excavating helping out, as well as TCS Performance Products, the Titanium Auto Group, NC Engines, and Travelland RV, all supporting the Canada West Doorslammer Association as they had two qualifying hits last night. Tom Katnick currently leading the way with a 668 with a 216 miles an hour in his twin-turbocharged Chevy Camaro.
He's not the only one, though, in the 6-second bracket. Rod Leclerc not too far away either. He's currently 689, and then it's James Kennedy running third. Terry Shaflita held the number 2 qualifier spot all through Q1 with Jason Field around at the top 5. The big name, Greg Field, right now sits 11th place on the qualifying sheets with a 765. But that car, capable of going deep into the sixes and is a serious threat for the number 1 qualifier, had a pretty upset run in Q1 yesterday. Shook the tires up some fears, managed to drive through it around 330 feet and run it out the back door, but Q2, nothing to write home about. So Greg Field still battling gremlins with the active Carauto Opal. So he gets set to see if he can't make a run at Tom Katnick, who has really stepped up the performance of that TK Performance Camaro to try to see if he can get some more number 1 qualifiers in Doorslammers.
So here we go. First pair getting ready to roll into the water box.
So Justin Bond currently sitting 14th on the qualifying sheets. He'll go up against James Kennedy, who runs third, just 15 foul from breaking into the 6-second bracket.
So a pair of Grand Ams, pair of naturally aspirated Grand Ams, getting ready to run down the TCS side of the racetrack. Lordco Auto Parts side, Justin Bond and the TCS side of things. And James Kennedy, the big block Chevy power plant underneath the hood, brought to us by Kent Specialty Auto, and shout out to Big Barry as well. Jerry Haas Race Cars built Grand Am, which was Pontiac's body style of choice through the mid-2000s in NHRA Pro Stock competition, made their way since down into Sportsman competition, especially in fast door car action, just like the Canada West Doorslammers running on that Pro Tree. When it comes time for eliminations a little bit later on in the weekend, they're going to be dialing it in, one of the quicker dial-in bracket classes, probably the quickest dial-in bracket class on the property here at Mission Raceway Park. Is Justin Bond, who has driven quite a number of race cars down the titanium strip, getting ready to turn on that bottom bulb. 010 red for James Kennedy, 691 with a 4 at 199 miles an hour, 773 with a 9 at 176 miles an hour for Justin Bond on the TCS side of the racetrack. So James Kennedy actually improving on his elapsed time by pretty much a tenth, 691 with a 4. Came into the session with a 701 with a 5 as his best run of the weekend, and goes into the 6-second zone with that 691, stays in third in the qualifying order.
And talk about an improvement. The third car to get into that 6-second bracket. Poe Freeborn, the next one up, currently sits 6th place, trying to break in to the number 5 qualifying spot, but he is about a tenth and a quarter out. And then, of course, you got Dave Warren with his Blue Max Bel Air. He's trying to punch his ticket into the top 20 of the qualifying sheets, but if things go awry, both cars are already safely in the show.
So Poe Freeborn, the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, 67 Shelby Mustang, of course, the carbon fiber composite replica, the 67 Shelby. For the racer from Courtney, Comox Valley on Vancouver Island, already pre-staged, 648 cubic inches of naturally aspirated power up against Dave Warren, the Blue Max, one of the stalwarts of the class. So all NHRA class qualifying sheets are now posted on the back of the timing tower. Again, all NHRA class qualifying sheets are now posted at the back of the timing tower. 716 with an 190 miles an hour for Poe Freeborn. Dave Warren, a 793 with a 4 at 174 miles an hour for the 62 Bel Air.
So close for Freeborn to get into the top 5. Still 200s out, though, to Jason Fields, 714. So a little bit more improvement, but not too much to go. Auto Shelter, the next one up for the still cruising Cavalier, with Mike Kenworthy for the Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart Firebird. Both cars staged up. Both drivers flirting the line with 600 cubic inches under the hood. Auto Shelter, the top end of the racetrack, goes 753. 181 miles an hour for Otto Schulte. No improvement for him. Mike Kenworthy will go 820 with a 7 at 165. And I'm going to eat my words a little bit here. Schulte does improve by 400ths, but that still puts him a tenth and a half off the mark of the next car up the ladder.
Terry Shaflita, the 500 cubic inch combination under the hood, the naturally aspirated machine for the racer from Victoria. A little bit of NHRA Pro Stock DNA with the SMI carbs that actually were outlawed by the NHRA. SMI built them for the NHRA Pro Stock competition back when they were running carburetors before they switched over to electronic fuel injection. Warren Johnson got a pair, and before he could run them, NHRA said no. So Terry Shaflita has a set of those, has pretty much built a traditional 500 cubic inch Pro Stock combination to run in his 97 Firebird, has been into the 6-second zone with a 694 up against Terry Langdon Davies out of Yarrow in the Langdon Davies Concrete 41 Willys. 705 with a 2, 195 for Shaflita, as Terry Langdon Davies an 813 with a 6 at 163 miles an hour for the Willys. Shaflita 704 with a 5. Round number 2 of qualifying. That is still his best elapsed time of the weekend. 705 with a 2 in that last pass.
Adam DeYoung, the next one up, running that Artex Racing Camaro, going up against Anthony Katnick in his TK Performance Dodge Dart. Katnick right now sitting third from the bottom of the qualifying sheets, down in 31st place with an 854, but still safely in the show. Adam DeYoung, in the meanwhile, believe this actually might be his first? It is his first qualifying pass so far. Did not make a hit last night. I thought he did, but then I remembered, well, he left before the tree was ready, so he will be having his first actual timed run here in Q3 for the Artex Racing Camaro from 1967. Both cars already pre-staged. Katnick bumps in, DeYoung in right behind. And Adam DeYoung out on the racetrack. He will go 8:34. And that should slot him into about 29th place on the qualifying sheets, but in the show.
So again, with Canada West Doorslammers having to run 8:70 or quicker to get yourself in the qualifying ladder, as Ray Rusciani, formerly out of Ontario, now calls Kelowna home. Scott Robinson, former Canada West Doorslammers champ over in the Lorad Torque Systems, Postma Farms, Titanium Auto Group, JS Power Sports, AFD Petroleum, Chevy Beretta, with 615 cubic inches of naturally aspirated power for the racer out of Chilliwack, the 66 Chevy 2. For Ray Rusciani, at Exipaw's Online Pet Supplies Chevy 2. Also with Chevy power, 632 cubic inches. Underneath the hood of Rusciani's machine is waiting on Ray to turn on that bottom bulb. .006 on the tree for Scott Robinson, 765 with a 1, and that is going to improve Robinson up 1 position ahead of Johnny West in the number 12 qualifying spot. Ray Rusciani, 838 with an 162 miles per hour for the racer out of Kelowna. Is Scott Grant getting ready to back up from the burnout in that 2001 Chevy Camaro for Bubba's Speed Shop, the Titanium Auto Group. And Paul Stretch in the 2002 Chevy Cavalier, another popular body style in NHRA Pro Stock competition that has trickled down into top sportsman and fast door car racing. And Paul, former Canada West Doorslammers champion with a Mid-Island Race Engines build, big block Chevy, 638 cubic inches, propelling Paul Stretch down the Lordco lane.
Paul Stretch currently 7th on the qualifying sheets, about just shy of half a tenth off of the number 6 spot, Poe Freeborn, with the ability to try and get himself into that round. Well, Scott Grant caught napping on the tree with that one. Paul Stretch down the racetrack, though. He'll go 7:29, and that will do it. So Paul Stretch going to jump Poe Freeborn into 6th place on the qualifying sheets. He was 7:29 to 190 miles an hour. Scott Grant 8:15 at about 67. And that'll bring up Aiden Cagney for TM Performance and Lorco Auto Parts. Racing against Zach Joyce for his 1948 Austin A40 with the 512 cubic inches Mopar motor underneath the Austin. Katnick took his first big win in the big cars at the Langland Loafers all-time drags at the Doorslammer race there. And he is looking to see if he can get another win before the season is out. He's come close, but he has not been able to find his way to the top step ever since. But this weekend could look good for him.
So Aiden Katnick lighting the pre-stage bulb in the Fox-bodied Mustang. Zach Joyce, the 48 Austin A10, the supercharged machine. Turns on the bottom bulb. .054 light for Katnick, 123 for Joyce, 773 with a 975 miles an hour for Zach Joyce. And the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, 8:39 with a 562 miles an hour for Aiden Katnick. Zach Joyce, 7:79, his best elapsed time coming into the session, 7:73 with a 9. Going to improve on his position and put him up into the number 14 qualifying spot at the moment. As it is Lane Woolley, Lord Coast side of the racetrack, the Hemi-powered Duster, 1970 Duster for the Marcus family. Lane taking the wheel, and Steve Lowe from Langley, that 1992 Pontiac Firebird, 582 cubic inches of GM power. On the TCS side of the racetrack, where Steve, formerly out here in his Camaro, was quite a regular in competition. Didn't want to really cut up the Camaro to run too quick of ETs, so they elected to get this Firebird to have some fun with the Canada West Doorslammers and dip into that 7, low 8-second zone without having to take apart the Camaro and really alter it all that much. Is next pair already rolling into the water box. We'll get ready to go with this next pairing with Lane Woolley already staged. Here comes Steve Lowe. 080 light for Lane Woolley. 039 red for Steve Lowe, and a 789 with a 174 miles an hour for Lowe. 813 with a 169 miles an hour rather for Lane Woolley over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So it's going to be Grant Hell in the Lordco lane next. That 1937 Chevy Coupe, 632 cubic inches of Sunset Racing Engines power for the racer from Victoria. And Surrey's Henry Zacharias in his 1953 Corvette, 660 cubic inches of naturally aspirated power for the Zacharias Limited sponsored machine. The TCS side of the racetrack getting guided up to the start line. You can see the crew member out in front of the car flickering on that top bulb, helping to guide the driver to where that first beam is so that they can try and stage as shallow as possible in qualifying as not to rob ET. So they're trying to go for the best number that they can put up to try and set themselves up in the eliminations ladder coming up a little bit later on in the weekend. How about Henry Zacharias? 016 on the tree, 761 with a 377 miles an hour. Grant Howell, 774 with 175 miles per hour, as it is Henry Winklehorse, Howie Winklehorse. We'll get the right Winklehorse eventually. Darren Buick, your next pair. Howie, the 55 Chevy Bel Air that formerly was piloted by Henry Zacharias, the man that just went down the TCS side of the racetrack. Darren Buick from Mission, his 67 Nova.
So we'll bring up Howie Winklehorst and Darren Buick, the 1955 Bel Air with 620 cubic inches of motor going up against the Chevy Nova for Evans Excavating. As the next two run down the racetrack, Winklehorst out in front, and out in front he will stay. Goes 836, 160 miles an hour. Darren Buick 864 at $156. And that'll bring up your current number 5 qualifier, Jason Field, for the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle into the water box. And he'll face off against your number 2 qualifier, Rod LeClaire. LeClaire currently one of just 3 drivers in the 6-second bracket with a 689 at 199 miles an hour. LeClaire racing under the colors of Paradise Homes. The crew includes Andrew LeClaire, Curtis Sankey. So racing with the Canada West Doorslammers for the last 12 years. Wants to give special thanks out to Ken Specialty Auto for his 1967 Camaro to get down track. Jason Field running the Overkill Chevelle with 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor. Also sponsored by Induction Solutions, Hutch's Transmissions, and On Tap Racing. So these are a couple of the heavy hitters when it comes to qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers Association. So number 2 and number 5 running down track. And Rod Leclerc, 684, 201 miles an hour. He'll improve by half a tenth on the boards. Jason Field goes 762 at about 36.
So Johnny West, no, not that Johnny West, from Port Alberni, 1957 Chevy. And Brad Powell from Linden, Washington, is 67 Chevelle over in the Lordco lane. Brad's daughter Rebecca, that we saw earlier in pro class action, and her 66 Nova. Helping Dad out, gotten him into the beams. Brad, another racer that comes from south of the border to regularly run with the Canada West Doorslammers. And Johnny West, another longtime racer in the class, the Kingsley Trucking Lordco JNL Drive-In 57 Chevy. 622 cubic inches of rare Morrison power for Johnny West up against Brad Powell in the Chevelle. It's a solid 8-second player as both racers pre-staged. West now in, waiting on Powell to bump in. 002 red for Brad Powell, 841 with a 759 miles an hour, but the number is in the TCS side of the racetrack for Johnny West, 741 with a 6 at 183 miles an hour for Johnny in the camp from Vancouver Island over in Port Alberni. Is really one of the hubs of drag racing on Vancouver Island. Quite a lot of competitors coming out of the Alberni area.
And that's going to take us to what will be the last Doorslammer that we've got for the third round of qualifying. It'll be Tom Katnick. Katnick racing for Lordco Racing and TK Performance. Making the trip out from Maple Ridge with his 1968 Camaro. 567 cubic inches of turbo motor under the hood. He did not make a hit in Q1 last night. He did make a hit in Q2 at the end of the night. Immediately went 668 at 216 miles an hour, blitzing the field, and took the number 1 qualifying spot by a different zip code. Greg Field, the only known car on the property in the Doorslammers that can really pose any kind of threat to a time like that, but Greg Field not making a hit here in Q3. As you can see, the Northwest BB Funny cars pulling around under the bridge. They'll be the next pair up for their first passes of the afternoon. Tom Katnick shutting the engine off as they do some quick final checks on the line. Get that car fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, I can see Nick Duda down there on the line with a laptop leaning into the passenger's side, what is usually the passenger's side. As the Lordco Racing Camaro refired, Tom Katnick going to bring the machine out of Maple Ridge up to the ready line. Again, currently your number 1 qualifier in Canada West Doorslammer with a 668 with a 2 at 216 miles an hour.
Oh, but leaves well before the tree was ready. Didn't let it stage. So not an ideal run there for Tom Katnick. He won't get numbers, but that probably was easily over 200 miles an hour, right?
Yeah, it looked like a solid pass, but actually Tom didn't look like he even turned on the bottom bulb before he left the starting line, so not actually activating the tree, and unfortunately not going to get a time on that run as There they are, your first pair of Northwest Double B funny cars underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. And of course, the Double B name comes from back in the day with the class designations. If it was Double A, that's on nitro. If it's Double B, that is supercharged on methanol or alcohol. And that is exactly what these nostalgia funny cars run on, is methanol as the fuel source. And again, our first pair rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge is part of the Northwest National Open here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park.
So then we've got the Mach 1 funny car alongside Heartbreaker 4. For the first pair to run down track, they're going to fire them up.
So Royce Taylor and the TCS side of the racetrack, and Royce, that Mach 1 bodied machine and the matching Mach 1 tow vehicle, the 71 Mach 1 Mustang with the Krager SS rims. Wicked combination for the Washington State racer, and the Harder family with the Heartbreaker 4. Over the far side of the racetrack, Don Harder coming to us from Wenatchee, Washington, the interior of Washington, with two blown Brad Anderson Hemis on either side of the racetrack.
Royce Taylor, the defending points champion from 2023. Now, something that is a little unusual, unlike most funny car and dragster races where you see heads-up racing, not so this weekend. They're running on indexes, so these two funny cars both dialing in for 650 on the run down the quarter mile.
So the Northwest Double B funny cars, yeah, run on that 650 index, the old Rocky Mountain funny car. The former Rocky Mountain Funny Car Association that ran out of Alberta that you'd see these guys team up with for the old 32 funny car race that used to be part of the divisional, ran a 670 index. Few Alberta competitors making the tow up here with some of our Washington and Oregon state racers is St. John, Washington. Royce Taylor, that is where he calls home, your defending champion with the Northwest Double B Funny Car Association, and Don Harder in that beautifully prepared 1970 Camaro over in the Lordco lane. Both racers pre-stage, waiting on to build up the revs.
Straight down Broadway, Don Harder gets there first, 662 at 203 miles an hour. Royce Taylor higher on the mile an hour, but lower on the ET, went 676 at 211 miles an hour for the first funny car pass of this Saturday, and that'll bring up Tom Tevlin and Kim Parker.
You can hear the revs come up. These cars have what they call a pedal clutch, which allows the driver to bring up the revs right before they turn on that bottom bulb and leave. With the RPMs up, as your next pair is underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, and we'll hand things over. John Tapak has made his way back up to the tower. John, it's supervising some Northwest Double B funny car action, and you've seen quite a few of these passes over the years from the old National Open days when the Heritage Series Nitro cars would join in with these guys, and we'd have quite a few funny cars on the property here at Mission Raceway Park.
Certainly have. You know, you brought up the old days when we'd get 32 or close to that. There was the Rocky Mountain AA Funny Car Association along with the Pacific Northwest AA Funny Car Association. Between the two of those, we'd total almost 32 cars. But that was then, this was now. We're just happy to have the Double B Funny Cars back here, part of the National Open. Do believe we are going to see 8. In what will actually be qualifier number 2. We did run the opening qualifier last night. Only 2 cars showed up for it. So Kim Parker over in the right lane. Parker family out of Graham, Washington. Absolutely, they are fixtures of this Double B Funny Car class. Parker family here with the funny car as well as their Fuel Dragster, owned by Tracy Copeland. From what I understand, we will be seeing a test pass in the Dragster following the second outing for the Double B funny cars today. So, and this is officially the opening round of qualifying. I guess due to the no-shows last night.
This was the I left outside somewhere. Got turned into.
Due to the lack of cars last night, we're just going to label that a test session. Hey, we've had a tire gauge turned into the tower up here. So if you're missing a tire gauge, come on up here to the tower, give us a little brief description, and we'll get it back to you. Once again, somebody left their tire gauge somewhere. We're not 100% sure. That doesn't really matter. But if you're missing your tire gauge, good chance we've got it up here in the tower. Come see us, second floor of the timing tower.
So, pair of Mach 1 Mustangs. Sorry, John.
Oh, that's all right. So I was talking about Kim Parker. Great to see the Parker family back here. I was talking to Kim and Randy earlier. It's been since 2019, so 5 years since we've seen the Parkers on the property. Great to see them back here at Mission Raceway Park. So Kim Parker over in the right lane, hell on wheels. As Nolan mentioned, got Mach 1 Mustang bodies, both sides of the racetrack. So we're going back in time a little bit. Well, as Cole mentioned, the Double B designation in the old days would have designated alcohol burning with a blower. So when we see Kim's Dragster come up here a little later on today, that's an A fuel Dragster. Well, B was for alcohol, A was for nitromethane. If it was double A, there'd be a blower on it. So Tom Telvin at a Garfield, Washington, Tower Side. Both cars got the burnouts done. Tom's got some heat in his Hoosiers. They'll bring the RPMs up. Roll them in. Here we go. 4 balls lit.
Whoa, boy. Hang on, Tevlin. All over the groove with that one, but Kim Parker runs it out the back door.
So Kim Parker with a nice 671 to start off her weekend, 215 miles an hour. Telvin getting a little bit loose around half track, decided to give up on the run. He'll come back and try it again a little bit later.
Yeah, no problem. There's earplugs beside the sink if you guys want.
So it looks like Tom Telvin might need a hand getting his funny car off the track up there at the top end. So again, nice looking run for Kim Parker. 087 on the tree. Half track numbers 443, 172 at the finish line. Once again, 671, 215 miles an hour.
Now you see some shirts being thrown out to the grandstands over here. There you go. You got some free merch throws for you folks over here pit side. I want to give a big shout out to the fire and safety crews. You know, they're in their vehicles all suited up in some pretty heavy fire gear for a good chunk of the day, and it's hot out there, especially in that heavy gear. So, you know, they're the ones that are putting in a lot of work today to make sure that we can get this race in fully.
No, this morning started out, well, we actually started out the day in fog cover. Nice, cool morning. Well, that is changing rapidly. It's getting warm out there. Now, yesterday was like stupid warm. Today should be slightly less stupid warm.
I feel like yesterday they were a little delayed for the call for August. They forgot what month it was in.
Well, the old saying goes, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. There might have been some truth to that yesterday. There's a lot of heat, too. It was 32 degrees or 31 maybe. Today they're calling for 1 degree less. So I don't know if you'll be able to feel the difference, but just knowing it's supposed to be cooler might help. So it looks like safety has cleared the top end. We get the good to go signal. Race director Wally DePerrin giving the next pair the signal to fire them up. The damn Yankee car over in the right lane. Now, in many cases, these cars are recreations of cars that existed decades ago, keeping the names alive. Back then, it was very common to name your car. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We're getting numerous reports of cars, well, either parked fully blocking a lane or partially blocking a lane, making it very hard for race cars to get around. So we're going to make the call now. Have a look at where your car's parked. If it's in the way, you're going to have to find a better spot. We'll also make the call now for Sportsman. We'll give Sportsman a standby call. Sportsman, please get ready to go. This is your standby call. So again, as we were saying, we're getting numerous reports of cars blocking some of the pit roads or partially blocking the pit roads. We need you to move those cars. The pits should be for race cars and support vehicles only. Now, every weekend we get some that sneak across, and everybody wants to have their friends over and give them a really good parking spot, but the reality is that's just not possible, and it's not practical either. So here we go with Max Yermenko and Brent Murray. Brent Murray in the damn Yankee leads the way down the track. Top end, he goes 660 with a 5. 208 miles an hour. Max Yeremko right beside him going 689, 205 miles per hour. So again, this Funny Car Association, just to keep costs under control and not giving anyone any incentive to go spend a bunch of money, make their car faster than everybody else's. They have turned it into somewhat of an index class. So you're not allowed to go any quicker than 650. For the most part, it's going to look just like heads-up racing. Obviously, it would be, with both cars indexed at 650. The idea being 650 is a pretty aggressive number for most of these cars. Most of them are not going to be able to achieve 650. So for all intents and purposes, this is just straight heads-up racing. However, one little caveat to kind of keep things from getting out of control. Nobody's allowed to go quicker than 650.
So far, nobody has gotten into the 650 bracket. Drivers have gone. I think actually Brent Murray's pass there might have been the quickest pass we've had so far in this qualifying hit. Now
Greg Howland coming off right-hand side. Put Put your hands together for those two. Nice, big, long burnouts. That's kind of a signature trait of this Northwest Double B Funny Car Association. They like to put on a good show for you. So the Zeus car, the 79 Corvette you see in the right-hand lane. Multi-time Double B Funny Car champion out of Wenatchee, Washington. He'll line up beside Ralph Hubert. Hubert over here, Tower Side out of Chehalis, Washington. The 1971 CUDA, the power sports car. So modern funny cars kind of have the body slung down low. These guys are loud and proud. Rear end of the car sticking way up in the air. Hey, listen up in the pits. Sportsman, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Sportsman to lanes 1 through 4. Sportsman, this is your call to staging. Sportsman will take you now in lanes 1 through 4. And with that, we'll give a standby call to Super Pro. Super Pro, get ready to go. You are on standby. Howland leading the way. 672, 190 miles an hour for Greg Howland in the right lane. 687, 204 miles an hour for Ralph Hubert in the left lane. So Howland was doing almost 10 mile an hour faster at the 1,000-foot mark. Yet he's down on mile an hour at the end, so he was definitely off the gas and coasting to card that 672 number that you see, or saw rather, up on the Lordco side reader board. That's going to do it for round number 1 of qualifying.
So that'll take us down to the Nitro Harleys for their second qualifying hit. We got Damian Cowden coming on up over here, Tower side. Looked to make one test hit yesterday, had to shut it off by about 330 feet. He is looking to make his first actual qualifying pass this afternoon. We had 3 bikes that tried to qualify last night. Those bikes were, of course, Nate Gagnall. You, of course, then had Austin Christopher as well. Who was the last one? Pete Wall was the third bike, of course, but only Gagnall was only able to make a full hit. Austin Christopher was really gunning for the number 1 time, but some problems set in for his run. He had to lift out, and it was the same story for Pete Wall. I do see Jim Schellenberg and the Rip It Up Racing crew out there as well, so it looks like we'll have all 5 out to party once again. And we'll start it off with Cowden and one of those big kids racing bikes over there on the far side. So Pete Wall's already ready to go. Damian Cowden rolling into the water box. Q2 of Top Fuel Harleys about to kick off. Cowden sponsored by Parker Johnson Maxim Machine. Cowden looking for one of his first big full poles of the weekend. As both riders stage it up. And finally, Cowden gets down the quarter mile. He does lift out shy but he does go 7:14, 153 miles an hour, while Pete Waugh goes 7:15 at 169. So improvements on both sides. They will sit 2 and 3 now on the qualifying sheets. We will now bring up Jim Schellenberg, and we'll also bring up Nate Gagnon. So Jim Schellenberg will bring it up for Rip It Up Racing. And we're going to be moving on as well to Nate Gagnon. For Big Kids Racing over on the far side of the racetrack. Both bikes fired up. Schellenberg pre-stage, Gagnon bumping in just behind Gagnon, currently the #1 qualifier. Schellenberg seeing if he can challenge. Straight down the racetrack, as straight as an air can be. 637, 221 miles an hour. Gagnon improves on the #1 qualifier with a huge margin. About 2/10 he's going to improve on that one. Took it from a 650 to a 637 and bumping the mile an hour up from 213 to 221. A great run for him. Jim Schellenberg slots into #2 with a 685 at 201 miles an hour. But here comes Austin Christopher. Christopher has been the #1 qualifier twice this season. He has gotten 2 wins in both of those races as well. One of the biggest threats for the #1. And the only reason why he lifted out last night was because he carried the front wheel a little higher than he expected. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sportsman, this is your final call. Sportsman, this is your final call to the lanes for your second round of qualifying. And Super Pro, you are on a short standby. So Austin Christopher, sponsored by Ron Howneed, or that bike was built by Ron Howneed. He runs under the Fastlane Racing colors. On out from Hope, ready to make another swing at it. Oh boy, getting over to the wall, keep it in the groove, takes that one to the top end, 680 with a 5, 207. It'll be good enough for number 2, but still, number 1 remains out of reach for Austin Christopher for now. Hey, Austin's crew, the Fast Lane Racing guys. We got some money for you up here in the tower, by the way, for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder if you want it. I'm sure you guys do. So, yeah, send one of you guys on up here. We'd be more than happy to give you some cash. And that will take us up to the, well, it's going to be an interesting one here, Cole. We got ourselves with the Island Nitro team, a nostalgia front-engine dragster.
Well, Nolan, not just a nostalgia front-engine dragster, nostalgia top fuel front-engine dragster running on around 90% nitromethane, 671 supercharger on top of a small block Chevy on nitro. Phil Ruskowski out of Victoria. Phil runs this car with the NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series, which runs primarily at Famoso Raceway just outside of Bakersfield, which is home to the famed March Meet and California Hot Rod Reunions. Also ran the NHRA National Hot Rod Reunion in Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beach Bend Raceway Park. Also made the trip over to Tulsa Raceway Park in the 2023 NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series season. Elected to skip out on the 2024 season to try and test some new combinations and get this car dialed in for a run at the 2025 NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series season. Only a 12-inch tire on the back of this machine, making around 4,000 horsepower, and if everything goes right, capable of running well into the 5-second zone. And Phil looks like going to try and make a half-track pass, as this is going to be their first run of the season for the Exhibitionist Island Nitro Nostalgia Top Fuel Dragster. Solid launch, goes 115 to the 60-foot mark, 296 at 125, 296 rather to the 330-foot mark. Clicked it off early with a 468 with a 725 to the 8th mile. Coast through the traps to an 876 with a 2 at 95 miles an hour, shutting it off early, but a strong initial hit for Phil Ruskowski. And the Island Nitro Nostalgia Top Fuel Dragster is they're going to be coming back throughout the afternoon as soon as the Top Fuel Harleys have finished off their runs to continue tweaking away on that machine here for Saturday of the Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park, presented by Lucas Oil Products. And big thanks to Phil and the team for making the trip over from the island. Again, trying to get some test passes underway here in the 2024 season so they can head into the 2025 NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series season with some data on the car and some runs in the books. So again, Phil Ruskowski making that pass down the Lordco lane. Just a quick check of the racing surface over in the spectator side of things, as that is going to wrap things up for your Nostalgia Top Fuel exhibition run. Northwest Double B Funny Cars obviously done their first qualifying hit of the day, and Top Fuel Harley making their second pass of the weekend, qualifying pass that is. They're all going to be back multiple times throughout the afternoon, so make sure to check out all the action. Make sure to listen in for the lane calls. 92.7 FM is the FM station for all racers in the pit area to tune in to make sure that you can hear the PA system here at Mission Raceway Park if you aren't immediately pitted near a speaker. So again, 92.7 FM is what you're going to turn your FM dial to so you can hear all your lane calls throughout the rest of this weekend's NHRA Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. Again, presented by Lucas Oil Products. Made in America, sold to the world. Lucas Oil proud supporter of NHRA Championship Drag Racing and the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Series with the NHRA, as well as the National Open Series for each NHRA division throughout the 2024 season. So yeah, just a quick check over that Lordco lane, which is what the delay is, and Phil Rizkowski going to be coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon as well to make his second test pass of the weekend in that car that is former Tony Bartone-owned car that was, at one point, the quickest nostalgia top fuel dragster in history for the racer out of Victoria. And of course, Phil buying that to upgrade his operation a few years ago now and has been making do with that small block Chevy, which usually when you're running nostalgia top fuel, you're running a 392 Hemi, an earlier model Hemi, one or two competitors switching over to a 426 late model Hemi combination here in the last few years. But Phil tried and true with the small block Chevy on nitro and a very unique combination that really only one other competitor is running at the moment in the NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series. So Phil trying to get the handle on that. An early shut off 876 with a 2 at 95 miles an hour. A strong early 60-foot numbers. Good indication that they're on the right track to get that car to start producing some solid ETs and numbers. So Sportsman is currently in the lanes. Also have some of our junior competitors lined up for Peden Industries as well. So as soon as we get the A-OK, the track surface is okay in the Lordco side of the racetrack, we'll roll on in with some more action coming up for day number 2 of the National Open. Of course, had test and tune action qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers last night here at MRP in some very cool conditions in comparison to what we have been enduring here in the Fraser Valley over the last little bit. Is the sounds of things underneath the main floor of the tower here that the scrubber might have to make an appearance onto the racing surface. So they're going to take a quick pass down the racetrack and make sure that a little bit of fluid that was laid down in the Lordco lane is all cleared up and ready to go before we move into the rest of qualifying. The second qualifying session coming up for your sportsman class competitors is right after that. They're going to head into eliminations, try and run for the Wally for the National Open here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park. So Scrubber's going to make an appearance on the racetrack. We'll get everything cleaned up, sorted, and ready to go before we head into the second and final qualifying round for Sportsman here at Mission Raceway Park, part of the JBS Equipment Summit ET Series here at Mission Raceway Park. I should correct myself, the JBS Equipment ET Series here at Mission. So hearing that shouldn't be too major of a cleanup, just a few drops that they will bring out the scrubber just to make sure that everything is dried up and raceable as possible. So that'll necessitate a few passes down the Lordco side of the racetrack. So it shouldn't be too much longer before we get into the rest of racing action here at MRP. Of course, you were mentioning good time to head on over to the Half-Track Snack Shack, which is fully transitioned over to its lunch menu. Of course, if you get here early enough, they have a great breakfast offering. The Pro Shop right across from the Half-Track Snack Shack, that is open for business. Of course, you can get all your MRP 2024 merchandise. A few leftovers, I know, hanging out from Door Wars, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, so get those while supplies last at the Pro Shop, and only a few more weekends in the 2024 season to try and get your 2024 Mission Raceway Park merchandise for the Titanium Strip here at MRP. course, we touched on the Mopac Auto Supplies Street Legals here at Mission Raceway Park. You want to bring your own vehicle out here to MRP, just got to fill out the $50 for a tech card, make sure that it passes technical inspection, and you can race your way down the Titanium Auto Group strip, the quarter mile here at Mission Raceway Park, all part of the Mopac Auto Supplies Street Legals here at Mission Raceway Park, one of our more popular, almost weekly, semi-weekly, bi-weekly series here at Mission. Just checking that September 13th going to be the next Mopac Auto Supply Street Legal. And, of course, Mission residents get in for free for all Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals. All you got to do is provide a piece of photo ID. Street Legals starting around 5 p.m. and running until around 10 or 11 p.m., which is weather dependent, obviously, and track condition dependent as we get longer into the month of September. So again, September 13th, the next chance for you to run your street car down the strip here at Mission Raceway Park. In terms of JBS Equipment ET Series action, we are going to have the Farmer Memorial Mission Finals coming up September 20th to the 22nd here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, in honor of Ron Farmer, who passed away last year, and all of his hard work to get this iteration of Mission Raceway and Mission Raceway Park built and up and running. Of course, this particular track opening back in 1992, and the original track closed in 1978. That is going to wrap things up for JBS Equipment ET Series action. Then to pretty much wrap up the Saturday-Sunday action here at Mission Raceway Park for the 2024 season, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, September 27th to the 29th, featuring, of course, the West Coast Pro Modifieds Outlaw 275 action for MDA Fabrication, and everybody else helping on, should say, Milron Truck Bodies Outlaw 275 this year. Top Fuel Harley, as well as Winter Harbor Marine and RV, Canada West Doorslammers, and McLeod BC Super Shifters, all going to be in action September 27th through the 29th here at Mission Raceway Park. Our final street legal here at Mission going to be on October the 4th. So still some events going on throughout September and into early October here at MRP. You can head to missionraceway.com for more information, or our Instagram and Facebook accounts to keep updated with everything there is for the month of September and into October here at Mission Raceway Park. So you can see that the tractor has now replaced the scrubber out on the racing surface. They've got the drag mats in place. Looks things still the scrubber making a few final passes as the tractor now taking over as they will drag the racetrack, then spray it, and get ready for Sportsman action coming up next. Well, sound of tractors has been replaced by the sound of race cars, which is a lot more welcome sight here at Mission Raceway Park. We're going to make the call for Super Pros. Super Pro, we need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro to 5 and 6. Motorcycle, this is your standby call to the lanes. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle, this is your standby call. So again, as we mentioned, rolling into the final qualifier here for Sportsman class action. Brennan Piskacek in the 1990 Ford Fox-bodied Mustang. Well, 302 under the hood, going to face off against Tyler Dobson, who had some problems in round 1 of qualifying. Looking to put a time and a reaction time on the board to get him on the ladder for the Deadman Racing 78 Camaro. 085 red for Piskacek and 113 on the tree for Dobson. Camaro's going to get to the stripe first. 1196, 115 miles an hour, 1329 with an O at 100 miles an hour for Piskacek in the Mustang. Jeff Hoffman, Mission Zone, going to get ready to roll up to the ready line with Peden Industries 1970 GMC pickup. 383 Chevy underneath the hood, and Rob Getz out of Kamloops in the F-250. Rolling through the gears over in the Lordco lane, and he's transitioned over to the all-wheel drive F-150 over there in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Takes that all-wheel drive machine to a 1263 with a 4, gets to the stripe second. 1257 with a 305 miles an hour for Jeff Hoffman. 077 on the tree. 191 reaction time for Rob Getz. So Hoffman going to get the bragging rights as they finish off their final passes in qualifying. Next time they roll up to the ready line, going to be in eliminations. And Copeland out of Surrey, the 2016 Subaru SUV, up against Steve Baskerville and his 2022 5-liter Mustang. Both racers going to want to try and chip a little bit away at the reaction time department when it comes to eliminations coming up a little bit later on. 1297 with the 3 at 112 miles an hour for the Mustang for the racer out of West Vancouver. And Copeland going to get to the stripe with a 1250 with a 7 at 91 miles an hour as it's Darcy Lalonde out of Shawnigan Lake. A convertible 67 Ford Mustang going to face off against Jason Stobie, the 2022 GMC pickup for Stobie Excavating. .063 light for the GMC, the AT4, and the diesel. And down the Lordco lane, the Mustang, 633 reaction time, needing to chip away at that, as well as a 1486 with a 481 miles an hour for Darcy Lalonde. 1579 with a 7 at only 84 miles per hour for Jason Stobie. As Richard Love out of a Soyuz. 1989 Chevy S10. Colin Moore, the 63 Ford Fairlane over in the Lordco lane. Moore, the racer out of Chilliwack, going 009 red. Red on the wrong side of the tree by 9 thou. 073 reaction time for Richard Love is he's going to get to the stripe with an 1194 the 110 miles an hour. 1406 with a 697 miles an hour for Colin Moore is Archie Limpright in the 1982 Chevy Monte Carlo out of Langley. The TCS side of the racetrack facing off against Matt Warner. in the 69 Dodge. A Linden Service Center sponsored Dodge for the weekend. The borrowed ride for Matt Warner. How about an 0-12 reaction time? Not too shabby in the tree and the Lordco side of the racetrack for the Dart. 12:05 with a 308 miles an hour. 13:40 with an 8 at 101 miles an hour for Archie Limpright. This is going to be Dave Copeland out of Surrey, the 2008 Trailblazer. He's going to go up against Grant Gordon in the 1969 Dodge Dart. 440 power for Grant Gordon. 029 red for Grant Gordon. 050 on the tree for Copeland. Gordon going to get to the stripe first. If it was eliminations, would have red-lighted away his chances. 12:06 with the 310 miles an hour. 17:01 with an 0 at 84 miles per hour for Dave Copeland. Ron Clark coming up to the ready line next for the racer out of Port Alberni is 1969 Chevelle. Up against Kevin McCauley from Maple Ridge, the 83 Olds Cutlass. 350 small block Chevys on both sides of the racetrack in two different generations of GM products. .010 red for McCauley, .025 for Ron Clark, the racer out of Port Alberni. 1181 rather with a 2 at 112 miles per hour for McCauley. 1255 with a 605 miles an hour for Ron Clark. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, we need you guys to lane 1. Standby call for Hot Rod. This is a standby call for Hot Rod and motorcycles. We need you guys to lane number 1. Randy Hermson in the Wing Behemoth, the 58 Oldsmobile. TCS side of the racetrack. Eric Hansen, the Broadway Refrigeration Dart. And you get to the stripe with a 12:42 with a 706 miles an hour. Getting there first. 13:68 with a 3 at 102 miles per hour for Randy Hermson. 051 on the tree for Hermson. 129 light for Hansen as Bill Wells out of Mission is 79 Malibu. Going to get ready to roll up to the staging beams in the TCS side of the racetrack. Lawrence Charnell in the 68 Chevelle out of Port Alberni. Already staged and ready to go in the Lordco lane. Bill Wells, 81 years young in the Malibu, and going 049 red. .224 light for the Chevelle over in the Lordco lane, and Wells going to get to the line first. 11:57 with a 912 miles an hour. 12:88 with a 6 at 104 for Charnell is rolling low in the 55 Meteor, back when Ford of Canada produced some of its own cars here in Canada. Racer out of Aldergrove, going to go up against Sylvia Hookstens out of Maple Ridge in the 66 Ford Mustang. 302s a pair on either side of the racetrack. Rolling low and pulling the front wheels off the ground just a wee bit with an 049 light, 133 light for Sylvia Hookstens, as it's going to be the Mustang getting to the stripe first. 1272 with a 605 miles an hour, 1292 with a 4 at 101 miles per hour for Roland Lowen. So the Chevelle up against the Dodge Charger over in the Lordco lane. Noel, your defending Sportsman category champion over the Lordco side of the racetrack, going 009 on the tree. As the Chevelle goes red, 035 red as a matter of fact, 1173 with a 913 miles an hour, 1246 with a 3 at 109 for the Dodge over in the Lordco lane. What looks to be the final car. In Sportsman qualifying round number 2, Martha Lang out of Puyallup, 1980 Chevy Malibu, also running in stock super stock combo this weekend. .064 in the reaction time department, 12 flat with a 308 miles per hour for Martha Lang. The racer out of Puyallup is just a little bit of a touch-up on the starting line. Underway is, again, motorcycles. We made a call for you guys to be in lane number 1. So motorcycles in lane 1. Hot Rod, you are on a standby call at the moment. Getting ready to roll next into qualifying session number 2 of Super Pro here in the afternoon. Is working our way through qualifying. Going to be heading into eliminations shortly for the majority of our classes in competition. As again, a little bit of a touch-up down there in the starting line, and is making our way through qualifying. Final session coming up for Super Pro, followed by Motorcycle Q2, Hot Rod, BC Super Shifters, and get back into the junior categories. So you already saw round number 1 of qualifying for the Northwest WB Funny Car Associations. They're going to be back up with 2 passes coming on a little bit later on in the afternoon. Top Sportsman, Stock, Super Stock Combo, Top Dragster, all going to be coming back, as well as Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street. And after we wrap up their second qualifying session, it's going to be rolling into first round of eliminations for Pro, Sportsman, Super Pro, Motorcycle, all of the JBS Equipment ET Series classes here this afternoon for the NHRA Northwest National Open, again presented by Lucas Oil, helping us out big time here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as with NHRA Division 6 and the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Series. So they've been the presenting sponsor of that division of the NHRA for well over 20 years at this point, and a great partnership that is still ongoing with all the folks at Lucas Oil Products, and definitely a very present company, easy for me to say, here in drag racing with Lucas Oil Products, as well as across the world of motorsports. So your first pair is Super Pro Q2 getting ready to roll into the water box. It's going to be Willie Oliver out of Mission. His Rad Torque Systems Dragster going to face off against Jan Christensen out of Langley, the El Gringo. 67 Nova, part of the fleet of Christensen family racing cars. Jan the racer out of Langley over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. You can see, pause for burnout. It's going to say you can see the communication between the two crews as Jan waiting for Willie to back up from the burnout, seeing that he is going to have a little bit longer of a start line procedure, so trying to time their run up to the staging beams to coincide as equally with each other as they possibly can. As Willie Oliver also double dipping in top dragster competition, so is Jan Christensen. He is also running in top sportsman action. Both racers pre-staged on either sides of the racetrack, waiting on them to turn on the bottom bulb, and here we go for the first pair in Super Pro Q2. Jan Christensen. 002 in the reaction time department. Willie Oliver going to get to the line first, 782 with an 8 and an 014 light. No slouch in the tree either for Willie. But 002 in the reaction time department for Jan Christensen. Gets to the stripe with an 867 with an 156 miles an hour. Sammy Pujol out of Abbotsford, the Rad Torque Systems sponsored Dragster over in the TCS side of the racetrack up against John Jenkins from Delta, the 1988 S10 pickup. West Coast Building, Mackenzie Racing, and Lordco Auto Parts. .041 on the tree for the rare Morrison-powered Dragster, and an 801 with a 2 at 142 miles an hour for Tammy Pujol. John Jenkins getting to the line with a 1060 with a 9 at 123 miles an hour is going to be next up for Lorenz Schwartz out of Langley, the 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo for the Titanium Auto Group. And Jason Gibson from Surrey, the 1991 Fox Body Mustang that we've seen run in limited street competition in the 8th mile heads-up category side of things with the West Coast Outlaws. Got the car set up last little bit to run her for the full quarter mile over in the Lordco lane. Both racers up on the tree. 010 light for Gibson, 022 for Schwartz. At a 981 with a 437 miles an hour in the drag radial for Jason Gibson. For the racer out of Surrey, Lorenz Schwartz, a 1025 with a 631 miles per hour. For the Monte Carlo is Craig Johnson, the 1979 Malibu wagon for BC Scale and Johnson's custom exhaust. To square off against Mike Robinson, the racer out of Chilliwack, 27 Ford Roadster, JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports, helping to get that beautifully turned out candy apple red machine down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Double O reaction times on either side of the titanium strip. 005 light for Robinson gets there first. 925 with a 441 miles an hour. 1066 with a 421 miles an hour for Craig Johnson, who is 009 in the reaction time department. So the Duster, TCS side of the racetrack, 72 Duster going to go up against the Chevelle in the Lordco lane. 075 light for the Chevelle. Duster, well, we won't mention the reaction time over there. 1049 with 119 miles an hour. 1091 with a 3 at 132 for the Chevelle is John Brenning out of Parksville. The 1981 Chevy Camaro. Yes, that is a 1981 Chevy Camaro with a, I believe, 70.5 Chevy Camaro front end on John Brenning's car. Kevin McNichol, Rad Torque Systems, 67 Nova with small block Chevy power over in the Lordco lane. Brenning did not get down the racetrack in round 1 of qualifying. Much better for Brenning on that run. 935 with a 447 miles an hour for the Camaro. Going to get to the stripe first. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod. Hot Rod to lanes 3 and 4 and BC Super Shifters. BC Super Shifters, this is your standby call. Once again, Hot Rod. We need you guys lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters, this is your standby call. 1016 for Kevin McNichol as Emma Debris Coos out of Shawnigan Lake and Jace O'Hara from Lake Tapps, Washington. Coos in the Dragster going 899 with a 745 miles an hour. Much better pass from round number 1, where she got some problems, I believe, with the trans brake from the looks of things off the hit. And Jace O'Hara running 1089 with a 423 miles an hour. But how about the reaction time for Jace O'Hara? 001 on the tree. 1 thou away from being perfect in the reaction time department for Jace O'Hara. as Kevin Garlock from Victoria, the 1971 Chevy Camaro with the big block Chevy power plant, 632 cubic inches to be exact of big block Chevy power. Gonna face off against Kim Jong-Kine, the very brightly painted Titanium Auto Group JBS Equipment sponsored Dragster over in the Lordco lane. Garlock, 005 on the wrong side of the tree. 898 with a 347 miles an hour for the Camaro. 765 with a 273 miles an hour and an 031 light for Kim Jong-Kine. As your next pair rolling up to the ready line, Wes Hendricks, the 68 Falcon. Will board out 391 Cleveland. Started out as a 351 Cleveland. And got bored out a few cubic inches, is Paul Soares from Terrace, the 95 Pontiac, over in the Lordco lane. $183 red for Hendricks. Soares 052 on the correct side of the Christmas tree and goes through to an 824 with an 8. At 166 miles an hour, a 1057 with a 7 at 127 miles per hour for Wes Hendricks at a Heffley Creek in the Falcon. John Tabak, fresh off announcing duties, back behind the wheel, the Rad Torque Systems, and cold front S10 for the racer out of Maple Ridge, and Ted Buss out of Shawnigan Lake, the 34 Ford Roadster. Shawnigan Trucking Machine off the line second, gets to the finish line first. 923 with a 542 miles an hour. Of course, that constitutes pretty much just for bragging rights. Just trying to set the ladder heading into eliminations. 1063 with a 2 at 125 for John Tabak. Racer out of Maple Ridge is Colton Morin. In his big block Chevy powered Morin Motorsports Dragster. Against Jeremy Soares, making the toe down from Terrace. The Soares Transport Quick Tech Race Cars sponsor machine, helping him to get down from the north of the province. Jeremy also racing over at Rad Torque Raceway in Edmonton, Alberta, with their Top Eliminator Club bracket series that they run. As both racers pre-stage, waiting on the tree to come down as they are going to bump on that bottom bulb. Double O reaction times a pair again. 003 light for Colton Moore, or rather for Jeremy Soares. 748 with a 4. 178 miles an hour. 801 with a 566 miles an hour. Colton Moore going 008 in the tree. 003 for Soares. Pretty happy crew down there on both sides. So Martin Rochelle, the TCS side of the racetrack, for the racer from Surrey. Very experienced super street competitor, super pro competitor as well. Running in both classes is a front engine dragster over in the Lordco lane, making its first run of the weekend, qualifying wise. Missed out in the first session, but getting ready to bring that machine up to the ready line. Kind of the traditional setup, the slingshot back in the 50s and 60s before transitioning back into rear engine dragster combinations. So Jamie Wellwood in the front engine dragster. 010 light for Rochelle. Wellwood, reaction time starts with a 9. It's also what the ET starts with. 927 with a 5, 143 miles an hour. 1093 with a 7 at 124 for Rochelle, as it's going to be Rick McKinney, the racer out of Richmond, on the TCS side of the racetrack. Wes Vaff out of Kamloops going 309 red. And the Lordco side of the racetrack, 932 at the 9, 147 miles an hour, 1061 at the 8 at 125 for Rick McKinney in the Super Stock Camaro, 1994 Chevy Camaro. So it is time for some motorcycle action, switching over to the two-wheel side of things. So Al Oman and the Lordco side of the racetrack. Al has, well, too many Mission Raceway Park Motorcycle Championships to list off pretty much. Al over there in the Kawasaki, and the 81 Kawasaki over in the TCS side of the racetrack here in the Tower side. That is Kamloops' Bill Aiken. Al Oman out of Agassiz, the Thrifty Machine Shop sponsored mount. So here we go with your first pair. So both riders getting ready to bring it into the beams. Al Oman, again, Mission Raceway Park regular, multi-time track champion here at Mission, is he's getting ready to turn on and has turned on the top ball. Bill Aiken following suit. 1981 Kawasaki. Pretty strong field of motorcycles here this weekend. 040's a pair, 042 for Aiken, 048 for Al Oman, and Oman going to get to the stripe first with a 904 the 5 at 142 miles an hour, 927 with a 1 at 139 miles per hour. Notice the pro tree for the motorcycles, which means that all three hammers flashing on simultaneously instead of the Sportsman tree that blinks down with each individual amber bulb. If you're new to drag racing and how the Christmas tree starting system works. So BC Super Shifters, we need you guys lanes 5 and 6. Super Shifters, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, this is your standby call. Junior Thunder, standby call. Super Shifters, we need you guys lanes 5 and 6. Jody Brickwood out of Surrey, the 78 Kawasaki that just went down the Lordco side of the racetrack. 943 with a 9 at 137 miles an hour. 956 with an 8 at 140 miles an hour for Bill McDonald out of Darouche on board his 1986 Kawasaki. So make a standby call for all juniors, not just Junior Thunder. Standby call for all Peyton Industries junior classes. That is Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Street. Standby call for all junior classes. BC Super Shifters, we have called you to lanes 5 and 6. Daryl Storzuk from Surrey. It's 1988 Suzuki. Sponsored by Leak Pro. And the Lordco lane. So an 865 with a 250 miles an hour for Storzuk. As Corey Craig from Chilliwack, the The Suzuki Hayabusa going to go up against Tom Turon. The Suzuki GSXR that he calls the Kraken, a regular at the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals here at Mission Raceway Park. So is Corey Craig. .036 red on Turon's side of the racetrack. Is Corey Craig going to get to the stripe first? An 820 with a 6 at 166 miles an hour. 871 with a 9 at 154 miles per hour on both street legal motorcycles on both sides of the racetrack. So that'll finish off motorcycle action. Time for Super Pro to roll into the water box for their second and final qualifying session. Let me try that again. Darcy Lubinsky out of Surrey, the 1969 Mercury Cougar in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. So Lubinsky staged, ready to roll down the Lordco lane and getting told to back it out at the last possible second. So gonna back it out of the beams and see if we'll make a second attempt at that, as the starting line crew telling Darcy to hold off for the moment. So waiting for the first car to roll down the racetrack is problems. The window net coming down, and we'll push the Cougar back from the starting line and take a quick look at things. Peden Industries junior classes. Peden Industries junior classes. We need Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, we need Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Junior categories. This is your call to the lanes. So you can see that Darcy Lubinsky got shut off down there in the starting line because leaking just a little bit of fluid down there on the starting line, as they're going to clean things up down there. Fortunately, got shut off before he could make a pass down the racetrack and further cause any trouble down the Lordco lanes, so that cleanup confined just to the starting line. So Lubinsky's car going to get pushed back, and Darcy's going to have to make the slow roll back into the pit area. So again, a little bit of cleanup work necessary on the starting line here as we continue to roll through the final qualifying sessions for your JBS Equipment ET Series and NHRA National Open categories. Get into eliminations coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. Canada West Doorslammer Q4 and the Northwest WB Funny Car Association qualifying sessions getting ready to come up right around 3 o'clock, looking at the schedule. So once again, junior classes, now that it's quiet, we've made the call for junior categories to make their way to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder in lane 1, Junior Lightning lane 2, and Junior Street in lanes 3 and 4 for Peden Industries, helping us out with junior class action. So attention in the pits, Top Dragster. Top Dragster, you guys are on standby. Rad Torque Systems, Top Dragster, you are on standby. This is your standby call to the lanes. So still with Super Pro back in the lanes, as well as BC Super Shifter action going to be coming up for McLeod clutches and junior class action. Rolling through the program here is, again, thanks to everybody who's been joining us in the Lordco Auto Parts Mission Raceway Park TV live stream up on YouTube as well as Facebook. And a big thanks to TuneZilla for bringing us all of the start line cam action, and Valley Tech Productions once again teaming up with Mission Raceway Park for our live streams, as well as our special event productions throughout the season at events like Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, as well as Door Wars. Of course, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder a few weeks ago here at Mission Raceway Park got hit pretty hard by weather, but still managed to get in a pretty strong Sunday that was filled from daylight to dusk and then some, with all the racing action that we had to try and make up for over the course of 2 days that were eliminated by weather. As the sounds of things, you can hear race cars firing up, and looks like got a pair coming underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, so cleanup work looks to be completed as we roll into Super Pro action. Oh, we'll roll into Hot Rod action. So we have finished things up with Super Pro and now into Hot Rod. It's going to be Rob Monroe, the Acadian in the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Matt Warner, that beautifully prepared 66 Mercury. It offers plenty of sky-high launches, putting that thing on the bumper on more than one occasion, pretty much every time he brings it out to Mission Raceway Park. The racer out of Sumas, Washington, literally just across the border. And Rob Monroe from Surrey, Acadian that he rebuilt himself, as well as Dad with the small block Chevy power plant. The TCS side of the racetrack. Well, Matt Warner gonna lead before the tree was activated, so not gonna register a time. Rob Monroe carries it through to a 1060 with a 124 miles per hour for the racer out of Surrey. So they're going to back Matt Warner up, and, well, now he's going to get a single and a second stab at trying to go down to the Lordco side of the racetrack in the Cyclone. Wheels up and hauling 054 in the tree. And to the stripe, 1060 with a 123 miles per hour for Matt Warner is Sylvia Hookstons at the ready line, her 66 Ford Mustang, also in Sportsman competition this weekend. Dennis Winton, a four-door 66 Bel Air called Lost in Time. 427 under the hood for the racer from Abbotsford. .092 light for the Bel Air that gets down to the finish line with 1036 with a 929 miles an hour. 1284 with a 9 at 103 miles per hour for Sylvia Hookstons in the 66 Mustang is Rob Monroe Sr. for White Knuckle Racing. The 31 Model A with the supercharged big, or rather small block Chevy for the racer out of Langley. Going to face off against Ron Clark from Port Alberni, his 1969 Chevelle. With the 350 small block Chevy power plant. Ron Clark, 001 red on the wrong side of the Christmas tree, and an 895 with a 947 miles per hour for Robin Rose Sr., 102 light for the Model A. As Roy Roman out of North Vancouver, the 66 Rambler, the Trick or Treat AMC for Roman Metalworks. The 1927 T-Bucket Roadster in the TCS side of the racetrack. .072 red for the Rambler. Roadster gets there with an 898 with a 445 miles an hour. 1228 with an 8 at 96 miles per hour for Ray Roman. As Terry Hoogson's going to come up to the ready line next, the 66 Chevy. Face off against Randy Herbson, the Wing Behemoth 58 Oldsmobile. Another racer double dipping in Sportsman as well as Hot Rod. Randy Hermson, the Mission Racer, going 098 in the tree. Gets to the line second. Hoogston's 1193 with a 7, but a 2:12 reaction time. Little bit to shave off the Christmas tree there for Terry Hoogston's heading into eliminations. It's Veronica Hodgson. To face off. It's a satellite over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So, Lordco Lane going to get there first. 1162 with the 7, 093 in the tree. And Veronica in the Dart, 047 red, 1205 with the 508 miles per hour is next pair. Jamie Wellwood backing up from the burnout. The 1932 Bantam. Pointing out that the steering wheels shake pretty wicked there for Jamie Wellwood after the burnout, giving the wrists a workout. As Chris Stone from Mission, Stone Cold Racing, 68 Dodge Dart. Wheels up launch on both sides of the racetrack is Jamie Wellwood going 019 red and gets to the stripe with an 809 with a 3, 166 miles per hour, a 983 with a 1 at 134 miles per hour for Chris Stone with an 035 light. So Roland Lowen out of Alder Grove, the 1955 Meteor, going to face off against Barry Patterson, the 65 Coronet. Barry going to go red, 028 red as a matter of fact. Roland Lowen, 020 on the tree, 985 with a 136 miles an hour for the Coronet, 1303 with the 2 at 100 miles per hour for the Meteor. So in the water box now going to be a postponed hot rod final in the middle of qualifying here for the National Open. Jim Banky going to face off against Rob Hodson. Banky in the CUDA from Mission. Rob Hodson in the Belvedere from Mission. 2 Mopars, both from 1967, both with 440 cubic inches of Mopar power. 1073 dial in for Hodson, 1021 for Banky. Hodson going to leave slightly ahead of the Barracuda. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Going to come down to how they race the stripe. And it is going to be Rob Hodson. 1075 with a 2 on the 1073 dial-in. Margin of victory at the stripe, 9 thousandths of a second. Banky, 1023 with a 6 on the 1021 dial. 038 light for Banky, 033 for Hodson. That is going to round things out for hot rod action, and we are going to roll into the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters, their second and final qualifying session. Dale Posnick over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. His beautifully prepared 1967 Ford Mustang Fastback. Going to face off against Will Friesen. Friesen, the 57 T-Bird. Altered wheelbase T-Bird with an even shorter than stock, which is already pretty short wheelbase. But the small block Ford power plant. Call it the Warbird. And of course, in BC Super Shifters competition, going to have that third pedal in the car. You got to row through the gears. As Dale Posnick, the 428 Cobra Jet power plant for Posnick, as he's got a variety of different motors that he swaps in and out of the frame rails of that Ford Mustang. Also got a 390 that he runs. As he is pre-staged, Will Friesen is also pre-staged. Both racers ready to go.
So as you were saying, Dale's car meticulously prepared. I've been to Dale's house. So is his garage floor. You would literally wouldn't hesitate to eat off that man's garage floor.
You know, him and my dad are Ford buddies, and I've also been to that garage, and it is cleaner than most people's houses. And he still manages to do work in that garage somehow and keep it spotless.
Never mind most people's houses, it's cleaner than most hospitals. So Gene Kerner. Wow, haven't seen Gene in quite some time. Running with the BC Super Shifters. Good to see him back. Speaking of not seeing somebody run in a while, Wayne Davis. Same deal over there in the right lane. So Kerner's off the gas early. Wayne Davis looks like he's making a full pull. How about 11:28 at 119 miles an hour? So it looks like Gene is under power. He's getting himself off the racing surface. So not sure what happened there. I do see people picking up a lot of little parts and pieces. Could just be rocks.
Yeah, it could just be a quick check over on the TCS side of the racetrack, as had some trouble keeping the thing in gear by the looks of things, as it was hopping all over the place when he rolled back into the throttle, but it looks like to have cleared off the top end of the TCS side of the racetrack. A quick check over the TCS lane, and then we'll get ready to go with the next pair in BC Super Shifter action. I believe we got the signal to fire him up in the water box.
So Jamie Roth coming up right-hand side, multi-time champ. Got that Comet kind of figured out for this class. Line up with John DePork. DePork, tower side, behind the wheel of his Camaro. So both drivers leave green. DePork a little greener than Roth. They almost arrive at the finish line at the same time. Jamie Roth 10:15 at 133. John DePork 10:16 at 130. Now Rich Graves will line up with Will Zorich. A couple of Chevrolets. Zorich in that cool 1962 Bel Air with a 409 between the frame rails. And we talk a lot about small block Chevys and big block Chevys. Well, that 409 fits into neither of those categories. Finish line, it is Will there first. 11:11, 121 miles an hour. Rich Graves, 11:66 at 117. Now we go Ford versus Chevy. Alan Lougheed, Little Falcon, tower side. Cool looking little car. You can only see the bottom half of the rear tire. That is a well-fit tire combination.
Yeah, I just say beautifully presented race car, too, if you ever get a chance to look at it in the pit area. Pat Byron out of Hoquiam, Washington, the 72 Nova that was in the 850 zone, and in the 850 zone again, 858 with a 255 miles an hour, 964 with a 239 miles an hour for the Falcon out of North Van, Alan Lougheed, making his way down the TCS side of the racetrack. So it is Winterbottom's a pair. Scott Winterbottom on the TCS side of the racetrack in the Chevy 2 and Keith Winterbottom in the Camaro.
So father and son out there. Son wins the ugly launch contest. But his dad at the finish line first. Keith Winterbottom, right lane, goes 9:21. Scott in the left lane, 9:39. You hear that? Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top Dragster. Top Dragster will take Top Dragster to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Top Dragster, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Dragster to lanes 5 and 6, please. And with that, we'll give a standby call to Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, please be ready to go. You are on standby. So it looks like we've got Junior Street in the water. So for you, those of you not aware, this is kind of a cool class for youngsters not quite old enough to possess a driver's license. They can come to Mission Raceway and do some racing in the family sedan. They have to have an adult licensed driver present with them. Restricted to dialing no quicker than 9 seconds flat in the 8th mile.
So it's going to be James in the Pathfinder and Dallas in the Civic over in the Lordco lane. As John was mentioning, you can't dial it quicker than a 9 flat. Run into the 8th mile. You can see the cones out to help guide him into the staging beams as both racers away and both not too shabby in the reaction time department. 069 light for James, 067 for Dallas. So at 10:03 with a 9 for the Nissan at 69 miles an hour, 10:17 with a 0 at 70 miles an hour for the Civic. So Josephine going to roll up to the ready line next in the Chevy Silverado. Going to face off against Riker from the far side, the square body GMC, the Lordco side. So again, the legal licensed driver riding shotgun and giving these young racers the chance to run down at least the 8th mile here at the Titanium Strip, ahead of when you can actually get your driver's license. As an 0:31 reaction time for Riker. They are in their second and final round of qualifying, 9:38 with an 8.75 miles an hour. 10.82 with a 0 at 67 miles an hour for the Silverado and the TCS side of the racetrack.
So 2 more juniors, junior streets rather, rolling into the beams. It's going to be Jenna and Tyler. Tyler in the right lane, Jenna in the left. So Jenna wants to thank Peden Industries, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, and Nana. Got to thank Nana. So both drivers cut green lights. Tyler's was a little better than Jenna's. 11:04 at 63 miles an hour for Tyler in the right lane. Jenna goes 10.92 at 65 miles an hour. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Hot Rod. Hot Rod, I've got an announcement for Hot Rod. Hot Rod, your ladder will be at the Hoogstens trailer. Once again, Hot Rod, your ladder will be posted at the Hoogstens trailer momentarily. Now Jacob and David. Jacob, tower side. He's already got the pre-stage bulb lit, patiently waiting. David now lights the pre-stage. David lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. Jacob, wow. All that waiting around certainly didn't hurt his reaction time. Goes 0:05. Nicely done. And matching 10:05s at the finish line. Hey everybody, listen up. I have fantastic news. Ice cold beer available right here at Mission Raceway Park. The beer garden is open, located toward the end of the pit side stands. Once again, beer garden open. So Sophia is not to be outdone. She goes 0:03 on the tree. Wow.
Yeah, Jacob was thinking he was going to be up there in the #1 qualifying spot heading into eliminations, but Sophia snookers him by about 0.02 of a second on the starting line with a 0:03 light and carries it to a 9:34 with a 6 at 79 miles an hour for the F250.
And Taryn in the right lane was no slouch either with a 0:12 reaction time, just 0.12 of a second. Stout.
And Taryn rocking the wicked cool Beaumont, too, in junior street competition. On the Lordco side of the racetrack, as we move from junior streets into junior dragster action with Junior Thunders set to head out onto the racetrack next. So Junior Thunder, the younger of the 2 junior categories in competition. Speed limited based on age. Junior Lightning, the quicker of the 2 junior divisions. That comes with age and experience in racing out here at the Titanium Strip. As we can hear him firing up and rolling underneath the Lordco Bridge. Your first pair in Junior Thunder set to roll through the water box. So, Nate, the Global Container Terminals Lordco Auto Parts machine with the patina de wrap on the car, the junior in the TCS lane, and Emily, White Lightning Racing Titanium Auto Group, Lordco TNT Pioneer Truck supported junior dragster over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Again, keeping things to the 8th mile. As both racers, both young racers, getting ready to bring them up to the beams.
That's the white family for you.
061 red for Emily, 043 on the right side of the tree for Nate, 895 with a 3, 71 miles an hour, 916 with a 4 at 69 miles an hour.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top sportsman, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes, please, for your second qualifier. Top sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for top sportsman. With that, we'll give a standby call to stock super stock combo. Stock super stock combo, this is your standby call. Wesley and April out there. April in the right lane. Turns it red by just 14 thousandths of a second. Wesley with a great light. He goes 011 on the tree. The finish line, he's 908, 71 miles an hour. April goes 899 at 72 miles an hour.
So Coca over in the Lordco lane. Part of the Kowalski Racing operation. Dad Dave, Pro Mod competitor. And Cadence, Dad Dan, Outlaw 275 competitor. Cadence getting guided up to the ready line, TCS side of the racetrack for the Titanium Auto Group. Milron Truck Bodies, Ken Specialty Automotive, and Ernie's Speed and Custom. The DeKalb Ventures Junior Dragster and the Lordco side of the racetrack for Coca.
So Cadence leaves first. Side by side, they go down the track. 891, the number for Coca in the right lane, getting there first. Cadence follows with a 901.
So Dallas can face off against Hunter. Hunter, the JBS equipment supported machine, the RWS TKO sponsored junior dragster of Dallas over in the Lordco side, or rather, no, in the TCS side of the racetrack. Got my sides flipped. Hunter over in the Lordco side of the racetrack.
So see Trevor Lowe over there in the right-hand lane helping out. So he's like a veteran junior crew chief. Looks like he's lending a hand to just about everybody today.
Yeah, Trevor's been a busy guy down here, especially when it comes to junior dragster competition. Of course, former pro mod racer out here, and both his kids, former competitors in junior dragster action. Well, it's red on both sides. 003 red for Hunter and big time red for Dallas. 904 with a 1, 73 miles an hour for Hunter, 1415 with a 1 at 44 miles an hour for Dallas.
Now up Owen. We'll take on Adam. Well, won't really take him on. We are still in time trials / qualifying. Adam over in the right lane. Got a pretty fast car for this class. If you remember his first qualifier, I think he started pedaling at about the 30-foot mark.
They counted 8 or 9 times off the gas, trying to keep it under. You're supposed to run here in junior Thunder competition. The racer helped out by TK Performance, 2022 class champion.
Oh, I'm thinking I'm counting a lot more than 9 pedals there.
It's up around 10 or 15 in that territory. We couldn't really nail it down. 926 with a 2 at 61 miles an hour. And 006 red in the tree. 1444 with a 9 at 43 miles an hour. 191 red for Owen. The Badass Garage Lordco Auto Parts Home Masters team and Fountain Tire supported machine. Grayson and Hunter. Grayson, TCS lane. Ultra Tune Automotive helping out Grayson, and Hunter brought to us by BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Milleron Truck Bodies, and Lordco Racing, the 2nd generation racer over in the Lordco lane.
So it looks like Hunter's pulling away a little bit as they go down track. 903 actually gets there ahead of an 898. Find out how or why. Got to look back at the reaction times. Hunter's lights started with a 0. Grayson's did not.
Well, that will bring up Bentley and Ashton. Bentley in the TCS lane, Ashton in the Lordco lane. Ashton, TK Performance, Lordco Auto Parts. Part of a racing family, and Bentley, the Bubba Speed Shop, Peden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto, Badass Garage entry, the TCS lane. The final adjustments, the back of the machine, and told to bring it into the beams.
So Bentley leads the way. Going to get there well ahead. 895. Here comes Ashton with a 1204.
So it's Danica and Adeline. Danica, the TCS lane, Adeline in the very bright Performance World, Aller Auto, KLJ Holdings Junior Dragster is going to go down the Lordco side of the racetrack. So both racers getting the signal, moving into the beams, waiting on Adeline to bring in her mount over in the Lordco lane. Red light on Adeline's side of the racetrack. Danica gets a green light. The TCS lane, 9008. 71 miles an hour for Adeline, 1581 with an O at 33 miles an hour for Danica. Kira and Paige going to come up to the ready line next. Paige had some problems over in the Lordco lane. Wasn't the TCS side for the first run of the day. And then, unfortunately, broke the beams and could not make a full pass. As looks like Kira's car is shut off on the starting line. Is trying to get it fired back up, and will do so.
Page goes 10, 16, and 59 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Kira, meanwhile, TCS side of the track, crosses the finish line in 20.59 seconds at just 23 miles an hour. Well, that's a little on the slow side, but I'll bet that's not what Kira would tell you.
No, I think Kira would be quite happy with that run regardless, and that's kind of the cool thing is seeing the kids develop in their driving here at Mission Raceway Park, and eventually the hopes to step up to full-size competition. A variety of different divisions that we have to offer here at MRP, and seen quite a few graduates move up even into the NHRA Mission Foods Drag Racing Series from competition in the junior categories in the NHRA side of things.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock, super stock. This is your call to the staging lanes. Stock, super stock. This is your call to the lanes. We will take stock, super stock to lanes 1 and 2. One more time. Stock, super stock. This is your call to the lanes. Stock, super stock to lanes 1 and 2. And with that, we will give Super Comp a standby call. Super Comp, you are on standby. Please start getting ready to go.
So Jack and Nash, who just went down the racetrack by the sounds of things, the final pair in Junior Thunder, 14:29 with a 5, 43 miles an hour for Jack. Nash, 13:17 with a 7, getting to the stripe first at 47 miles an hour. 0:79 reaction time for Nash, and an 0:96 light for Jack.
Well, it looks like Alex is going to finalize qualifying for Junior Thunder. It'll be the final car down the track. Next time we see Junior Thunder back up here, it will be in eliminations. So last weekend at the ET Finals took place at Pacific Raceways in Kent, Washington. Alex was the winner, the best appearing junior.
Alex and, of course, his family always have a very good selection of good-looking race cars. 12-12 with a 7:52 miles an hour and 0:10 reaction time. Not too shabby for Alex. As here comes Junior Lightning, which you can hear even a distinct difference in the pitch of the engines as they come underneath of the Lordco Bridge.
So first pair in Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning, the kids are a little older, and thereby they're allowed to go a little quicker. Start things off with Abby and McKenna. Abby in the tower line, TCS side of the track. For Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco, TNT Auto Parts, and Walco. Both Abby and McKenna from right here in Mission. So McKenna goes 006 on the starting line, then 801. Just a tick over 80 miles per hour. Abby goes 804, also at just a tick over 80 miles an hour. So next pair looks like it will be made up of Lincoln and Connor. So Connor's in the right lane. Experienced some kind of failure on the first round of qualifying. So let's hope they've got their issues sorted out. He'll be able to make a full pass, get himself positioned on the ladder, and be prepared for the upcoming first round. So Connor racing for TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, and Lordco. Lincoln, tower side in the TCS lane, racing for Titanium along with JBS. Couple of green lights. They go down the track side by side. Connor to the finish line in exactly 8 seconds. Lincoln goes 8:06. CL and Sydney. CL from the island, out of Qualicum. Sydney from Buckley, Washington. Sydney in the right lane, CL in the left. Well, according to the screen, Sydney is sponsored by A Little Bit Dramatic, LLC. Not sure if that's sponsor or description.
I do want to know what the services they provide are. We should do a quick Google search on that. But Sydney getting to the stripe second. 854 for her, 74 miles an hour. 796 with a 781 miles an hour for CL over in the TCS side of the racetrack.
And now Isabella and Lexi. Lexi in the right lane for Hobo Racing and Bowtie Ventures. So Isabella, tower side, in a Mike Boss Junior Dragster. Wants to thank De Silva Auto World, Canco, and Quality Manufactured Homes. Heard a whole bunch of womping going on. I'm assuming that was over here in Isabella's lane. Wound up going 806 at 78 miles an hour. Lexi in the right lane, 811 at 79. And now Nick is going to finish off this final round of qualifying for Junior Lightning. Nick in the right lane. The champ. So we're going to finish off with a single. There goes Nick. 0-15 up front. That's a nice light. At the 8th mile finish line, 8:05, 80.37 miles an hour. That's going to complete qualifying for all of what we'll call the regular classes here at Mission Raceway Park, the non-NHRA classes. So next up should be Top Dragster as we roll back into the NHRA classes. We've got Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Stock Super Stock in the lanes. Super Comp, you guys are on standby. Your call coming up shortly. Well, what did I just tell you, Super Comp? This is your call to the lanes. Super Comp, come on down. Super Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. And Super Gas will put you on standby. Standby call for Super Gas. So just to clarify, Super Comp will take Super Comp in lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for Super Comp.
So again, after a little bit of tension on the starting line, going to have Top Dragster coming back up for Q2, followed by Top Sportsman, rolling into Stock, Super Stock combo coming up after that. So your NHRA divisional classes, get ready to head down the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Again, Q2 before we head into eliminations a little bit later on in the afternoon. So again, all wrapped up with junior dragster qualifying and going to get into the full quarter mile side of things. But you can see the tractor coming out with the rotator on the back, getting ready to make a few passes. Make sure that track surface is prepped up and A-OK to go here for the second and final qualifying round of the afternoon for Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, as well as the Stock Super Stock combo class that is running here this afternoon.
So there goes the rotator. Make a little noise, give the surface a little rub, make it all that it can be. This Top Dragster coming up next. And here we go, round number 2 of qualifying for Top Dragster. Top Dragster brought to us by Rad Torque Systems. Jeremy Soares and Dane LeKelt gonna face off. So Dane LeKelt coming up, tower side of the track. Our number 1 qualifier so far went 6:28. Round number 1. Jeremy Soares in the right lane. So we're going to give a standby call to the Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your standby call. Those in competition today from a past race, this really is your standby call. We're going to be calling you up ahead of the cars that are simply qualifying this weekend. So for those in competition to finish a past race, please realize you're going to get called up ahead of the cars that are just qualifying. So please be ready to go. Doorslammers, this is your standby call. So LeKelt left lane, Soares in the right. Dane LeKelt with a nice 017 light. He goes all the way A to B, 639, 217 miles an hour. So he is off from his first run. Jeremy Soares goes 749 this time, 177 miles an hour, so also a little off from his earlier qualifier, and that actually makes sense. The air has gone away. There's simply just not as much horsepower out there right now as there was earlier in the day. So Justin Bond now going to be on a single. Justin Bond, fresh off his Pro Mod weekend last weekend in Indy. He's like the leader of the Bahrain 1 team. So Bond turns it red here by 18 thousandths. Then goes 713, 185 miles per hour. No improvement for Justin. He will remain for the time being right where he is in the number 3 spot. Now Zach Clark and Kim Youngkind. Kim in the right lane. For Fast Friends Racing. Youngkind in with a 762. Zach Clark, our number 2 qualifier, with a 692. So Youngkind leaves a little early, turns it red by 27. Then she goes 766, 173 miles an hour. Zach Clark goes 698 at 189. And that's going to do it for qualifying here on day number 1. The Lucas Oil NHRA National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. So now on the first round of qualifying in Top Sportsman, we only had 2 cars make the show. Looks like we've got twice that many coming up for qualifier number 2. So we're going to start off with Paul Soares and Jan Christensen. 2 guys doing double duty here this weekend, or today anyway. Running Top Sportsman and Super Pro. So Paul Soares in the left lane, Jan Christensen in the right. Christensen was 002 on his last time up here. He turns it 3 red this time. Paul Soares is 004 behind the wheel of his Pontiac. Then goes 826 at 165 miles an hour. Jan Christensen, 862, 156. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, only those in competition. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Doorslammers in competition. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Those cars not in competition, just qualifying today, hold back for a little bit. You'll remain on standby. But once again, Canada West Doorslammers in competition, finishing a past race. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Those cars just qualifying, hold off a little longer. Your call coming up momentarily. Now Joe Meloff and Brian Ritchie. Ritchie, a regular with the Canada West Doorslammers, doing double duty. Couple of tiny red lights. Joe Meloff red by just 13/10,000ths of a second. Brian Ritchie red by 14 in the black Chevelle. Ritchie to the top end first, 793. So that's going to put him on the sheet, but it's going to be in the final spot. But he will be the 7th car qualified. Joe Meloff, also not on the sheet. I forget who it was, but in round one, it seemed like there was a guy up here, and it said, "Oh, stuff."
Yes. Yeah, I think we're gonna be able to.
There is a Q stock. Yeah, Johnson's Q stock. He would have said
So we're going to start off this second and final round of qualifying for Stock Super Stock Combo with a couple of stalkers. James Boyce in his K-Stock Automatic 1988 Mustang. He'll face John Buczynski in his E-Stock Automatic 1970 AAR Cuda. Boyce turns it a little red, but that's all right. Can do that in qualifying. No harm, no foul. 1095 on the 1170 index for John Buczynski. James Boyce goes 1185, 109 miles an hour. Against the 1265 index of K-Stock Automatic. That'll bring up our next pair, Pete Legg and Jim Mantle. Pete Legg in an O-Stock Automatic 1956 sedan delivery. A 265 cubic inch small block Chevy. Exactly what the thing came with. That's what you got to run in Stock Eliminator. Jim Mantle behind the wheel of his Pacer runs in V-Stock Automatic with an index of 1550. So Legg's going to get to the finish line first. Goes 1390. So he's on the wrong side of the 1315 index. Jim Mantle goes 1473 on the 1550 index of V-Stock Automatic. So he'll be qualified well. That'll bring up Pat Brooks and Ed Hodder. Pat Brooks. I love this wagon. Running the wagon in O-Stock Automatic this weekend, where the index is 1315. Again, all of these cars qualify by running as far as they can under the index. Hodder not able to hold the factory stock D Camaro on the starting line, rolls through, gets a red light, big red light, but at the finish line goes 1311. So that's not an overly good number. 60 foot is way out of whack on that run. I think he kind of hesitated once he pulled across the line and decided to go. Pat Brooks, with a pretty much trouble-free run, goes 1229 on the O-Stock Automatic index of 1315. He's qualified well, approaching a 10th under. Now Daryl Stobie in his Superstock J Automatic 64 Chevelle. Goes 1027 on the 11 flat index. Derek Johnston, Q-Stock Automatic, 1966 Chevrolet Impala. Goes 1350 on the 1380 index. That'll bring up Martha Lang. She's got a pretty good crew chief on her side. Martha in the left lane. L-Stock Automatic, 1270 that index. Rick McKinney, his Superstock Camaro, right lane. So McKinney leads the way. The GTN Automatic index of 1130, he goes 1062. A 1202 for Martha. So getting down to the final few cars here in the second round of qualifying. Rick Green in the right lane. A Washingtonian out of Kent, Rick Green, driving his 1995 O-Stock automatic Mustang. He goes 12:51. Now Kevin Perkin and Dave Jung. Well, I mentioned Daryl Stobie getting the win at the divisional a few weeks back at Pacific Raceways. Well, Dave Jung in the right lane is who he faced in the final round. Dave had to settle for the runner-up position that weekend. No chance of him having to go heads up against Daryl Stobie this weekend, as Dave has made sure they're running in different classes. So Perkin, Tower Side, Superstock Camaro, C Modified, 950 the index. Here he comes. Perkins way out in front goes 880. He's exactly 70 under the index on that run. And a 1096 for Dave Jung. And I believe that's going to do it for stock, super stock combo, and take us into super comp. Super comp, a class reserved for dragsters only. Well, not dragsters only. You're allowed to run an altered. We're going to start off with Danny Howder and Dale Green. Dale Green in the right lane. For DG Machine. Won the Northwest Nationals this year, just a couple of months ago, not even. His home track race, national event. That's big time when you can win that. Also won the National Open in Bremerton this year. Oh, Danny Howder, the all-white dragster, Tower Side. Once again, 890, the magic number. You're going to see drivers making use of throttle stops in this class. Typically, that's the way it's done. You build a car that's capable of going much quicker than 890. And you use a throttle stop to slow it down early in the run. Howder with the better light, 013, 021. Matching 898s at the finish line. Here comes two more. So Canada West Doorslammers, those in competition, you should be in the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, those in competition, you guys should be in the lanes. Tyler Dalglish and Brian Schmanke. Tyler, Tower Side. From right here in Mission, BC. Schmanke with the better light, 010 to 023 at the finish line. It is 880, well under, but well ahead, getting there first. Versus Brian's 896. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, those just qualifying. This is your call to the staging lanes. So the rest of the Doorslammers, we will take you in lanes 3 and 4. That is lanes 3 and 4 for the qualifying Doorslammers. Overflow, if necessary, will go to lanes 5 and 6. So one more time, Canada West Doorslammers, those just qualifying, not in competition. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow will go into 5 and 6. Also, top Dragster and top Sportsman ladders have been posted at the base of the tower. Speaking of which, I can tell you who's got who and maybe save you a walk. It's going to be number 1 qualifier Joe Meloff taking on number 3 qualifier Paul Soares. And number 2 qualifier Brian Ritchie will take on number 4 qualifier Jan Christensen. Over on the top Dragster side, number 1 qualifier Dane Lekelt will take on Jeremy Soares in round 1, and they will be racing for a round 2 bye, which is basically an automatic ticket to the final round. On the other side of the ladder, we've got number 2 qualifier Zach Clark taking on Kim Youngkind, and number 3 qualifier Justin Bond will face Willie Oliver. So those 3 pairings again, Justin Bond and Willie Oliver, Zach Clark and Kim Youngkind, Dane Lekelt and Jeremy Soares. And in top Sportsman, Joe Meloff and Paul Soares, and Brian Ritchie and Jan Christensen. So here we go with the Canada West Doorslammers. So as I understand it, we're actually finishing off 2 races right now. So Howie Winklehorst.
So, making our way through eliminations from the first race of the season, then we'll get into the smoke, fire, and thunder eliminations. Howie Winklehorst running in 8:42 with an 8 on his 8:34 dial-in. So again, kicking things off in the 3rd Canada West Doorslammer, make that the 4th Canada West Doorslammer qualifying round, and getting in some elimination runs to boot. So Howie Winklehorst, 8:42 with an 859 miles an hour, kicking things off for the delayed elimination round from the season opener. As Scott Robinson going to face off against Rod Leclerc.
So Rod Leclerc showing no mercy to that set of tires. He's going to take on Scott Robinson. So as Cole alluded to, this is completing a race from the very beginning of the season.
Well, weather not being kind to Mission Raceway Park at the start of the season, so quite a few events that got pushed off, and that is the case here for the Canada West Doorslammers, who having to make up for 2 weather-delayed races. Scott Robinson, former Canada West Doorslammers champion, And Rod Leclerc, the nitrous-assisted 598 cubic inch 67 Chevy Camaro. For the racer from Victoria, the owner of Paradise Homes. A shout out to his crew as well, helping to get that 67 Camaro from Vancouver Island over here to Mission Raceway Park. So Scott Robinson pre-stage. Robinson dialed in at a 767. Leclerc dialed in at a 685. So Leclerc having to wait on the Beretta.
So Scott Robinson with the win light on. 770 on the 765 or 767 dial. Good enough. Got to the finish line first by 35 thousandths of a second. Rod Leclerc was behind a little bit on the starting line. And then a little further behind on the dial.
So next up, going to be Otto Schulte facing off against Grant Howell. The Vancouver Island competitors from opposite ends of the island. Grant from way down south in Victoria. Otto Schulte from Black Creek, BC. That is in between Courtney and Campbell River. On the north end of Vancouver Island, the still cruising 2005 Chevy Cavalier. 598 cubic inch power plant. Grant Howell, 632 cubic inches of naturally aspirated power over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. And Grant in what has become a pretty iconic car in the class with that orange and purple 37 Chevy that he has had, hard to believe, over 20 years now at this point. As Otto Schulte is pre-stage. Schulte dialed in at a 755. Howell dialed in at a 776, giving the 37 Chevy a very slight head start in the Lordco lane.
So just 11,000 separate them by the reaction times at the finish line. It is Otto Schulte moving on. Gets to the stripe first by 12 thousandths of a second to be 1/100th of a second above his dial. 756 with an 8 on the 755 dial. He had the starting line advantage, 20 versus 31. So I do believe this will be the final round, or final pairing rather, of the quarterfinals. Derek Shirk and Brad Powell. Brad Powell in the right lane dialed 843. Shirk dialed 782 into 55. Just 4 thou difference reaction time wise. Finish line, Derek Shirk with the win light. 783 with a 0 on the 782 dial. Powell had the starting line advantage, but comes up 847 on the 843 dial. So Derek Shirk going to the semi-final round. Now, Shelby, is this the first pair of the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder completion? Oh, okay. All right, so we're back to qualifying.
So we're getting ready to move back into qualifying mode here for Canada West Doorslammers. They're brought to us this weekend by Associated Tire. Stepping up for the main sponsor here for the Canada West Doorslammer category at Mission Raceway Park for this particular race weekend here on National Open Weekend. As it's going to be Paul Stretch facing off against Adam DeYoung whenever the pair gets the signal to fire it up in the water box. Paul Stretch, former Canada West Doorslammers champion over there in that beautifully prepared Chevy Cavalier. Red and black machine with the Mid-Island Racing Engines 638 cubic inch big block Chevy. Paul from Duncan and Mid-Island Engines based in Duncan. So teaming up on the power plant in that particular machine. And Adam DeYoung, racer from just across the bridge in Abbotsford. The Artex Racing 67 Chevy Camaro, the first gen Camaro.
Three pairings left that we're doing. Three cars, sorry. Three cars.
So, looks like this is actually going to be the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder semifinal pairing. If we can't keep track of 3 races within one race, we have now got it back on the right track. This is the semifinals. And I believe this is the only pair in the finals, as we've got a competition single coming up after this pair. So it's going to be DeYoung versus Stretch to see who gets into the final round for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, which, of course, eliminations were delayed based off of the monsoon conditions we had that weekend just a few weekends ago here at Mission Raceway Park. So getting ready to roll into the delayed semifinals from Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Then, after that, we'll get into regular qualifying action.
And we fire him up. So, Paul Stretch. The bright red 2002 Chevrolet Cavalier over there in the right lane. Dialed in at 731. A little over 1 full second quicker than the dial of 835 for Adam DeYoung. Behind the wheel of his Camaro over here, tower side of the racetrack. Adam DeYoung will get a sizable starting line handicap. So one of these drivers packing 29 thousandths of a second advantage, and that would be your winner, Paul Stretch. Wow. Goes 018 up front, 731 with a 7 on the 731 dial. Nicely done. So that'll set him up take on what I believe is his old car, Darren Buick. Mission resident, 67 Nova. He predicts that he'll go 862. Car leaves well. Darren turned at 15 red, but better to do that now than in the next round. An 872 on the 862 dial. So he'll have to tighten it up a little bit if he wants to get by Paul Stretch in that upcoming final round.
Yeah, just over a tenth off of what he dialed, so having to pick that up big time, especially when Paul, that elimination round ran pretty much dead on his dial, ran at 71 on the 71. So we'll see what results from the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder final as we, again, throughout qualifying, going to be working our way through eliminations of those two delayed races as well. But back to qualifying action for Canada West Doorslammer competition presented by Associated Tire and Auto this weekend for the NHRA Northwest National Open.
So the remainder of the cars that you'll see in this fourth round of qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers will be just that, simply qualifying. Got Ray Rusiani and Jay Severston. Couple of Novas. Rusiani tower side for Sexy Paws. Online Pet Supplies. Raced in Ontario for 40 years. Now retired and living in Kelowna. And absolutely loves Mission Raceway.
So, getting ready to bring him up to the ready line, Ray Rusiani. And the 66 Chevy 2, and well, it's got a split grill, so Jay Severson in the Acadian, the turbocharged machine over in the Lordco lane. So, Canso, gonna get to the stripe first. Severson out of it early, 799 with a 2, way down to the mile an hour department, 131 miles an hour as that thing was drifting over towards the center line. Rusiani an 834 with a 462 miles an hour. Up next will be the battle of two iconic body styles in drag racing, the 57 Chevy Bel Air and the 41 Willys. Terry Langdon Davies is in the Willys. On the TCS side of the racetrack, that is a very well-known car here in the Pacific Northwest, coming up on 30 years, Johnny West. And the 57 Chevy out of Port Alberta.
So apparently I have some words to eat. Ray Rusiani's company, or the company that sponsors him, is actually called Dexipaws. A little confusion up here in the tower. In my defense, we deal with a lot of typos on this screen.
There's a lot of reading through some mixed messages. We get it.
Oh yeah.
Bad handwriting and mixed messages on tech cards. That is the battle that we face up here in the tower.
Yes. And I'm sure the bulk of it would have to get blamed on the handwriting.
Definitely. 742 with a 4 for Johnny West on that last pass for the 57 Chevy. 819 with a 2 at 162 for Terry Langdon Davies is your next pair. Backing them up from the burnouts, Scott Grant out of Langley, the 2001 Chevy Camaro for Bubba's Speed Shop, the Titanium Auto Group, going to face off against James Kennedy and the 2004 Pontiac Grand Am.
So this white Grand Am, tower side, Big Barry. It's been a long time in the works. But through a lot of hard work and dedication and help from Ken Specialty Automotive, it is doing amazing things. Kennedy turns it red by 7/10,000ths of a second. Trip zip red. Then 694, 198 miles an hour. Nice looking run for a naturally aspirated 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. That is hauling.
James, sorry, John. James coming into the session third in the qualifying order. Back-to-back 6-second passes today, too, in the heat of the day, which no slouch for James Kennedy and the team out of Langley.
Now Dave Warren and Andy Hatton. Andy Hatton behind the wheel of the Grinch. Dave Warren in his Blue Max Bel Air. Warren, a Canada West Doorslammers veteran. Oh, Andy Hatton, no slouch on the tree. 0:14 reaction time. 8:43, 157 at the top. Dave Warren getting there first. 796, 170 miles an hour. Next pair in the water. Greg Field in the Opal. Greg, been doing some struggling lately. I did not see his earlier pass today. I don't know if he actually got it down the track.
Yeah, Greg, I believe, sat out the first session of today. Ran a 760, mid 760 last night, having to pedal the car, but car that's usually down in that 660 zone that could definitely challenge for that #1 qualifying spot here in Canada West Doorslammers. The twin turbocharged Opal with the short wheelbase that actually, if you can imagine, has been lengthened by quite a lot in comparison to what you'd usually see from a 1969 Opel GT for the racer from Kamloops. And Brody Shirt, 67 Chevy with the big block Chevy power plant, 562 cubic inches of naturally aspirated big block Chevy for the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop and the TCS side of the racetrack.
So Greg Field, best ET for that car, a 640, a 227. Well, this is looking like Greg may have his problems sorted out. Moving around up there a fair bit on the top end, so he made the wise decision to at least feather the gas pedal. I don't know if he got completely out of it. The end result is a 735 at 163 miles an hour. So yeah, based on that 163, he was going slower than he was at the 8th mile.
As you pointed out, John, it looked like as soon as he got past the 8th mile, that thing started shimmying pretty good in the top end, wisely dumping the laundry and getting that thing pointed back in the right direction to save it for another pass and try and get a better representative run up on the board here. Still solidly in the field is one of the prettiest cars on the property in the TCS side of the racetrack. Dale Jansen in that 66 Acadian Canso. Going to face off against Steve Lowe.
Oh, looks like a tough break for Dale Jansen. They're seeing some fluids underneath the car. So, and with that said, looks like it'll be a single for Steve Lowe. Steve Lowe and his new Firebird. Well, new to him, Firebird. Decided to retire the family Camaro. Can't say I blame him. Oh, now trouble for Lowe. Gets the car staged and goes silent. Now we have fire once again. Not sure if they're going to reset. I don't think he's moved out of the beam, so he might actually get data if he was to just leave. Well, it looks like Steve's having some kind of issues as they're pushing him back out of the way. So neither car in that pairing able to leave the starting line.
So again, Dale Jansen shut off with an apparent leak underneath the Acadian and the TCS side of the racetrack. Then Steve Lowe tries to go stage the Firebird over in the Lordco lane and loses fire, unfortunately. So, as John mentioned, neither car getting down the racetrack. That is going to bring up our next pair, Lane Woolley out of Langley, the 1970 Duster. And Terry Shaflita, the high-revving 1997 Pontiac Firebird for Bowtie Refinishing, has got that car into the 6-second zone. His first appearance of the year here at Mission Raceway Park, backdoor wars, which is what they were trying to look for with this Pontiac Firebird, trying to get that car into the 6-second zone.
So Terry Shaflita with what is essentially a maybe not 100% up-to-date pro stock combination.
He got the 90s Firebird flavoring and essentially built that 500 cubic inch engine in that car to reflect the former NHRA Pro Stock rules before they switched over to the electronic fuel injection. It's still got pretty much the exact same setup, and Terry having to jam through the gears over there in the Lordco side of the racetrack in the Firebird. So you listen to the pitch of the engine come up. Both cars away.
Well, Shaflita driving or moving around a little bit early, drives through it, goes 7-11, 194 miles an hour. He was 0-10 on the tree. Lane Woolley with a less troublesome 8-19, 166 mile an hour pass down the TCS side of the drag strip.
So going up next, Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy from Arlington, Washington, facing off against Henry Zacharias. We speak about Arlington, Washington. Their airstrip used to be a drag strip. Had some pretty prominent names back in the early 1960s before they switched it back to being an actual airstrip. Some more actual dedicated drag racing facilities opened up in the area. Mike Kenworthy in that Firebird, Canada West Doorslammers regular for the folks at Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart. And Henry Zacharias, the 53 vet, that 660 cubic inch dart block for the racer out of Surrey. That we saw Howie Winklehorse come up here in 55 Chevy Bel Air. That used to be Henry's car, and this Corvette used to be John DeYoung's car. Zacharias, solid 7-second player, as Kenworthy already staged, pre-staged that is, in the Firebird. Both racers waiting to flicker on that bottom ball.
So Kenworthy turns it red by just 0.07 of a second. Henry's going to reach the finish line first. 7:67, 176 miles an hour. 8:20 at 165 for Mike Kenworthy. Now Poe Freeborn for Comox Valley Bobcat Excavating Inc. And Justin Bond. Justin Bond, busy guy here this weekend. Racing top dragster and top sportsman. Plus, he's got a couple of kids racing junior dragsters. Justin Bond, of course, the leader of the Bahrain 1 Pro Mod team, NHRA Pro Mod, fresh off a weekend in Indy, which they absolutely dominated through qualifying and first round. And then to everybody's shock, all three cars went out second round. So Bond on his game here this weekend. 008 on the tree, then 776 at 176 miles an hour. Poe Freeborn with a nice 717 pass at 189 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Mr. Katnick along with Zach Joyce. Zach Joyce, Tower Side. 1948 Austin. Big block Mopar power under the hood. And Anthony Katnick, Lordco Racing Dart over there in the right lane. Absolutely gorgeous car for TK Performance.
Yeah, the TK Performance fleet has, well, a fleet of beautifully turned out race cars as well as junior dragsters. And Anthony Katnick making the step up to Canada West Door Slammer competition as Zach Joyce gives a blip of the throttle to clear out the motor in the Austin as he gets ready to bring A car that has made many passes down the Mission Raceway Park quarter mile up to the ready line. Zach stepping behind the wheel himself in the last few years, went through the licensing process and has made himself a home in Canada West Doorslammer competition, and both sides of the racetrack staged up and ready to go.
So it looked like both cars kind of getting close to their respective walls there in the latter half of the racetrack. So Zach Joyce getting the finish line first, 8:45 off the gas, doing 126 miles an hour. Anthony Katnick goes 8:49 at 163. So now Aiden Katnick, also racing for Lordco and TK Performance, will be in the right lane. Katnick got himself a win with the Doorslammers earlier this year. He'll take on Jason Field. Jason Field, top qualifier in this class. The silver Chevelle, tower side, called Overkill. Wants to thank Ritchie Racing Engines, Induction Solutions, Hutch's Transmissions. Pretty much business as usual looking pass for Jason Field in the left lane, 7:23.
So again, Jason Field making the step up. Making the step up from his Nova that he's been running the last few years, 71 Chevy Nova with small tire combo, to the Chevelle this year in Canada West Doorslammers and putting them deep into the 7-second zone as Tom Katnick getting ready to roll up to the ready line. The final car out of the Katnick family fleet, the 68 Camaro, the turbocharged combination for Lordco and TK Performance, and Tom unfortunately rolled through the beams before the tree was activated on his first run of the day, what was Q3 earlier today, and did not register an elapsed time because he rolled through the beams. So that pass, which looked very strong for the racer out of Maple Ridge, trying to come back and lay down another solid hit down the TCS side of the racetrack, as you can hear Katnick's car coming to life and getting ready to roll through the water box.
So it's hard to not mention the paint job on this car.
Oh yeah, a lot of metal flake. I think we both got corrected last year. It is in fact a paint job. It is not a wrap. For Tom Katnick, as he gets ready to back up that 68 Camaro that Derek Shirk drove back in the day when he made the step up to Canada West Doorslammer competition. It was purple at one point, then it got that very cool metal flake paint job on it. Tom ran it naturally aspirated form last year in Canada West Doorslammer combo, switching over to a turbocharged combination for 2024, and even dabbled with the West Coast Pro Modifies a few weeks ago at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, trying to get the 8th mile tune-up set into the 450, 440 second zone. As you can see after this last pass, funny cars rolling into the water box for the Northwest LB Funny Car Association. So if you're still roaming through the pit area, which, I mean, Canada West Doorslammers is on the racetrack, why would you be roaming through the pit area? Make your way over to the grandstands, because next pass coming up going to be the Northwest LB Funny Cars back for their second session of the afternoon. So Tom Katnick getting guided into the beams and getting ready to try and build up the boost. You'll see the pre-stage bulb lights, and the boost will build up bump in that machine and get ready to try and hold on to that number 1 spot.
Nice looking pass for Tom Katnick. How about that? More than good enough for the number 1 spot. 6:54, 223 miles an hour. Man, that thing was making wheel speed early. Good looking run.
Yeah, 105 with a 2 to 60 foot. Strong numbers early for Tom Katnick, and that car continued to pull all the way down the TCS side of the racetrack. And your number 1 qualifier with another 650 pass, solid run for Tom Katnick, and that is going to wrap up Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. And with that, the supercharged wine of alcohol-fueled nostalgia funny cars. Your first pair coming to life under the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge.
So Kim Parker coming up in the first pairing. Not surprised by that. I do believe the game plan is they're going to make a hit in the Dragster following this round of qualifying for the funny cars.
So the 2 Washington racers carrying out the burnouts to well past the 330-foot mark is Ralph Hubert, the 71 Barracuda, and the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Kim Parker from Graham, Washington, the 1970 Mach 1 body machine for the Mercedes shop NGK spark plugs, the 2013 and 2014 Northwest Double B Funny Car Association champion, and also a NHRA national event winner in the top alcohol dragster side of things for Kim Parker as she gets guided back for the burnout. And Ralph Hubert, another regular with the category in that Barracuda over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, trying to step up from his 680 that he ran in the first session of qualifying for the Northwest Double B Funny Cars. And Kim Parker, solid 650 player. Again, these cars running on a 650 index. Try and keep everybody from getting too crazy in the performance department. Running on alcohol, the 671 supercharger and a single magneto as they both get guided up to the staging beams.
And these are clutch cars, so make staging and launching the car a little more dependent on driver talent. So it's going to be Ralph Hubert to the top end first, 667, 212 miles an hour. Kim Parker goes 678 on that pass at 211 miles an hour. So Hubert with a much better 60-foot time with a 108. Parker, I don't know if there's a little wheel shake there or what happened, but wound up 116. And that's that I'm sure is what made the bulk of the difference at the finish line.
Yeah, it looked like Kim had to drive through a little bit of shake, but kept the power on, and by about 330-foot mark, it seemed like it sorted itself out, but killed itself pretty much early on and robbed quite a bit of ET. Mile an hour was there at 211.96 miles an hour, but it showed in the elapsed time department with a 678 with a 1. As your next pair, Greg Howland out of Wenatchee, Washington. 1979 Corvette known as Zeus, and Royce Taylor, the 1972 Mach 1, your defending Northwest WB Funny Car champion with the Brad Anderson Hemi power plant. Greg Howland running a supercharged big block Chevy in the Corvette.
Attention the pits. continue after a little pause for burnouts. Uh-oh. Royce Taylor's pulling over. That doesn't look good. So we're going to make the call now for Super Gas. Super Gas, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Gas, please report to lanes 1 and 2. One more time, Super Gas, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2, and we'll give a standby call to Super Street. Super Street, this is your standby call. Super Gas, we need you now.
So problems on the burnout for Royce Taylor, who wisely pulls off just past the 60-foot cone and will get out of the race car and allow Greg Howland to have a single in the Corvette.
So occasionally in this sport, this does happen, that one car breaks on the starting line because the other car is already fired up. There's simply not time to push him back. So given that he's not very far down the track, it is deemed safe to have the driver exit the car and allow the single pass to take place. Greg Howland on a single pass goes 674, 207 miles an hour. So the safety crew will give Royce Taylor a hand getting his Mustang off the track surface. Not sure what happened, but something went wrong, and Royce was aware of it immediately. Finished the burnout, and as soon as he was done spinning the tires, he started steering the car over towards the wall. So as I was saying, this is not uncommon to see that will allow the car to make a single pass while there's another car on the track, but it is dependent on just how far down the track said car is. Had Royce Taylor made it out there 300 or 400 feet, the decision would have been the opposite. They would have shut off the running car and said, hey, you're going to have to wait. We're going to have to get him out of the way before we can let you go.
So Royce Taylor's car pushed back after losing fire in the burnout and have to make the trip down the return road here at Mission Raceway Park instead of the trip down the titanium strip. So tough break for Royce, the team out of St. John, Washington, and the defending Northwest WV Funny Car Class champion. Is getting ready to roll into the water box next. It's going to be Brent Murray and Tom Tevlin. So Brent Murray out of Parksville, the 1977 Mustang II. Getting some help from C-Span Ferries. Good to see Brent back out here at Mission Raceway Park. Been a while since we've seen the damn Yankee Mustang II funny car. And Tom Tevlin, their Washington-based racer, the 1971 Mach 1 body machine. Both racers running Brad Anderson Hemis. Brent also back in the day used to have a Fiat Altered top dragster, as well as run a variety of different supercharged machines running on methanol here in the Pacific Northwest. And getting ready to take on the TCS side of the racetrack. Of course, the name, an ode to a series of funny cars that was run in the early 1970s, owned by Don Cook, that ran in the West Coast and all over, touring in the match race days of funny car action. Variety of different drivers, like the likes of the late Pat Foster climbing behind the butterflies. And Brent, when they made the nostalgia funny car, a bit of a tongue-in-cheek combo considering the Canadian heritage, decided to paint her up like one of the old damn Yankee funny cars from back in the day, and the 77 Mustang 2 body is what they chose to run a Northwest WV funny car competition. And both cars have fired, and we're going to get ready for the next pair of nostalgia funny car action here at Mission Raceway Park.
So Brent Murray's burnout, definitely longer than Tom Tevlin's. A couple of Mustangs getting themselves backed up. So with the burnouts complete, they roll forward towards the beams.
So Tom Tevlin waiting to bring it into the pre-stage beams. You'll hear the revs build with pedal clutches on either side. Here we go. A little bit of a long tree there is Tevlin out of it early, and Brent Murray going to go 678 with a 4, 201 miles an hour, both racers. I'm going to wait a little bit on the starting line. 132 reaction time for Murray. Tevlin, 574 reaction time. Runs it through to the top end, off it early with an 808 with a 718 miles per hour. So Tevlin having to click it off early in the Lordco side of the racetrack, but Brent Murray, no trouble. Carries it all the way down through to the top end to a 678 with a 4.
And with that, we'll make a call now for Super Street. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Street, lanes 3 and 4. One more time, Super Street to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to Pro Bracket. And with that, Cole, I'm going to leave it all in your very capable hands for a little while. I'll be back.
Thanks, John. Best of luck in round number 1 there, Pro Bracket. We will see you on the racetrack momentarily. Just a quick check over at the top end. How about giving some of these teams as they make their way down the return road to pick up their drivers a round of applause. Show them how much you appreciate bringing out the Northwest Double B Funny Cars here at Mission Raceway Park. And it is great to see them return here. As again, the safety team just down there trying to deal with one of the cars locked up as the crew's throwing out some free T-shirts down there on the return road. Tom Tevlin's crew giving out some swag with the Taylor team as they make their way down the return road. So make sure to get their attention, as I believe they're out of T-shirts down there, but still a good way to show your appreciation to these crews as they go down the return lane and make sure to pick up their drivers. Looks like Tevlin's car getting pushed off at the top end as we speak. Safety team will make their way back to their respective spots just as long as the racetrack is clear, and we'll get ready for the final car to make its pass here in qualifying round number 2 for your nostalgia alcohol funny cars, the Northwest WV Funny Car Association. And then it's a little bit of top fuel Harley action, 2-wheeled action, getting ready to roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge following the final funny car here in session number 2. So here we go. Final car for your Northwest Double B Funny Cars in round number 2. The Heartbreaker 4 Chevy Camaro. Beautifully presented machine. Don Harder behind the butterflies over in the Lordco lane. Of course, the butterflies steering wheel, the steering wheel of choice in Funny Car Top Fuel competition. Don out of Wenatchee, Washington. The long lines of Heartbreaker machines that have come out of the Pacific Northwest. Saw another member of the Harder family at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Shane was behind the wheel. The family's fuel altered as Don getting backed up for the burnout, got it back in the tire tracks, and exactly where his crew wants him lined up in the groove, which, if you're not familiar with drag racing, is that dark black center of the racetrack, which offers the most rubber, the most grip, the best chance of getting the best laps time. Is your final car for your Northwest Double B Funny Cars gets brought up to the ready line. Don Harder trying to lay down as close to a 650 as he can. Don Harder's strong early numbers carries it out to a 675 with the 3, only 187 miles an hour. And the Lordco side of the racetrack, 1010 with an O to the 60-foot mark. 8th mile mark, 437 with a 0 to 169 miles an hour. But Don Harder, 675 with a 3, 187, looking at the 1,000-foot mile an hour, 193 miles per hour. Don was off it before the finish line stripe. And the Lordco side of the racetrack, and he's going to make the turn off the top end, no problem. And we'll get ready to fire up the first pair of Top Fuel Harleys just as soon as we get the go-ahead signal. And just like that, the sound of nitromethane fueled V-twins fills the air, and the nitro fumes fill the sky here at Mission Raceway Park, as it is going to be Austin Christopher in the Lordco lane. He's going to face off against Pete Waugh out of Nanaimo, and the big kids racing the second of their 2 entries here this weekend. Austin Christopher on board of the Ron Howney-owned Fast Lane Top Fuel Harley Race Team motorcycle, and a winner in Top Fuel Harley competition after stepping off of the family's Promont bike, the Kawasaki that they have. And Pete Waugh from Nanaimo, also a former winner in Top Fuel Harley competition, already staged, waiting for Christopher to go in. Both riders wheels up all the way to the stripe. Chute actually comes out on Waugh's side of the racetrack, and he's going to get to the stripe with a 710 with an 876 miles an hour, even with the shootout and having to pedal it just past the 8th mile mark is Austin Christopher. Bike was making a move at around the 330-foot mark and had to set that thing back down to terra firma, clicked it off, and elects to save it for another day, as Christopher went 001 red on the tree, 112 to 60 foot, so slightly better than Waugh's 113, and then was well out of it by the 330-foot mark, 311 with an 8 to the 330-foot mark, 293 with an O for Waugh on board of the Big Kids Racing Machine and the TCS side of the racetrack. As it is going to be Damian Cowden and Jim Schellenberg. Schellenberg on board of the Rip It Up racing machine, sponsored by LMS Reinforcing Steel, SRL Industries, and Alder Auto Parts. Helping to get the top Fuel Harley veteran. Down the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Damian Cowden. Kind of an experimental motorcycle for the folks at Maxim Insurance and Parker Johnston Roofing. So Damian Cowden, former winner with the AHDRA, the All Harley Davidson, or the American Harley Davidson Drag Racing Association, as well as former Winter Nationals winner. And Jim Schellenberg, Lordco side of the racetrack. Schellenberg in a solid run earlier on in the day. Both bikes going to get down the racetrack. 676 at 202 miles an hour for Jim Schellenberg for the rider out of Surrey. 699 with an 8 at 183 miles an hour for Damian Cowden and the team from Vancouver Island. And I believe that is that bike's first 6-second pass. First time all the way down the racetrack under powers. So solid test hit for Damian Cowden and the team, and getting into the 6-second zone. 699 with an 8 at 183 miles an hour, but it's Jim Schellenberg, 676 with a 4 at 202. His best run of the weekend so far. What we can tell is Nate Gagnon going to be the, what looks to be, final rider to take on the racetrack here in this qualifying session for Top Fuel Harley. Session number 2 on the weekend. Nate, a former FIM European Top Fuel motorcycle world champion, ran the full season in conjunction with the FIA drag racing series that runs all throughout Europe. Second half of the Big Kids Racing team, they build them, they ride them, and they tune them. And they make the tow from across the way in Vancouver Island. Team based in Qualicum Beach, and Nate getting ready to get guided up to the ready line. Ran into the 620s, not the 630s, I should say, earlier on in the day. Trying to make another solid pass. Already your number 1 qualifier heading into this session. Well, try to get after it a little bit too much and turns that big Mickey Thompson rear tire on the back of the bike, and unfortunately going to have to coast his way down the TCS side of the racetrack. So Nate Gagnon, 1274 with a 4 to the 1,000-foot mark, going to coast his way through to his 1694 at only 47 miles an hour as that thing blew the tire off before it even really got to the 60-foot mark. Is don't go anywhere yet, because here comes Kim Parker in the A-Fuel Dragster, getting ready to roll underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. So we were mentioning before, the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Series, top alcohol dragster. You got 2 combinations you can run. You can run a blown alcohol combination or an injected nitro combination. This is the A-Fuel side of things. So injected, running on nitromethane and a whole lot of nitromethane. A healthy percentage, above 90% in top alcohol dragster. For these machines, they can go well into the 520 zone at over 270 miles an hour. So Kim Parker, who we just saw run the Nostalgia Funny Car down the TCS side of the racetrack, making the first test hit of the day down the Lorco Auto Parts side of the racetrack in the Top Alcohol Dragster. Kim, a former Northwest Nationals winner, the NHRA Lucas Oil Series. And that's the national event that's run down at Pacific Raceways just outside of Seattle in Kent, Washington, as the crew gets ready to turn over Kim Parker's A Fuel Dragster down there in the starting line and to get ready for her first test pass of the weekend. So you can hear the cackle from the injected nitro car, almost quiet in comparison to the whine of the supercharger, but once it gets ready to leave the line, and well, you'll hear on the burnout, this thing's going to get a whole lot more loud. Kim Parker airing it out in the burnout department to the 330-foot mark as she's going to engage reverse. As Top Alcohol Dragster really is stepping ground up into the NHRA Mission Foods Drag Racing Series. As more recently, Tony Stewart ran A Fuel cars before stepping up this year into NHRA Top Fuel action. Julie Nautis looking for a Top Fuel ride. She is the defending NHRA Top Alcohol Dragster champion, has been sitting out this year trying to find funding for that Top Fuel ride. And again, Kim Parker, who scored a national event win just a few years ago down in Seattle at the Northwest Nationals, bringing out the A Fuel car for the Parker team and getting ready to try and make a test hit here this afternoon at Mission Raceway Park, seeing what she can do down the Lorco Auto Parts side of the racetrack as final adjustments being made. And Kim Parker will get guided up to the ready line for a little taste of Top Alcohol Dragster action. Well, unfortunately, it's going to go about 60 feet. So Kim Parker and the team a little bit too aggressive off the starting line, turned the tire and gets to the stripe 11:52 at 110 miles an hour, but a car capable of going well into the 530s. If the conditions are right and the tune-up's just right, even into the 520s, so Kim Parker going to come back with the data from the first test pass of the weekend, going to come back hopefully for another one later on tonight when conditions have cooled down a little bit as they're cleared off of the top end. And by the looks of things, that is going to finish things off for the exhibition portion of the program as you got Super Gas lined up ready to go, Super Streets all in the staging lanes and all getting ready to come up to the ready line next. So Super Gas and Super Street, again, as we mentioned, currently sitting in the staging lanes. They're going to be doing their final qualifying hit of the afternoon before we get into eliminations with Pro Bracket. Again, we put on a standby call a little while ago, so keep listening in for when we call you up to the lanes. So we can hear cars firing up, getting ready to move to the head of the staging area here as we get ready for Super Gas action and their second qualifying pass of the afternoon. So here we go. First pair, Super Gas, round 2 of qualifying. .990 index class. Well, that means you can run as close to the 990 as you want. Don't run quicker than that 990. Pro 4 tree, all 3 ambers going to flash on simultaneously. And essentially, first of the stripe wins as long as you don't go under the 990. If you go under the 990, if both cars go under the 990, it's who did it by the least. As Ron McKenzie out of Ferndale, Washington, in the TCS side of the racetrack, that 1957 vet, up against Missions Kirkland's 67 Camaro, the Roadsters, the body style of choice in Super Gas. You can race the stripe. 991 with a 9 for Kirkland's on the right side of the index and going quicker than the index. 987 with a 1 for Ron McKenzie on the 990 at 161 miles an hour. 991 with a 9 at 170. As your next pair rolling up to the staging beam is going to be Dean Peterson out of Courtney. His 2008 Mustang going to face off against Josh Meloff in the final friendly matchup of the afternoon for the racetrack at Maple Ridge in the 57 Vet Roadster in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So 011 red for Dean Peterson. So once again, Pro, we have made the call that you guys are on standby. Standby call for Pro for your first round of eliminations. So you see the cars leave the line and kind of look like they bogged down, but that is actually the throttle stop in action. They can go back and set the throttle stop to see how much throttle they want to pull out to try and, in theory, run right on that 990. As you can see, Brandon Hutchinson's throttle stop engage. Hear the throttle come back in as he heads through the 8th mile mark and gets to the stripe. 987 with a 5 at 157. So under the index, and by the looks of things, that is going to wrap up round number 2 of qualifying for Super Gas, getting ready to head into Super Street. So Super Street, if you're just joining us, pretty much just like Super Gas. Instead, you're running on a 1090 index. Martin Rochelle out of Surrey, the 78 Malibu over in the Lordco lane. And the Ford Thunderbird, late 80s version, mid 80s version for Team Auctions, the racer from Alberta. 044 in the tree for Rochelle, and he's gonna, by the looks of things, get to the finish line stripe first. 1091 with a 1 on the 1090 index. 1096 with a 2 on the 1090 index for the Thunderbird in the TCS side of the racetrack, as it's going to be Dave Wakefield. At Lake Tapps, Washington, 71 Chevelle, big block or small block Chevy Power up against Jan Christensen. How about Dave Wakefield? 001 on the tree. And to the finish line goes 1090 with an 8 on the 1090. 8th thou away from being dead on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, we need you guys to the lanes. Pro bracket, this is your call to the lanes and a standby call for Sportsman. Pro bracket, this is your call to the lanes and a standby call for Sportsman. Both of you guys going to be coming up for your first round of eliminations. Chase O'Hara from Lake Tapps, Washington, the 63 Chevy Nova is in the Lordco, rather the TCS side of the racetrack. Brad Vinci out of Langley in the 68 Camaro over the Lordco lane. So a 1088 with a 2, Brad Vingy going under the 1090, and a 1095 with a 2, the right side of the 1090 for Jace O'Hara at 124 miles an hour. Larry Minor out of Washington State, his 1969 Chevy Camaro. Going to go up against Powell Rivers, Dan Parsons. Car that he has been running for pretty much 50 plus years. The 1970 Duster for Quality Racing. Two hundredths separating them in the reaction time department. At the finish line, 1092 at the 330 miles an hour for Parsons. 1093 with a 9 at 145 for Minor. So Parsons running closer to the index. As it'll be Herman Chan out of Vancouver, who went way under the 1090, ran a 1078 in the first round of qualifying, and Ray Carlson in the 68 Barracuda. So 1091 with an O, 130 miles an hour for Ray Carlson. 1097 with an 8, 128 miles an hour for Herman Chan, getting on the right side of the index. Try and help himself in the qualifying ladder going into eliminations is Jerry Epp. Up next, 1966 Ford Mustang, Ford-powered Ford. Yeah, look at that. Going to face up against Alan Loftus out of Sumner, Washington. The S10 pickup over in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Very early version of the S10. A long box. Well, Jerry Epp, 002 to the good. Alan Loftus, 002 to the not good. 11:006, 141 miles an hour for Jerry Epp. A racer out of Abbotsford, and Alan Loftus, 1088 with a 1 going under to the 1090. As next up, going to be Jerry Brown out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. The 1971 Dodge Demon going to face off against Dave Stobie in the 56 Corvette. Dave Stobie make his way down and breaks out by a big margin. 1073 with a 5, 121 miles an hour getting to the stripe first. 1093 with a 632 miles an hour for Jerry Brown, who's going to be on the right side of the 1090 is Todd Sims out of Puyallup, the 66 Chevy for Puget Sound Petroleum. To square off against 67 Chevy 2 of Warren Jacobson from right here in Mission, regular in the Super Combo category for the JBS Equipment ET Series here at Mission. O-teens on both sides. 016 light for Jacobson, 013 for Sims. Jacobson going under to the 1090, 1088 with a 9 as a 1090 with a 9. On the 1090 index for Todd Sims for the racer out of Puyallup in the TCS lane. 55 Chevy coming up next. Going to be Snohomish, Washington's Tony Hopkins, who looks to be the final car for round number 2 in qualifying of Super Street. 2022 national event winner in the NHRA side of things. 2019 Division 6 champion for RM Homes. .014 reaction time, 1091 with a 7 on the 1090, 149 miles an hour for the 55 Chevy. So Tony Hopkins going to round out Super Street qualifying as your super categories have wrapped up qualifying for the day, as well as the NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman classes. And we are going to get set to head into eliminations coming up next for the pro bracket category here at Mission Raceway Park. So your pro class competitors getting lined up in the staging lanes as we speak. Again, getting ready to dial in what they think they are going to run. Start whittling down things in eliminations here on day number 2. Day number 1 pretty much of full class action for the NHRA Lucas Oil Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out this weekend and enjoying all of the racing action that has been going down the Titanium Auto Group strip. As, again, if you're not familiar with dial-in racing, bracket racing, you're going to see the number pop up on the scoreboard on either side. That is what the driver of each vehicle has guesstimated, taking their best stab at what they think they're going to run on this pair. Faster car going to have to wait on the slower car getting the head start, and in theory, they're going to get to the finish line stripe at pretty much exactly the same time, which acts as the evening factor for a wide variety of different cars and competitors in action here at Mission Raceway Park. The thing is, you just can't run quicker than what you've dialed. In a case of a double breakout, the win going to the racer who broke out by the least. So running the closest to their dial-in, even if they break out. Of course, red light, pretty much the same situation. Anybody that turns on that red bottom bulb automatic DQ, if both racers red light, it's going to be the first or worst rule as your first pair rolls into the water box. Ray Bollinger, the big old Pontiac for Just Mechanical and A&A Customs. Face off against Lawrence Charnell out of Port Alberni, the 1968 Chevelle. And a little bit of help from the folks at Cal Tire over in Port Alberni. Charnell dialing in at a 1288, Bollinger a 1067. Charnell with quite a big starting line advantage as Bollinger having to sit and wait, and now has to try and chase down the Chevelle. Racing to the stripe, gonna be Bollinger. Runs 1071 with a 4 on the 1067 dial-in, 1295 with a 4 on the 1288 dial-in for Charnell. Margin of victory is 6 over 600ths of a second for the big old Pontiac. And the TCS side of the racetrack is Grant Gordon rolling up to the ready line next. 4-cycle Customs Dodge Dart. Facing off against Richard Love. Love out of a Soyuz. Grant from Surrey. 1207 the dial-in for the Dart. 1193 for the S10. So Grant going to get an itty-bitty head start. Both racers clean and green off the line. Going to come down to the finish line stripe. And it is the S10, 1201 with a 1 on the 1193 dial-in for Richard Love. A 1217 with a 4 on the 1207 dial-in for Grant Gordon. Margin of victory at the stripe, just over 100th of a second in favor of Richard Love. And Love going 800ths off of the dial. But when the next competitor is over a 10th off of his, that doesn't matter too much. John Tabak, James Dobson, and this one was decided on the starting line. Dobson red lights away at 1074 and a 1065, and John Tabak breaks out, but it doesn't matter because James Dobson already red lighted away his chances. 1061 with a 9 on a 1066 dial-in for John Tabak for the racer from Maple Ridge. And the Rad Torque Systems cold front S10, and he's going to come back for round number 2 of action. Cassie Tippy, 1160, the Lorco side of the racetrack. And how about this? Jim Banky goes red. Jim Banky in the Barracuda out in round number 1, 6/1000ths of a second too early on the starting line for the Barracuda, and Cassie Tippy runs an 11:65 with a 5 on the 11:60 dial, 0:62 reaction time, and gets to the finish line with the round win. It is father and son in round number 1 of Pro now. Rob Monroe Sr. in the 1931 Ford Model A, the supercharged small block Chevy, going to face off against Rob Monroe Jr. in the Acadian. Son gets the head start. Dad's got to try and chase him down to the finish line stripe, and it's going to be Rob Monroe Jr. in a case of a double breakout. 899 with a 7 for Rob Monroe Sr. in the Model A on the 912 dial in. 1061 with a 4 on the 1062 dial for Rob Monroe. And because Rob Monroe Jr. was 0.05 of a second off of his dial in, he's going to get the win in the case of the double breakout. So Ross Walker in the water box at the moment. Wait and give the signal, send him down the racetrack. Is believe he's waiting on competitor down there is what the holdup is. So again, Rob Monroe Jr. winning out in the battle of the Rob Monroes. The 1061 to the 4 on the 1062 dial in. As just waiting on the next competitor to roll up to face Ross Walker. So Robert Sislock out of Blaine, Washington. 2009 Dodge Challenger, the drag pack car. And the aforementioned Ross Walker. Walker, the 66 Chevy 2 for Preston Chevrolet. And the Lordco lane dialed in that 1013 looking across. 1050 dial in for the Challenger. So Walker going to give up about 0.04 of a second at the starting line. Have to try and chase down the Challenger. Both sides of the racetrack are green, and Walker trying to run the stripe, gets there, no trouble. 1023 with an 0, 119 miles an hour, backing off. He had pretty much covered the Challenger by the time they got to the 8th mile mark, and safely pads his advantage to the stripe. 1070 with a 2 on the 1050 dial in for the Challenger. As next up going to be Sean Ernest from right here in Mission, the 1989 Chevy S10. Face off against Port Moody's Al Proc in the 70 Barracuda. The Lordco lane. Proc dialed into the 970. Going to be waiting quite a while as Ernest dialed in at 1135. Proc trying to play catch up. He's going to get there. 1004 with an O on the 970, 1184 on the 1135 dial for Sean Ernest. Almost half a second off of what he wanted to run. And that allows Al Proc to easily move on into the next round of competition is Dave Smith from Mill Bay on Vancouver Island. South side of Victoria, and Steve Baskerville from West Vancouver in his 2022 Ford Mustang. 980 dial in for the Fox body. and a 1307 for the 2022 Ford Mustang. So it is going to be the Fox body in the TCS side of the racetrack, 985 with the 1 at 138 miles an hour, and the 980 dial in, 1334 with the 3 on the 1307 dial in for Baskerville in the 2022 Mustang. As we'll make the call for Sportsman competitors, we need you guys to the lane. Sportsman to the lane, Super Pro, this is your standby call. Sportsman to the lane, Super Pro, going to make a standby call. So Garth Dredger with a 905 dial-in for the racer out of Brooks, Alberta, in the Mustang. And Dennis Winton at 1036, going to be leaving first in the big old Lost in Time Impala. So here comes Dredger with the top end charge, goes 906 with a 9 on the 905 dial and gets the job done. 1034 with a 2 on the 1036 for Winton, who breaks out for the racer from Abbotsford. And it's Garth Dredger getting the job done as Del Northgraves from Pitt Meadows is 1977 Chevy Nova. Square up against Mike Render, the 85 S10. The LS Power Plant for Fountain Tire Chilliwack. Fortin's Lordco AFD. And this one decided on the start line. Del Northgraves, 053 red, as Mike Render runs a 1085 with a 5 on his 1083 dial-in. 006 on the tree for the S10. As next up, it'll be Mal Patterson, the Malfunction 1968 Acadian for Albion Tireland, and your 2023 Sportsman Track Champion, Nick Douglas. So looks like a little bit of something down there in the starting line that they're just going to shut Mal off for the moment and have a little bit of a cleanup to do. Doesn't look like anything too severe, just a quick mop up on the starting line. So again, Mal Patterson and Nick Douglas going to be your next pairing. As Nick out of Lake Stevens, Washington. So we mentioned the 2023 Sportsman Champion here at Mission Raceway Park. Nick is dialed in at a 1247. Mal Patterson dialed in at a 1019. So when they do get the signal to fire things back up, Mal going to be the one waiting over the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack for the Dodge Charger to leave the line. So here we go. Both cars get the signal that they are good to move into the beams. So going to see who moves on to round number 2 between Mal Patterson and Nick Douglas. Wheels up launch for the Acadian. And trying to charge the top end stripe. It is going to be the Acadian. 1021 with an 8. As Nick Douglas breaks out. 1245 with an O on the 1247 dial-in. And almost by 200ths of a second, Nick Douglas running underneath of his dial-in for the racer out of Lake Stevens, Washington. And Mal Patterson moves on to round number 2. Jason Grunland from Richmond, the 66 Chevelle. Good to see this car back out. It's been a while since we've seen him at Mission Raceway Park and face off against Ralph Ehlers His 1991 Fox Body Mustang, the LS powered machine, a 1087 dial in. Grundlin dialed in at a 957. Ehlers with the head start. Another one decided on the start line, and it is going to be in favor of Ralph Ehlers, who runs through with a 1097 with the 122 miles an hour, but didn't really matter what he ran because Jason Grundlin red lights away his chances, going 083 red on the tree in the Chevelle down the TCS side of the racetrack, as Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo going to go against Heather Hornell in the 78 Fairmont wagon. Hornell getting the slight head start, 1076 her dial in, 1030 to the dial in for Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo. So both drivers green off the tree, going to come down to the stripe at the end, and it is going to be Lorenz Schwartz, 1039 with the 3 at 121 miles an hour in the 1030 dial. Hornell 1077 with an O on the 1076 dial in, but Heather's reaction time starts with a 1:020 light for Lorenz Schwartz and gets the job done at the finish line, driving around the Fairmont wagon with the Monte Carlo at the top end. Kim Cornish in Stewart Town, 77 Astra in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Cornish in the 77 Mustang 2. 1157. Slight advantage for the Pontiac is 1113 Kim's dial. At the line, gonna be the Mustang, 1031 with an O on the 1011 dial-in, or the 1013 dial-in, 1113 dial-in. Third time's the charm. As your next pair, already up at the ready line, Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge. The all-lift inspections, 1989 Fox Body Mustang going up against Tulalip, Washington's Jim Stahl in the 2000 Ford Mustang. 1101 the dial-in for Stahl, 1039 the dial-in for Ehlers. And Ehlers is going to get to the stripe first, 1053 with a 7 on the 1039 dial. He got the job done, and Jim Stahl running an 1118 on his 1101 dial-in. Ehlers 14 tenths of a second off of his dial-in. 0.170 for Stahl off of it, but at the stripe, it was going to be Bobby Ehlers coming out on top by just over 4 tenths. Danny Long, his 88 Fox Body Mustang, facing off against Craig Johnson in the Malibu wagon. $12.60 the dial-in for the Mustang, 1069. So they make it down to the finish line stripe. It's going to be Johnson getting there first, 1083 with an 8 on the 1069. As Craig Johnson, 1272 with a 5 at 108 miles an hour. Rather, Danny Long in the Mustang with a 1272 with a 5 is going to be your next pair, Pierre Barry and Chris Stone. Stone in the Dodge Dart in the Lordco side of the racetrack, dialing at a 985, 995 for Pierre Barry out of Nanaimo in the Firebird. So giving up a 100th of a second on the starting line will be the Dart. And getting pretty much all of that 100th of a second head start back in the starting line. Chris Stone, 992 with a 3 on the 985, 10:006, 135 miles an hour in the 995 for Pierre. Going to put him out in round number 1. Ron Walsh from Langley, the 81 Chevy Camaro, going to face off against Walter Johnson from Abbotsford. 72 Chevelle, the LS power plant. 11:22 dial in for the Chevelle, and that one was done on the starting line. Ron Walsh red lights away his hopes of moving into round number 2 of competition. 017 red, 11:22 with an 8 on the 11:22 dial. 8 thou from being dead on the dial for Walter Johnson, as Rebecca Powell going to get the bye run into round number 2 for the racer out of Lyndon, Washington, the 67 Nova. STR Racing, Outlaw Garage Customs, helping out to get this car from down south. So some problems off the line as Rebecca just going to roll into the throttle and coast her way down the TCS side of the racetrack. Did dial into 10:24 and would have wanted to see how close she could have got to that, but going to coast her way down to a 10:15, or rather a 15:14 with a 0 at 90 miles an hour on the 10:24 dial-in, and that is going to get her into round number 2 of Pro Bracket competition, and that is going to finish things off for round number 1 of competition for Pro Bracket, and it's like 19 cars going to move on into round number 2. Coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon is the Sportsman category. Going to get ready to come up to the race to the ready line next. Is a little bit of attention needed to the starting line, is just a little bit of track prep getting ready to be done, and we will get back to racing in just a few moments. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Pro to the lanes, Super Pro to the lanes. Standby call for motorcycle class competitors. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, and this is the standby call for all motorcycle class competitors. So again, we made the call for Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, and Motorcycle, you are on standby. Both of you are going to be up for your first round of eliminations. So Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, is again down for a little bit of track prep here ahead of Sportsman elimination round number 1. So here we go, first pair, round number 1 of eliminations for Sportsman, as it is going to be Brandon Piskacek. In the Ford Mustang, the TCS side of the racetrack, Brendan is dialed in at a 13:31, rolling low and out of Aldergrove, the 55 Meteor, a 12:96. Two greens either side of the racetrack, and it is going to be Piskacek moving into round number 2, 13:37 with an 8 at a 13:31 dial in, 13:07 with a 5 on the 12:96 for Roland Lowen, as Archie Limpright, the 82 Monte Carlo, getting ready to roll its way down the TCS side of the racetrack. Bill Wells from Mission, the 79 Malibu in the Lordco lane. So again, both racers clean and green off the line as Bill Wells is going to play catch up. Gets to the stripe, it is going to be Archie Limpright, TCS side of the racetrack, 13:55 with a 700 miles an hour, 098 reaction time. Bill Wells, an 038 light, but runs 1194 on the 1163 dial in, 3/10 off of what he estimated he was going to run. As Ron Clark, the 69 Chevelle, going to face off against Jeff Homan. And that one was decided on the starting line as a very itty-bitty advantage went to the Chevelle, 1263 to a 1255, but it's all for naught as 019 red on the tree goes Ron Clark for the racer out of Port Alberti. Jeff Hoffman going to move in around number 2, even with the breakout. Would have been a double breakout anyhow. 1258 with a 5 on the 1263 for Clark. 1253 with a 0 on the 1255 for Homan. But he was going to win that either way as he was closer to his dial in and clean on the tree as opposed to Clark going 019 red. Battle of the pickup trucks is Jason Stobie. 1581 dial in. 1210 for Rob Getz. And Stobie going to go 035 red. At the stripe, 1217 on the 1210 for Rob Getz, and he's going to move into round number 2. 1580 with an 8, breaking out to add insult to injury for Jason Stobie, who went red. Eric Hansen from North Vancouver, the Broadway Dodge, going to face off against Tyler Dobson from Abbotsford in the Camaro. So Eric Hansen goes red. 043 red on the tree and hands the win to Tyler Dobson, who runs 1198 with a 3 in the 1196 dial in. 1257 with a 6 and the 1244 dial in for Eric Hansen is Kevin McCauley going to face off against Lawrence Charnell. Kevin McCauley behind the wheel of his 83 Olds Cutlass, the old school BDL Automotive supported Olds. Going to face off against Charnel's 68 Chevelle. 1295 the dial in for the Chevelle, 1180 the dial in for the Cutlass. Both racers away, green lights either side of the racetrack. $12.97 with a 3 on the $12.95 dial in for the Chevelle and carries it out to a 0.07 of a second margin of victory at the stripe. Lawrence Charnel moves on to round number 2. Kevin McCauley out in round number 1, 1183 with a 5 on the 1180 dial in. 113 miles an hour. Difference is on the Christmas tree with an 086. Reaction time for Charnel and a 145 light for McCauley is husband and wife going at it in the SUVs. The Trailblazer from Surrey, Dave Copeland, getting to leave first, and Copeland having to try and chase down Dave, and Ann's going to get the round win because Dave broke out. 1685 with a 3 on the 1710 dial in, and Ann Copeland goes 1055 on her 1055 dial in. And Ann's going to take out the husband in round number 1 of eliminations, and 0.04 of a second away from being dead on the dial as Sylvia Hoogstens is up at the ready line next. She's going to get the jump on the Chevelle. So 1280 the dial in for Hoogstens, 1172 the dial in for the Chevelle, and it's going to be the Chevelle getting there as Hoogstens breaks up big time. 1271 on the 1280 dial in and 1164 on the 1172. So in a double breakout, the Chevelle going to move on into the next round. So they're saying it's Matt Warner behind the wheel of the Dodge Dart for the racer from Sumas. Faced off against Grant Gordon in the 69 Dodge Dart. Dodge Dart's a pair. 360 power plant for Warner and the 440 under the hood of Grant Gordon's machine. And Warner, who is supposed to be waiting ever so slightly, about 0.4 of a sec, 0.04 of a second make that, runs 1209 with a 6 on the 1208 dial-in, and by 0.07 of a second at the stripe gets the job done over Grant Gordon. Gordon goes 1215 on the 1212 dial-in, 044 reaction time to an 057 light for Warner, and the advantage at the stripe for Warner's Dart, 0.07 of a second. This is Battle of the Mustangs. Darcy Lalonde out of Shawnigan Lake, the 67 Mustang up against the 2022 Ford Mustang, Steve Baskerville. Dialing in a 1331, Lalonde a 14 flat to dial in, and already Baskerville, you can see on the brakes, nursing it to the stripe with a 1399 with a 5 on a 1331 dial in, 1465 on a 14 flat for Darcy Lalonde, and a reaction time that starts with a 7 is never a good sign. As Richard Love out of a Soyuz in the S10 going to face off against Colin Moore. Moore dialing at a 1414 and 1197 for Love. So Love going to be waiting for a while as the Fairlane makes its way down the Lordco lane. Green lights a pair. Well, it's going to be Richard Love going 1197 with a 2 on the 1197 dial in, and Colin Moore breaks out 412 and 0 on a 1414 dial in for the Fairlane, as it is Nick Douglas going to square off against Martha Lang. Lang in the Malibu, and Douglas in the Dodge Charger. The Battle of the Washington Racers. Lake Stevens, Washington is where Nick Douglas calls home. Puyallup, Washington, where Martha Lang calls home. 1201 dial for Martha. She is going to be waiting on the Dodge to leave the line. If for your defending track champion in this category. Both racers are green off the line. One was way more green than the other. 1250 with a 6 on the 1248 dial for Nick Douglas. How about a 001 reaction time? Martha Lang breaks out, but 1198 with an 8 on the 1201. 041 light, but Nick Douglas pulling out the 001 reaction time to move his way into round number 2. Randy Hermson gets the nice, easy single on in to round number 2. 1370 his dial in, going to get to the stripe, breaking out by just over 100th of a second. 1368 with a 4 on the 1370, and that is going to round out round number 1 of eliminations for Sportsman. Here in day number 1 of the Lucas Oil NHRA Northwest National Open. So, finishing things off in eliminations, going to get ready to, I believe, roll into Super Pro coming up next as they are lined up and rolling around the tower.
Go.
There we go.
Bye.
Mike Eames is up in the
Go.
tower. I'm going to take a break, and Mike is going to come
Nobody
up here and
cares.
bring you through Super Pro.
Notty cares.
Thanks, Mike. Enjoy the
No,
rest of
thank
your
you.
night.
Make good choices. Tip your waiters or waitresses. All right, Super Pro Eliminator, round number 1. You turn on a win light here, you get to come back and play again. You turn not a win light on, you get to put your car back in the trailer. This is Ted Buss in that open cockpit 34 Ford Roadster. As you look down yonder at the scoreboard, Ted's side of the racetrack, see 922 on the dial, and he will be the chaser. And John Tabak for Team Rad, Maple Ridge, British Columbia, 1063 the number, almost a full tree will be the head start for that little 89 S10. We are green and green. Here comes Ted Buss in the Roadster left side, looking over to the right at John, and the win light is going to go to Ted Buss. 922-0 on the 922 prediction, stuck the landing right on the number, had a slight starting line advantage and was able to parlay that to a victory in round number 1 as Wes Hendricks and Rick McKinney. McKinney right side out of Richmond, British Columbia in his super stock machine, 1063 the dial. Wes Hendricks out of Heffley Creek, 68 Ford Falcon, 1042 the number. About a half a yellow bulb will be the head start to Rick McKinney. And we are off and away. Feel free right after this pair. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Win light. Hendricks, 1045 on the 1042. Gave up 7th thou on the starting line. Rick McKinney got to the finish line first by 0.06 of a second, broken out by 0.03 of a second, and we're calling
Just popping in to call motorcycle to lane 1, motorcycle lane 1, hot rod to lanes 5 and 6, hot rod to 5 and 6, and that is a standby for super shifters.
What if motorcycle doesn't want to come into lane number 1?
Then it'd be kind of sad because
Okay.
then they'd miss out winning on some money.
Motorcycles lane number 1, if you would please, John Jenkins and Jeremy Soares. Soares on the long wheelbase dragster, and if you're looking down at the starting line and you don't know what is the S10 and what is the rear engine dragster, you might be in the wrong place. John Jenkins, 1053 is the dial, and he turns on the big, ugly, nasty, stinky, heinous, putrid red light. In round number 1, Soares gets a freebie into round number 2, 7515 on the 750 prediction. Was 18 on the green light start. John Jenkins, after he turned to red, was a 10th off the number, going 1062 on the 1053 prediction. It's Tammy Pajot and John Briney. Tammy for Team Rad. Dan Provost in the group, 794 the dial. Off and away, John in the Chevrolet is going to get the win. 923 on the 925 on a double breakout. Tammy had a massive starting line advantage. Got to the finish line first, but broke it out by a 10th. It's John in the Chevrolet. Back around on round number 2. It's Kevin Garlock. And Martin Rochelle. Garlock in that low-slung 71 Camaro. 632 cubic inches, the big block Chevrolet for the runner out of Victoria. Martin Rochelle, the 78 Malibu, doing double duty out of Surrey, also running in Super Street Eliminator. 894 is the dial left side, and a big red light for Garlock. Martin is going to get a freebie into round number 2, and a free sniff of 1090, and he's going to smell like 1089.7 at 127 miles an hour. Was 22 up front, but Garlock definitely did not have the correct numbers in the crossover box. Here in Super Pro Eliminator, the electronics come into play. Delay boxes and crossover boxes. They're in the racer cockpit. The faster car puts the slower car's numbers in. As you watch the tree of the faster car, you'll see that top amber illuminate and stay solid before the rest of the way counts down. All the electronics come into play. Kim Johnkind. Johnkind in the bright Yancer chassis dragster. Steve H. in the Duster. 1050 the dial and right side. Off and away. Here comes the dragster of Kim, and Kim turns on that big round 1 red light. Veach going to get a free look at 1050, and he's going to look at 1046 when he sees the time slip at 119 miles an hour. 764 for Johnkind at 173 there in that red light. There in round number 1. So it is a very hot, it is a very sticky, it is a very humid day. And what better way to cool off with an adult beverage? Over here on the spectator side of the tower side of the track. Beer garden is open if you are of age and of inclination. Go stop by and take care of your libations. This is Jason Gibson and Craig Johnson. Johnson in the wagon, the drive-in special. Gibson, the 91 Mustang left side. 982 the dialing for the Mustang. Craig Johnson looking over the shoulder of that Malibu wagon. Here comes Jason. Winner is going to be Gibson in the Mustang. 005, 983 on the 982 to be good. Craig Johnson was 21 up front. 3 under and no good. It's Jan Christensen and Lorenz Schwartz. Jan in the El Gringo 67 Nova. Lorenz Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo, the white hot rod. Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, 1027 is the dial, and Jan has 864. For the predicted performance here in round number 1, so over a full tree, going to be the head start on the countdown for Lorenz Schwartz. Going to be out there at about, 70 feet or so before Jan Christensen gives away. And a red light start for Jan by 0.06 of a second. Going to give an automatic win in round number 1 to Schwartz, and a free look at 1027, 1024-4 after being 76 on the green light start. And Jan's going to be really disappointed when he grabs that time slip. When you're like 10 red or less, and your opponent in the other lane is like 10 green, 15 green, you can live with that. But when the person in the other lane is 76 green, that's when you get back into the pit area and tip over a garbage can. This is David Wakefield, left side. 1090 is the number. Kevin McNichol, the 67 Nova, right side. 1016 is the dial. Wakefield doing double duty in Super Street on the throttle stop for the Wakefield Hot Rod, and Kevin McNichol is going to get the win. Wakefield got to the finish line first by almost a tenth and broke it out by 0.03 of a second. That is also a time slip that you get and you tip over a garbage can. Mike Robinson and Wes Vath. Robinson in the Roadster, 27 Ford, 925 is the dial-in. And just a personal observation, I would look fantastic driving Mike Robinson's car. Because I'm a big Roadster guy. Wes Vath. Cam Loops, 83 Firebird. For Wes, 930 for the Heckman Speed Shop, Lord Co. Associated Tire. Red light start for Wes. Robinson was 004 on the green light and 925-2. That is 6 total, and that is just dirty. Robinson wastes 6 total on a red light run. Robinson would take like 5 more of those, and if somebody can sneak inside a 6 total in the lane next, you just tip your cap and tell them good job. It's Colton Morin. Emma Debris-Coos. Former junior dragster competitors. These 2 competitors have raced each other a time or 30 through the years. Colton, 799 is the dial-in for the Morin Motorsports Dragster. Emma's got 898 on her rear engine machine, the B&D truck lifts. Tree and away, a red light start for Colton. Emma's 003 on a free data acquisition run, 899 there for Emma to move into round number 2. And after Colton turned on the red light, he goes right on the dial in 799.8 to be a first round runner-up. So Shea Svetic in the Nostalgia Slingshot front engine dragster from McKenzie Racing, Kennedy Landscaping, Coastal Equipment Repairs, and Darcy Lebedinsky. Can I get a Hot Rod Eliminator to lane 5 and 6, if you would, please? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, Hot Rod Eliminator, 5 and 6, if you would, please. I mean, I'm not above begging, but Hot Rod into 5 and 6. So Shea, that front engine dragster left side, 925 is the number. Darcy in the Cougar, 930. The estimated performance for Lebedinsky. Well, Darcy in the Cougar was tardy. Shea in the front engine car was flat out late. Winlight. Darcy Lebedinsky. 9:33 on the 9:30 was a $1:65 on the green light start. Shea was 3:83 on the green light. Goes 9:16 on the 9:25, but had a massive deficit there on the starting line. Wasn't able to climb out of the hole that was dug on the starting line. It's Jace O'Hara and Paul Soares. Roy Roman, Hot Rod Eliminator. You need to be in the staging lanes instantaneously if you're going to be part of round number 1. Roy Roman, need you in the staging lanes. Jace O'Hara for A Street Auto. Also doing double duty in Super Street Eliminator, 63 Chevrolet, the orange hot rod left side. Paul Soares, the Grand Prix right side. Also doing double duty. 824 the dial, and here comes Paul and the Winlight. Paul Soares. Double breakout, 821 on the 824, under by 3 hun. Jace had 1090, the Super Street Index on the car, and goes 1084, under by 6. In those situations in ET bracket style racing, when both cars are underneath their dial-in prediction, whoever is closest is your winner. Rolling into our motorcycle category here in round number 1. Super Shifter, need you in lane 3 and 4, if you would please. Super Shifter, round number 1, 3 and 4. All juniors, you are on standby. You should be ready to roll. Super Shifter into lane 3 and 4, if you would please. All my juniors, you are on standby. This is Bill Aiken and Bill McDonald. Few things in life are certain: death, taxes, and Bill is going to win this race. Aiken, 923 to get the win. On the 912 dial-in was 51 thou on the green light start. McDonald was 83 on the green light, dialed 928, was a 10th over, going 938. So Bill Aiken. We'll move into round number next. Daryl Storzak and Alamond. Daryl for Leak Pro, the world's leader in automotive water and air leaks and wind noise repair over on the left side, 859. We'll do in the chasing. Al for Thrifty Machine Shop out of Agassiz, British Columbia. We are staged. Oh, Daryl was late. Al is in full control here, looking over the left-hand shoulder. 9:02 for Al to get the win. Daryl was 4:47 on the green light start, and when you're looking up the formula to beat Alamond, the first ingredient is not being 4:47 on the green light. It's Tom Torrent and Jody Brickwood. Tom and the Kraken. 872, the dial-in for that swing arm machine. And Jody Brickwood, 935 for the Brickwood Renovations Kawasaki. On the right-hand side of the racetrack. Lord Coast side. Staged. Away and away. 7 little fouls separate the two drivers leading the starting line. Brickwood looking over the left shoulder to see brake lights for Torrendon, going to get the win. 878 to advance on the 872 with 72 on the green light start. Brickwood is 79 green and 965 on the 935, 3/10 as Tom Turand will proceed. Unfortunately, Jody Brickwood will be done for the day. And super shifters should all be in the lanes. Juniors, you should be getting ready to roll. All right, rolling into Hot Rod Eliminator. Ron Clark. An all black 69 Chevelle. 1257 is the dial-in. Gonna be alongside Rob Monroe Sr. 31 Ford, 5-window Model A. Small block Chevrolet powered for the White Knuckle Racing Team. 895 is going to be the dial-in. So do the math. 3.5 seconds is going to be the head start for Ron Clark. That's like 2 full trees and a little bit more. Clark is way out there. Here comes Ron Monroe Sr. trying to chase down Ron Clark. And he's not going to get there. 1262. Going to be the win for Ron Clark. Rob Monroe Sr. going to bow out here in round number 1. Blair Criddle and Rob Monroe. Monroe in the Nova. Winter Harbor Marina, Gibson Racing Trans, SD Performance, and Horizon Paint and Auto Body. Blair Criddle in the Roadster off the gas early. Rob Monroe will advance 11-16. Criddle in the Roadster. Not able to run the number, and Monroe gets a pretty easy one there. As Veronica Hodgson and Dennis Winton. Veronica in the 69 Dodge. Was part of Team on a Mission over at the Summit ET Finals at Pacific Raceways last week. Dennis Winton. Lost in time, Bel Air. 10:33 is the dial-in. Veronica will get the opportunity to leave the starting line first. Tree and away. Red light start for Dennis. Veronica will see round number 2. And what equates to a free time run there for Veronica. She put 12:08 on the race car. Put 12 flat on the racetrack. Winton, after being red by 55 thou, goes 10:36 on the 10:33 as a first round runner-up. Jim Benke. Terry Hookstons. in the 66 Chevrolet out of Maple Ridge. 1195 is the dial. Banky out of Mission. The Barracuda for Team Rad. Big wheels up launch for Jim. 1022 is the dial. Jim looking over at the right. Terry looking over at the left. We get to 1,320 feet, and the win is going to go to Hoogstens. 63 on the green light start. 1094 on the 1095, under by a hun. Banky was under by 2 hun on a double breakout win. Hoogstens will advance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all my juniors. Thunder in the lane number 1. Lightning in the lane number 2. Junior Street, I need you in the lanes. Cuatro, no, I need cinco and siete. Oh, yeah, whatever it is. 5 and 6.
I speak English really well.
I don't speak anything. Junior Street lanes 5 and 6, if you would, please. How about Thunder is in lane uno?
Those kids are probably smarter than us, honestly.
Those kids are probably smarter than us. It wouldn't take much. You're setting a pretty low bar. Jamie Wellwood and Rob Hodgson. Wellwood in the Bantam. TNT Auto Parts Machine. 805 is the dial. Wheels up out of the Bantam. I love it. 1075 the dial for Hodgson. Looking over the left shoulder. Here comes the Bantam and the win for the Bantam. 21 green, 812 on the 805 is good enough. Hodgson was 34 on the green light start and 1073 on the 1075. Broke out by 13 thousandths of a second. Arrived at the finish line 75 thou in front. Needed to take 62 or less. And did not do it. Is Roland Lowen and Ryan Isherwood. Roland in the Meteor. 302 Ford power plant for the Lord Co team. And Ryan Isherwood with a double red light start. Isherwood is red by more. Roland Lowen will advance in the Meteor. 1299 on the 1296 prediction. Just over 100 miles an hour. Isherwood was red by 99 before going 1146. They're in that round 1 defeat as Matt Warner and Barry Patterson. Warner in the 66 Merc. Linden Service Center. 1060 is the dial-in. A full bulb head start and a little bit of a second for Barry Patterson, 65 Cornet right side. He's got 984 on the dial-in for Patterson. Warner in the Mercury, second to go in. First and away, big wheels up there for Warner. And you see the wind light already on for Matt Warner. Barry Patterson turned it red. Here in round number 1, Warner goes 1057 in the freebie. 1021 there for Barry Patterson after being red by a bunch. Randy Hermson and Chris Stone. Hermson in the 58 Oldsmobile, the winged behemoth. I mean, I know it's not the same car, but I mean, there's a whole Christine vibe going on down there. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing. 68 Dodge, 980 is the dial. Randy Hermson's way out in front. Here comes Chris Stone. Win light to Randy Hermson. 1368 on the 1368 to get it done. Stone dialed 980. Ended up not getting there. 987 for Chris Stone to Sylvia. Hoogstens and Roy Roman. Roy in the Nash Rambler. Sylvia in the 66 Mustang left side. Sylvia, one of the team captains for Team on a Mission over at the Summit ET Finals. 1273 is the dial-in. Roy Roman, the Roman Metalworks Rambler. 1127 is the dial. The win light for Sylvia. 99 on the green light start. 1284 to get it done. Roy Roman was 97 on the green light and 1140 on the 1127. Just didn't run the number. Sylvia, we'll be back in round number 2. That was the last pair of Hot Rod Eliminator. We're moving into BC Super Shifters. So BC Super Shifters, there's a lot of automatics in this class, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. They're not? These are all like, well, because like automatic shift.
Well, I mean, they're basically an automatic. Like, yeah, they launch with the clutch, but they just, they just pull the gears afterwards.
Okay, all right.
They better not hear this. They'd be real upset right now.
Hey, I'm from out of town. Dale Posnick, Gene Kerner. Posnick, a really good looking 67 Mustang. 1029 is the dial. 843 the dial for Gene. And Kerner is no good. Posnick needs to get out of the gas so he doesn't break out. Oh, Posnick red lit. Hey, see? These screens are so confusing.
You got 2 screens to look at here, and both of them light up red. So I don't know what you're missing, but
I mean, you got to remember, I have like 70 thoughts that constantly go through my head. You give me like too many things to look at, it's a dumpster
I know
fire.
there's 2 sets of numbers on here. You're real confused by it, aren't you?
And what's even better is that when you're looking down track and then you start to look at the screen and then the next pair comes in and the screen goes to the other side when you're already looking at that really throws me for a loop. And also like the CompuLink system, you have a button that you can change, and like this is just
No button here.
So Will Friesen and Jamie Roth. Friesen in the Warbird, 57 Ford, and a red light start. See, I got that one. Jamie Roth in the Comet's going to get a free look at 1014. Hey, look, I don't get out much. 1011 there for Jamie on the solo at 133 miles an hour. So John DePork and Alan Lougheed. So here's the other thing. You guys in Canada have way too many consonants that are together, and
So Lougheed is actually a road here in the Vancouver area.
I got you. John is going to get the win.
Attention in the pits out there. We need Top Dragster on a standby, please. Top Dragster, you are on a standby.
So John DePork there was 116 on the green light start. Goes 10-16 to get the win. As Will Sorick and Keith Winterbottom. Hey, I got those two.
Yeah, good job. You did good there.
The 62 Bel Air for Will. 1110 is the dial. Winterbottom. The Rags to Rich's Top Shop. 920 is the number. Will is out in front. Winterbottom trying to chase and is going to get the win. Zoric broke out by 5 thousandths of a second, taking 3/10 down there. Winterbottom was 193 on the green light start and a 1/10.5 over, but those combination numbers will result in a win light as Rich Graves and Pat Byron. Graves in the 67 Mino Camino with the greatest sponsor that you could possibly have. Sponsored by his wife. Pat Byron, the 72 Nova. The red hot rod over on the left side, or the right side, 855 is the dial. Graves in the El Camino is going to be out there a ways. And here comes Pat. Pat, on the reaction time, might be in a pickle, but he's going to make it work. 855-0, right on the number. Graves got to the finish line first by a 1/10 and broke it out by 0.05 of a second. He had some room to give it a little womp-womp on the gassy gas. Didn't do it to get on the right side of the number, but Pat Byron will advance as Wayne Davis. Slugbug white/grayish. And Scott Winterbottom. 63 Chevy 2. Winterbottom's got 938 on the dial. I just want to figure how I called Slugbug white and grayish and Kevin Ness hit me. I don't think you're playing the game right. Green, and the bug, unfortunately, out of the gas early. Scott Winterbottom is able to drive around at the finish line, 958 on the 938 prediction. So the Rag to Riches Top Shop, 63 Chevy 2. Back around in round number 2, Wayne Davis in the bug predicted 1125 and went 1, 2, 3, 4. So James and Jacob, as we roll into Junior Street. Junior Street is a fantastic program in the National Hot Rod Association. 13 years of age to 16 years of age. The child gets to drive a full-size car with a parent / guardian / role model / adult as the passenger, Kevin S.
Well, we tried to send Mike out there with them, but the kids were a little bit afraid. He kept saying dad jokes, and they were like,
Yes.
get away.
When you say role model, I am the opposite of that. What would that be? That's how you want to live your life? Sophia and Dallas will be our next pair. Sophia left side, the 05 F250, 934 is the dial-in for Sophia. Dallas, 981, the dial-in for the Honda Civic. I can no longer see the Honda Civic. It's in the right lane for all the smoke that's coming out of Sophia's hot rod. Sophia, 934.2 on the 934, going to get the win. 968 on the 981 for Dallas. The overtime repair. Machine, unfortunately, is going to bow out in round number 1. Jenna, left side. Riker, right side. Jenna out of Surrey. Peden Industries. Winter Harbor Marina and RV. The Chevrolet Tahoe. 1092 is the dial-in. Riker out of Abbotsford. The 87 Chevrolet. 929 the dial-in for Riker. Win light going to go to Jenna. 126 on the green light start. 1096 on the 1092. Over by 4 on the dial-in to get the win. It's Tyler and David will be our next competitors. Tyler for the Zap Strap Racing Squad, the 97 Chevrolet. Get 1104 the dial-in for Tyler. David over on the right side. The 2022 GMC 10 flat is the dial-in for David.
Does that make sense, though?
We are green and green. Tyler left side. Looking over to the right, here comes David in the late model GMC. Brake lights and a wind light for Tyler. 1109 on the 1104. Was 29 on the green light start. David was 236 on the green light. It goes 1005. Difference in the reaction time. It's Taryn and Josephine. Taryn left side. 1025 is the dial-in. Neil Smith at Peden Industries. Josephine, another one of the Zap Strap Racing squad. 1079 is the dial-in. Pickup will be off and away first. Taryn will be doing the chasing. So once again, all of you in the grandstands that have children between the age of 13 and 16, come on out and join us on the racetrack. It is a great motivator. You don't have good grades, you don't get to go race. Off and away, green and green. Taryn and Josephine, you see brake lights out of the truck, but the wind light going to go to Taryn. 1047 on the 1025 was 54 on the green light. There for Taryn, Josephine was 104 on the green and 1076 on the 1079. Taryn will advance into round number 2 here in Junior Street. All right, so we're going to roll the safety down there to the big end of the racetrack. They're going to open up the junior gate before we run our junior dragsters.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We are looking for top dragster in 5 and 6. Top dragster to lanes 5 and 6, please. Top dragster, we need you in lanes 5 and 6.
Somebody else was on standby.
And standby top sportsman. We're putting top sportsman on a standby.
Yeah.
Just repeat that. Top dragster, lanes 5 and 6. Top sportsman, you're on standby.
What if somebody in top dragster is superstitious against the numbers 5 and 6?
Well, that's their problem, isn't it?
I mean, it really poses a problem since we are in Division 6 and most of their numbers have some type of 6 in there. So Cinco is 5.
Okay, I knew Cinco was 5. I can't remember what 6. Oh, siete? No, you say it.
6.
Is it just 6?
Isn't it? Isn't it like 6?
I don't know. We're going to need some help on this one.
We're trying to figure out what 6 in Spanish is. Seis.
6.
Yeah, I said that.
So lane 5 and 6. If you don't like 5 and 6. I know this is Canada, but we don't speak French up here.
Oui.
Oui.
Round number 1 of Junior Dragster. Competition single. Alex on the single. Alex over in the left lane was our best appearing junior dragster over at the Summit ET Finals. Part of Team on a Mission. The Global Container Terminals. Lordco Jr. is our number 1 qualifier. We'll get a free data acquisition run. So by rule, all Alex has to do is stage the vehicle under its own power. And then from there on, it's a win. They don't even have to break the beams. It's got to stage it. Tree activated. So Alex is off and away. 12:10 estimate. 12:086 for Alex on the solo there in round number 1. Is Emily and Nash will be our next 2. Emily, the White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Lordco. TNT Pioneer Truck 914 is the dial-in. For Emily on the left side, Nash over on the right side. BDL Auto, Diversified Metalworks, Lordco. Milron Truck 1310 will be off and away first. Will be Nash. So Emily over on the TCS side of the racetrack. Yes. That. Everything you're saying. Now everybody out in the grandstands want to know what you're saying. Yes, that.
So Mike's complaining again about our announcer screen, so we got to put some stickers on it just to make him happy.
Red light start for Nash by 38 thousandths of a second. Emily's 001 on the green light. That is very nice. 899 on the 914. Emily will move in around number 2. Once again, top dragster. Top dragster, you should be in lane 5 and 6. Top sportsman, you should be on the ground and ready to roll here momentarily. Coca was supposed to take on Adeline. Coca for DeKalb Ventures. On the solo is Adeline. Rumor has it, Adeline went to a concert. We were having all sorts of debate up here in the tower who the concert was. Go ahead.
Well, first I'm going to make a call. We need top sportsmen in lanes 3 and 4, please. We are looking for top sportsmen in lanes 3 and 4. You know, if you have any insight on that, we are also wondering what concert Adeline has went to.
I mean, I don't want to say that everybody in the tower said it was Taylor Swift, and then Kevin Ness started singing, and the tower started joining in, Shake It Off, and I'm not going to lie, it was very concerning to me. So Coca going to get a win there on the solo in that last pair. Predicted 890, goes 891.
Hey, next up, we got Cadence in the left lane. Dialed in at a 9 flat. Taking on April in the right lane with an 897 for her dial. April with the most intense junior dragster dad in the planet. Justin, also the owner of JBS Equipment, who is a sponsor here at the facility and sponsors April.
And runs ProMod.
And runs ProMod. And Top Dragster. And Doorslammers. And we love Justin here.
And ProMod.
We love ProMod too.
I like ProMod.
Yeah, ProMod's good. Cadence's dad, Dan Rodrigue, is our current West Coast Outlaw Series Outlaw 275 champion from 2023.
So kind of like ProMod.
Similar to ProMod.
So Cadence and April, green and green. Cadence left side, April right side. Give it to April. 899 on the 97 was 148 on the green light start. Cadence was 60 on the tree, a little bit better, but then a little more worser on the racetrack. 914 on the 9 flat, and ended up getting behind. And April will advance. As Dallas and Owen will be our next pair. Dallas 1403, the dial in. On the TCS side of the racetrack, the left lane as you're looking down the track, and Owen at a chili whack for Lord Coparts. 1435 is the dial for Owen. John, I can't sit down when I announce. I have to stand up.
Well, it kind of works out then that there's only one seat tall enough to actually see over the counter up here.
But we do got to work out. Can we just get this beam removed?
That would be handy, wouldn't it?
Because it just blocks. So Dallas left side, Owen right side. Green and green. 1403 and 1435. Owen is going to get the win. 175 on the green light start and goes 1557 to get the win. Dallas was 173 down here and 1401. Down on the big end, broke it out by 17 thou. and took a lot down there. Owen will advance into round number 2.
So, I'm going to say this next pair is going to feature the biggest spread between dials that we're going to see all weekend. Over 11 seconds.
Kiera's going to be down there at about 450 feet before Owen gets the green light to get in down in pursuit. Okay, it's literally, it's going to be like 300 feet. I don't know, let's watch.
Owen is going to have to practice some patience, to say the very least. So there goes Kiera, working on a dial of exactly 20 seconds.
Oh, so almost at 330. Owen is in pursuit. Owen has drove around. And the 906 there for Owen to advance. Kiera dialed in 20 flat and went 22.34 on the elapsed time there, John.
At just 22.92 miles per hour. But good to see the young lady out here. Everybody's got to start somewhere.
That's right.
I'm sure she'll speed things up as time goes on.
John Tabak, you ready to rock and roll?
Am I ready to rock and roll? Sure.
Good. It's all yours.
All right. So Jack and Paige. Jack tower side, Paige spectator side. Paige dialed in at 1197. She's going to give the handicap start to Jack. He's dialed 1410. So Jack's got the pre-stage bulb lit. Now Paige is pre-staged. Paige lights the third bulb. Jack lights the fourth. Here we go. A couple of green lights. Oh, Paige out in front with lots of room. However, still runs under the 1197 prediction with an 1107. So Jack will be moving on. Now Nate and Danica. Nate, tower side, dialed in at 890. Danica, spectator side, dialed in at 1580. So Nate, over here in the tower lane, would like to thank Lordco Auto Parts, along with Global Container Terminals. I have personally spent some time at Global Container Terminals. Hey, listen up, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 10-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 10-minute standby call. Please be ready to go. Now Adam and Hunter. Hunter's over here in the tower lane. Racing for JBS equipment. So it's Adam in the right lane, Hunter in the left lane, and they're going heads up. 9-11 is the prediction, both sides of the racetrack. Well, this one's over early. Adam turns it red in the right lane. Win light on for Hunter over here in the left lane. So Hunter will be coming back for round number 2 a little bit later on. Next pair will be Wesley and Bentley. Wesley for Fountain Tire, Lordco, Badass Garage, and the Homemasters team. Wesley in the Tower lane, or TCS lane, dialed in at 9:05. Bentley racing for Bubba's Speed Shop, Peden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa, and the Badass Garage. Dialed in at 8:90 in the Lordco lane. So Wesley turns it red. Bentley was ready to go. Nice 0:17 reaction time. Then at the finish line, 8:95 on the 890 dial. So we do have Canada West Doorslammers on standby, and just a note to you guys, we would like to see the cars that are in competition arrive first. So everybody that's just qualifying, we'd like you to hang back for a few moments when we do make the call. We'll be looking for cars still in competition. Now Grayson and Ashton. Ashton in the right lane, dialed 1197. Wants to thank Tom Katnick Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Grayson, Tower Side, wants to thank Ultra Tune Automotive. So Ashton in the right lane should be leaving first, dialed in at 1197. Grayson's going to have to practice some patience. His dial of 894 is 3 seconds quicker. Well, we got 2 green lights. One of them with about a 40 thou advantage. That would be for your winner. Ashton was 92 up front, then goes 1199 on the 1197 dial to arrive at the finish line 62 thousandths of a second ahead of Grayson. Grayson comes up 898 on the 894 dial. And with that, we put round 1 of Junior Thunder in the books. We roll into round 1 of Junior Lightning. So McKenna in the right lane. Gonna be out there all by herself, dialed in at 797, and man. So it comes up 798 with a 2 on the 797 dial. Hey Justin, guess what her light was? 001. So McKenna, 13 thousandths total package. Nice job. Now Sydney and Abby. Abigail in the right lane, dialed 797. Sydney out of Buckley, Washington, Tower side, dialed 848. So, a couple of green lights. One of these drivers with a healthy advantage, and that is your winner, Sydney. Moving on to round number 2. Sydney was 0.36 on the starting line. Abby with a 2.69 reaction time. So she was in a tough spot following that. Now Isabella take on Lincoln. Lincoln in the right lane, dialed 804. Titanium and JBS. Isabella. I'd like to thank the Silva Auto World, Canco, and Quality Manufactured Homes. Isabella from Vernon, BC. In the Tower lane, dialed 790. So Lincoln will be leaving first with his dial of 804. Then, theoretically, 14/100ths of a second later, we should see Isabella leave. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, those in competition. We're looking for you in the staging lanes. Only those in competition. Canada West Doorslammers, only those cars in competition. This is your call in the staging lanes. Qualifiers, just hang back for a couple more minutes. Your call will be coming. Now Connor and CL. Connor in the Tower lane. Out of Abbotsford. CL from Qualicum. CL racing for Big Kids Racing with some help from Rad and Titanium. Connor wants to thank TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, and Lordco. CL moving on. She was an 017 light on the tree. Then 794 on the 790 dial. So CL will be coming back. This will set up Nick and Lexi. So Nick Towerside for JBS. The reigning champ. Lexi in the right lane. Lexi out of Langley for Hobo Racing. Wants to thank Bowtie Ventures. So Nick in the left lane dialed 806. Lexi in the right lane dialed 808. Just 2/100ths of a second separate them by the dials. And then somebody's basically packing a 10th. And that would be your winner, Nick. 809 on the 806 dial gets the job done. Nick was 32 on the tree. Lexi's light started with a 1. So, Justin, you couldn't hear me earlier, but McKenna's light was 001. So that's going to do it for juniors and take us back to Top Dragster. This will be round number 1 of eliminations. So safety out there, just giving the surface a little bit of a drag, a little bit of a spray. Patching a couple spots with the gold dust. With the goal to make it all it can be for this opening round of Top Dragster. Just 6 cars on the ladder. So we've got our first pairing underneath the bridge ready to go. It's going to be number 1 qualifier, Dane LeKelt. Behind the wheel of Big Sexy. Coming up left side of the racetrack, he's going to take on Jeremy Soares. No, tell him he is. Right? But regardless of that, it's E1. Right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we certainly appreciate you all coming out here today with us at Mission Raceway Park. Wow, that was easy for me to say. NHRA National Open event. So I do believe that the beer gardens are still open. I haven't been told that they're closed, so we're just going to keep right on going with the assumption that they are open, if you so choose. The Half-Track Snack Shack, of course, still open. They've got dinner choices for you. Pro Shop open as well. So we'll make the call now for the rest of the Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, come on down. This is your call to the staging lanes. We will take Canada West Doorslammers, bring them down to lanes 5 and 6. And if you run out of room in 5 and 6, you can just file on over to lanes 3 and 4. So once again, Canada West Doorslammers, we need you guys in the staging lanes. That would be all the Canada West Doorslammers. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. So it looks like they're starting to put away the party beside the tower. So again, want to thank Broadway Refrigeration for coming out and spending their day with us. We're very happy to have you. Don't have a name for the barbecue smokehouse company, but man, did that ever smell good all day long. All right, I'm hearing now over the radio that they did not farm that out. That was some of the employees of Broadway Refrigeration that rolled all their smoking equipment over here bright and early this morning. 4 a.m., I'm told. Nice job. Thanks again for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. So the tractor out there headed back this way. I got a feeling that this is going to be the final lap for the tractor before we get back to racing. Well, here we go. First pair of round one top dragster. As already mentioned, it's going to be Dane LeKelt and it's going to be Jeremy Soares. So Jeremy Soares in the right lane out of Terrace, dialed in at 749. Dane LeKelt, our number one qualifier. LeKelt family out of Kelowna, BC, dialed in at 635. Soares lights the fourth bulb. Here we go. LeKelt was 005 and turns the win light on. How about that? 637 on the 635 dial. Gets there first by 66 thou. Soares appears that he just came up weak on the 749 dial. He was a 40 light, so behind by 35 thou at the start. Not able to recover. So Dane LeKelt will advance to the semi-final round where he will have the bye. Essentially, is on his way to the final round. So now, Kim Youngkin take on Zach Clark. Zach Clark in the right lane, dialed 694. Kim Youngkin, left side, dialed 763. So Youngkin with the starting line advantage. At the finish line, it is Zach Clark with the win light. Gets there first by just 5/1000ths of a second. Youngkin had the starting line advantage, 013 to 041, but was dialed a little bit on the weak side. Came up 767 on the 763 dial. So Zach Clark moves on to the round of three, where he will face either his buddy Justin Bond or his son Willie Oliver. So Bond dialed 709. Oliver dialed 778. Just 4,000 separate them at the starting line. At the finish line, looks like Oliver there first. No, second. Does not get the win light, however. Justin Bond, 712 on the 709 dial. Gets there first by just 4,000ths of a second. So that sets up our final three. We're down to Dane LeKelt, Zach Clark, and Justin Bond. They'll be back up in a little bit. Now top sportsman, where we are already in the semifinal round. Just 4 cars. Here's our first pairing of Brian Ritchie and Jan Christensen. A couple of Canada West Doorslammer regulars facing off here in round one of top sportsman. So Jan Christensen with a nice short little burnout. Keeps it on this side of the starting line. it is Christensen over Ritchie. Saw the brake lights come on at the finish line there. Jan Christensen getting it well safe on the 864 dial with an 867. He was 007 up front, and that was the real story. Brian Ritchie flat out missed the tree. Was not really a player at the finish line. That'll bring up Joe Meloff and Paul Soares. Terrace, BC versus Maple Ridge. Joe Meloff out of Maple Ridge. Right-hand lane dialed 677. Paul Soares going to get a little bit of a head start here as he's dialed 818. Three bulbs lit, waiting on Joe Meloff. He's in. So Paul Soares scores an easy win, 823 on the 818 dial, good enough. Joe Meloff, the starting line advantage, but was off the gas and coasting to an 809. So this is kind of a cool pairing that we have coming up here. A couple of 55 Chevrolets. One of them represents what a 55 Chevrolet actually looked like in 1955. The other one represents what a 55 Chevrolet looks like after you've had, well, somewhat your aerodynamic way with it, so to speak. So Howie Winklehorst in the right lane. And Derek Shirk in the left. So Winklehorst, right lane dialed 839. So Derek Shirk moving around trying to chase down Howie Winklehorst. It's Howie's race. 840 on the 839 dial gets the job done. Howie was better on the starting line, 045 to 070. And he will advance to the final round of the first race of the season. We're not able to finish said race as per the schedule, so it's getting finished now. So it's going to be Howie Winklehorst and one of these two guys. Otto Schulte and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson for Rad Torque Systems, along with Titanium, JS Power Sports, AFD Petroleum, and Postma Farms. Otto Schulte will face Howie Winklehorst in the final round. Schulte, 757 on the 755 dial, taking 18 thousandths at the stripe. Had a small 6 thousandths of a second starting line advantage. So Otto Schulte and Howie Winklehorst, that'll be coming up shortly. But right now, we're going to finish off the final round from Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So a little bit of confusion over the dial-in numbers. I think we've got it all sorted out now. Darren Buick, dialed in at 864. And Paul Stretch, dialed in at 729. So about 1.3 seconds will separate them by the dials. Buick will get the head start. Stretch will then have to try and chase him down. So it's Paul Stretch over Darren Buick. Paul Stretch comes up 730 with a 1 on the 729 dial. It was already done anyway as Buick turned it red, plenty red. Paul Stretch was strong. 018 up front, then 1 above on the 729 dial. And now we will roll back into qualifying. This will be their final round of qualifying. Final round of qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers. Brad Powell and Ray Rusiani up here. Rusiani in the right lane, behind the wheel of his 66 Chevy 2. For Dexy Paws. That is spelt with a D. Now, it's not what I would have named the company. I think I've got what is a way cooler name. But that's just my opinion. So Brad Powell with an 0:44 reaction time, then 8:44 at the top end. Ray Rusiani goes 8:42. So Grant Howell and Brody Shirk will make up our next pairing. Brody Shirk in the right lane. 67 Nova. Grant Howell over here, tower side. His 1937 Chevrolet. Then 786 through the top end at 162 miles an hour. Brody Shirk, meanwhile, off the pace, off the gas, 904, got a coasting 122 miles an hour. Poe Freeborn out of Courtney, tower side. For reasons I'm not going to get into on the PA, super, super, super cool to see Poe Freeborn out here. He's going to line up with James Kennedy. Kennedy behind the wheel of Big Barry. So James Kennedy goes 691. Nice run, 199 miles an hour. Poe Freeborn with another 17 run. He goes 719 this time, 189 miles an hour. So James Kennedy named his car Big Barry. I'm not 100% sure why that is, but I'm told because he's a big Barry Manilow fan. Now Rod Leclerc and Jay Severston. Leclerc, a regular top qualifier with the Canada West Doorslammers. It's 67 Camaro over there in the Lordco lane. Wants to thank Paradise Homes and the crew, including Andy Leclerc. How about 685, 201 miles an hour? Not bad. Jay Severson goes 745 at 185 miles an hour. Greg Field is going to line up with Dave Warren. Dave Warren and Lord Cano Lane behind the wheel of the Blue Max. Greg Field, his little Opal. 572 cubic inch big block Chevy fed by a couple of turbochargers. As I mentioned earlier, Greg Field for a number of weekends now has been struggling to get that car down the track. Now that's not an easy task, even on a good weekend. But it's been harder than usual as of late. Stock, super stock. This is your standby call. Standby call for stock, super stock. But here we go. Is Greg Field going to get a good pull? Well, I'm going to say this is the best one of the weekend. He was out of it early, but still went 708 at 198. That's the furthest he's made it down the track in a little bit of time. Dave Warren went pretty trouble-free over there in the right lane, went 793 at 173 miles an hour. So again, a standby call for stock, super stock combo. So that last pair was Scott Grant and TLD. Terry Langdon Davies did not make a full pull. Scott Grant did. Went 817, 166 miles an hour. Now Andy Hatton and Jason Field. Jason Field making a string of strong passes here this weekend. It goes 722, 188 miles an hour. Andy Hatton with a very respectable 845 at 157 miles per hour. And that's going to set up Anthony Katnick and Mike Kenworthy. Katnick in the 68 Dart out of Maple Ridge. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Stock, super stock. Stock, super stock. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take stock, super stock combo to the rear of the lanes to be laddered. So one more time, stock, super stock. This is your call to the rear of staging to be laddered. And with that, we'll give Super Comp a standby call. Kenworthy, 819. 166 miles an hour. Katnick goes 840 at 163. So Dale Jansen and Lane Woolley. Woolley in the Duster, Jansen in the Nova. So a couple of nice lights. Dale Jansen goes double 08. Lane Woolley was 014. Both drivers doing a fantastic job on the starting line. Now Aiden Katnick and Zach Joyce. Aiden Katnick, tower side. Little gray Mustang. Zach Joyce in the little Austin. Now he's backed up behind the starting line. Aiden Katnick with an 838. Zach Joyce with an 877. Now this will be Henry Zacharias and Steve Lowe. So Henry doing a bunch of driving out there, but I think he kept his foot flat to the floor. Goes 764, 172 miles an hour. Steve Lowe struggling off the gas before the 8th mile mark. Now Terry Shaflita and Adam DeYoung. Adam DeYoung in the right lane. 67 Camaro. Shaflita over here, tower side. This is a cool car, 500 cubic inches, and he winds that thing up. 5-speed transmission with a clutch pedal, so he rose through the gears. Shaflita goes 709, 194 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung off the gas and coasting. So now John West will be making a single. Well, this is rather interesting, kind of cool. So Paul Debris going to be making a hit in Johnny West's car. Hard enough to make him lift off the gas. The car did look to be moving to the left, but I'm not sure that really had all that much to do with it. Despite being off the gas well before the 60-foot clock, still carded a 1.16 60-foot number. So Tom Katnick will be the final car down the track in this final round of qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers Association. Katnick in that oh so pretty 68 Camaro. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. Super Comp, please make your way to lanes 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for Super Comp. And we'll make a standby call for Super Gas. So one more time, Super Comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. And at the same time, we're giving a standby call to Super Gas. So Tom Katnick, ready to go. So we saw something in the 650s on Tom's last run. So 103 in the 60 foot. This is looking good. Reader board says 650 with a 3, 223 miles an hour. How about that? Number 1 qualifier improves on his qualifying number. So we made the call for Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. We'll make the call now for Super Gas to lanes 3 and 4. That is Super Gas to lanes 3 and 4. And we'll give a standby call to Super Street. So once again, while it's nice and quiet, Super Comp, we're looking for you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. And Super Street, you are on standby.
They said it's a final.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing dial-ins. I don't know if it's just a computer one.
So we've got our funny car final round coming up. They're racing Chicago style, so essentially after qualifying, they take the top 2 qualifiers and pair them off, and they call that the final round. It's kind of like drag racing simplified. So Greg Howland and Kim Parker are going to face off here in the final round for Northwest Double B Funny Car action. Well, I thought we were set to go, but from what I see out the window, it appears we're going to give the track a little bit of a spray before we roll into this funny car final round. So again, these double B funny car, it's association actually. So they do technically race on a index of 650. It's one of the class rules. You can't go any quicker than 650, and that's just a safety stop, if you will, that they have built in to keep anybody from getting carried away, trying to make more power and become the fastest car in the class. The reality is, I don't think there's any of them on the property that could actually produce a 650. So they really are racing heads up. So it's going to be Kim Parker in the right lane. Kim and crew out of Graham, Washington, driving the hell on wheels. As I mentioned earlier this weekend, we have not had the Parkers on the property since 2019. Absolutely fantastic to have them back up here at Mission. Along with the whole contingent of Northwest Double B funny cars. That would include Kim's opponent in this final round, Greg Howland. Howland will be driving Zeus, the 79 Corvette you see in the TCS lane. Well, I see the sprayer exited the track at the top end. which makes me think it must be time to go. And as I look down, I see Race Director Wally DePerrin giving them the signal to fire them up. So we'll go ahead and make the call now for Super Street to the rear of the staging lane. Super Street, this is your call to the rear of staging to be laddered. Once again, we need Super Street 2 lanes. Wow. Greg Howland taking the burnout to, well, seriously, 330 feet. I know that gets said a lot when cars go out like 200 feet, but he really went 330 feet on the burnout. Oh, Greg Howland in a big hurry getting backed up. Backup girl slows him down a little bit. We got a Chevrolet versus Ford. Corvette, tower side. And a Mach 1 Mustang in the right lane. Win light comes on for Greg Howland, gets to the stripe first by almost 0.2 of a second. 667 gets around 681. So congrats going out to Greg Howland, winner here this weekend in Northwest Double B Funny Car action at the NHRA National Open here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. So it's time to burn a little nitromethane. We're about to send a pair. It's going to be Jim Schellenberg and Nate Gagnon. Nate in the right-hand lane for Rad Torque. Jim Schellenberg over here tower side. For LMS Reinforcing Steel, SRL Industries, and Alder Auto Parts. Big shout out to those companies for supporting Rip It Up Racing and Jim Schellenberg. another round of qualifying for the top Fuel Harleys. They will be racing tomorrow. Nate on a good-looking run. Lordco Lane. Reader board says 640, 219 miles an hour. Anything sub 650. It's a pretty strong run for a top Fuel Harley Davidson. Schellenberg a little off the pace, settles for a 723. Was doing a $171 at the finish line, was doing 177 at 1,000 feet, so clearly off the gas before getting the finish line. That's going to set up our next pair, Austin Christopher and Pete Waugh. Austin Christopher, Tower Side for Fast Lane Racing. Ron Howney's machine. So pretty much all bikes in competition, except for Jim Schellenberg, are running a Ron Howney style engine, V60, opposed to the more stock V45. Just lay the cylinders down a little bit, makes for a little more rotating room. So it'll be Pete Waugh in the right lane, or Lordco lane, and it'll be Austin Christopher in the left lane, or TCS lane. I think Ron Howney found exactly what he was looking for in Austin Christopher. Nice lightweight rider with virtually zero fear. Fast lane racing, Tower Side, 4 bulbs led. Nice side-by-side passes there. Reader boards light up almost identical times. 645 versus a 650. Austin Christopher doing over 217 miles an hour at the finish line. So Pete Waugh goes 189 miles an hour. He was obviously off the gas doing 196 at 1,000 feet. Hey folks, good news, good news. We're not done with the big stuff yet. Kim Parker, as I understand it, is going to be bringing the top alcohol dragster back out for another attempt. And just to be clear, while the class is called Top Alcohol Dragster, they only use alcohol to fire it up. Once they're ready to go, they go to straight nitro. If all goes well, it will be the quickest thing down the quarter mile we see all weekend long. So here we go with round one. Yep, that's what I said. Round one. Stock, super stock combo. It looks like it's going to be Pat Brooks on a single. Pat Brooks scores the bye. Number 1 qualifier. Again, qualifying based on how far under your individual index you can run. Well, actually, it's not an individual index. It'll be based on the type of car you have, the year, engine size, weight, so on and so forth. So make a call now for juniors. Juniors, this is your standby call. Junior Street, Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder. Please be ready to go. your winner. Gets around John Buczynski. Buczynski dialed 1086, ran 1089, came up, well, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. So as I was saying, through qualifying, you qualify based on how far under your index you can run. And when it comes to eliminations, you got to put a dial on the car. You must dial at least your index. So Daryl Stobie and Ed Hodder. Hodder in the Camaro. Stobie in the Chevelle. Hodder dialed 1010. Stobie dialed 1025. Stobie's still out front, but here comes Hodder. Stobie gets there first. Goes 1033 on the 1025. Good enough. Got there by a little over a quarter second, or actually a little under a quarter second. So Daryl Stobie will be coming back. Now Martha Lang and Pete Legg. Pete Legg, that very cool 56 Chevrolet sedan delivery. Right-hand lane, dial 1315. Martha Lang, dial 1195 Malibu. So when your husband's Jody Lang and he's going to buy you a race car, should come as a surprise to no one that it winds up being a Malibu. So Martha Lang gets the win, moves on, goes 12 seconds exactly on the 1195 dial. She had a sizable starting line advantage. Now it's Rick McKinney and Jim Mantle. Mantle, the slowest car in the field. It's V-Stock automatic 77 Pacer, dialed in at 1469. There goes Rick McKinney to run him down. McKinney driving his Camaro down in at 1058. Rick McKinney is your winner. Gets to the stripe first by 15 thou to wind up 1062 on the 1058 dial. Mantle was closer to the dial, but to no avail. Now Dave Jung and James Boyce. Jung in the green Camaro, tower side, dialed in the Super Street Index of 1090. James Boyce dials 1182. Boyce up front, but here comes the Camaro, and the Camaro's getting the win light. It's actually Boyce at the stripe first by 8 thou, but he's under by a couple hun. Dave Jung on the brakes at the finish line, winds up 1095 on the 1090 dial. He'll be coming back for round number 2. So now Derek Johnstone and Kevin Perkin. Q stock automatic Chevrolet. Here comes Kevin Perkin in the high winding Super Stalker. And it is Derek Johnstone moving on. 1320 on the 1316 dial. Good enough to get it done. Perkin was flat out late on the starting line. And that put him in a bad position. That's going to bring up Super Comp. Super Comp, 890 the index for everybody. Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up, junior classes. This is your call to the staging lanes. We will take Thunder to lane 3, Lightning to lane 4, and Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. One more time. Junior Thunder, this is your call to lane 3. Junior Lightning, this is your call to lane 4. And Junior Street, bring them down to lanes 5 and 6. Now Danny Howder, Brian Schmanke, and this one is over. Schmanke goes trip zip on the starting line. Danny Howder was 1 thou red. Wow, these guys were really going after the tree. So Schmanke winds up 899 off the gas on the 890 dial, or index rather. So he's going to the final round. Now Tyler Dalglish and Dale Green. Dale Green, tower side for DG Machine. He turns it red by 1 thou. Second time a row in the left lane. You get a 1 thou red light. Only last time the right lane had a perfect light. This time Tyler was nowhere near a perfect light. He was 233, so he's looking over to his left going, thank you very much for that. We go from Super Comp to Super Gas. Super Comp is a class that is populated largely by dragsters, almost all dragsters. And in Super Gas, there are no dragsters, but there are a lot of roadsters. We've got 2 of them at the starting line right now. Josh Meloff and Ron McKenzie. Both driving 1957 Corvette Roadsters. McKenzie in the right lane out of Ferndale, Washington, the former BC resident. So it's McKenzie tower side, Meloff spectator side. 7 thou separate him at the tree, but it's going to be Josh Meloff moving on. 992 beats 994 at the finish line. Now our second pairing. Features another Corvette Roadster, this one much newer, based on an 02 model. And Kirk Lance in his 67 Camaro Roadster. Again, 990, the index, the magic number they're all shooting for. Difference in reaction times. See the brake lights come on for Kirk Lance there. Tightening things up at the stripe to go dead 8. 990 with an 8, taking 21 thou at the stripe. He was 5 thou better on the starting line, and he's going to the final round. And that'll do it for Super Gas and take us into Super Street. Well, I got a little ahead of myself. Dean Peterson's out there. He's got the single. We have not yet set up our final. We've set up our semi-final round. Dean Peterson will be a player in that. Runs a little under the 990 index, but that's all right. You're allowed to get away with that stuff when you've got the single. Peterson with a double 09 light up front. He's going to set up Martin Rochelle and Herman Chan. Herman Chan behind the wheel of the white Camaro in the right lane. Martin Rochelle in his trusty Malibu over here in the left lane. Again, 1090 the index. Herman Chan gets the job done. Had a 26,000 starting line advantage at the finish line. He took 9 thou to arrive there first. 1094 leads to 1092. Now Ray Carlson in the 68 Barracuda. Ray Carlson calls 100 Mile House home. Essentially gets a time trial here in round number 1. It's 041 on the tree at the finish line. 1087 with a 2. So Alan Loftus got the win over Brad Vingy. 1092 beats 1093. Loftus was 007 up front. That'll get you a long way. Now we got Jerry Epp and Tony Hopkins. Epp in the black Mustang, left side. Hopkins in the 55 shoebox Chevy. Hopkins is your winner. Jerry Epp was way behind on the starting line. Tried to make up for it at the finish line, but yeah, that's not going to work. Tony Hopkins was 005. When you go 005, your opponent's in trouble. In most cases. Dave Wakefield and Jace O'Hara. Wakefield with the win light. 1092 on the 1090 index. He was twice as good on the starting line, 023 to 048. Wakefield will be back. That's going to set up Jerry Brown and Todd Sims. Jerry Brown out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. The 71 Demon. Todd Sims. Jerry Brown's your winner. 1092 beats 1091. Brown had a 21,000 starting line advantage and put it to good use at the finish line. So Larry Minor. Have not seen Larry up here at Mission in a number of years now. Taking on local guy Warren Jacobson. Larry Minor's moving on. Jacobson. 1093. Minor's 1094. Got around him. Minor was better on the starting line. Looks like our final two in Super Street. It's going to be Dave Stobie and Dan Parsons. Stobie in his 1956 Corvette that he's had since about 1954. Well, maybe not quite that long, but you get the drift. So I gotta say, I'm kind of liking Dan Parsons' chances here. So Dan Parsons, wow. So they were only 2/10,000ths of a second apart at the finish line. Dan Parsons crosses safe with a 1091. Dave Stobie was under the 1090 index, trying to make up for his reaction time. That's going to do it for Super Street. And here we go. Parker family back up here at the starting line. Kim Parker. Going to be making a hit in Tracy Copeland's A Fuel Dragster. So we're going to burn a little bit of nitromethane. So within the class of top alcohol dragster, there are basically two combinations that you can run. One would be blown alcohol, so burning alcohol with the use of a blower. Or, if you choose, you can run nitromethane, but without the blower. And that's what we have here. So they will fire the car on alcohol. It'll do the burnout on alcohol. They'll get it backed up, make a few last-second checks, and then just before they stage the car, they will switch it over to nitromethane and turn the second pump on. Or sorry, I got to back up here. They're going to fire it on alcohol, then switch it over to nitromethane, do the burnout on a single pump. After the burnout, once they've got it backed up and everything checks out, they will turn on that second pump, and you will absolutely be able to hear the difference. In Randy Parker's own words, he says that's when we start trying to turn the crankshaft in two different directions. The amount of cylinder pressure created with nitromethane as your fuel is just absolutely crazy. Thing is right on the verge of destroying itself. So by the sounds of it, they did have fire, then lost fire. For those of you who don't have the angle blocked, you'll see a small tank sitting upright. Guy's got his hand on it right now. That's the alcohol that they use to fire the car. And here you can hear it make the switch from alcohol to nitromethane. Like I said, they will do the burnout on the single pump, get the car backed up. When everything checks out, they will turn on that second pump, and the sound difference will be very evident. Nice burnout, got that out of the way. So there we go, burnout complete. Set the wheelie bar height. And here we go. Husband Randy turns it over to wife Kim. Says, take it away. And there's the second pump. Oh yeah, baby. Wheels up at 330 feet. She's forced to pedal it, but gets back on the gas. How about 566, 252 miles an hour? Yeah, baby. Kim Parker, nice show there, girl. Awesome job. So I told you if they came anywhere near a full pull, it would be the quickest and fastest thing we see all weekend long. It was not a full pull, but it was the quickest and fastest thing we're going to see all weekend long. Nice job. Parker family, thanks very much for putting on a little bonus show for us. So there we go, folks. If you hung out just to see that, I'm sure it was worth it. Thanks again, Randy Parker, Kim Parker, the whole crew. Great job. So now we're going to finish off the race that started off at the beginning of the season for the Canada West Doorslammers. Going to be Otto Schulte and Howie Winklehorst. Winklehorst in his 55 red and white Chevy over there in the right lane. Dialed in at 8:39. He's going to take on Otto Schulte. Schulte over here in the Cavalier. It's formerly owned by the Condelay family. Schulte dialed in at 7:54. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both sides. Schulte in first, now Winklehorst, here we go. Couple of green lights. 11th thou separate them by the reaction times at the finish line. It is going to be Howie Winklehorst. Wow, on a double breakout. Howie was the lesser offender under his 8:39 dial by just 0.03 of a second. Otto Schulte under by 0.10 of a second. So there's your result. Howie Winklehorst over Otto Schulte. Congratulations going out to Howie Winklehorst.
So round number 2 in Junior Street, Tyler and Taryn. 11:01 the dial-in for Tyler left side. Taryn turns on the round 2 red light. Tyler is going to get a free look at 11:01 moving into round number 3. How about 11:02 on the 11:01 was 36 on the green light. Pretty good lap laid down there in Junior Street. It's James and Jenna will be our next pair. So James out of Surrey. The Nissan left side, 996 the dial. Will be leaving second. Jenna also out of Surrey in the Tahoe. For Peden Industries, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. 1089. So almost a 2-bulb head start. Will be the head start for Jenna. Is wear green and green. James and Jenna. So we go 660 feet here in Junior Street. Finish line is going to say Jenna 10.92 on the 1089 to get the win. All right, Pro Eliminator, round number 2 to the lanes, if you would, please. Pro Eliminator, this is a rando round. No ladder yet for Pro. Needs you in the lanes, if you would, please. Sportsman Eliminator, you are on standby. You should be ready to roll. It's Sophia on the solo. Have a free look at 934. Sophia was out in front of the green light. Was 102 red. Be our last competitor in Junior Street before we run round number 2 of our Junior Dragsters. So as soon as Sophia clears, be able to open up that Junior gate and start round number 2 of our Junior Dragsters. But once again, Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, it is random this round. Need you up in the staging lanes if you would, please. Sportsman Eliminator, you are on standby. So Junior gate is open, or Junior should be rolling around the corner for round number 2. As all of our features, for the most part, are complete. We'll get hot and heavy with all of our eliminators to put this baby to bed. And a very nice night here at Mission Raceway Park. The Titanium Strip. Junior Thunder rolls out with Nate and Emily. Nate over on the TCS side of the racetrack. For Global Container Terminals, Lord Code 890. The chosen number for Nate here in round number 2. Emily has put 898. Down on the Lord Code scoreboard. And our Junior Dragster competitors, age 6 to 12, running Thunder. 13 and up, running Lightning. As Thunder comes before Lightning. Thunder comes before Lightning. I always thought Thunder only happens when it's raining. Final adjustments are made. Red light start for Emily by 59 thou. Nate will advance 60 green. On a free data acquisition run, 897. On the 890 projection, as Nate will move in around number 3. Coca and Jack. Coca out of Chilliwack for DeKalb Ventures. 890 is the dial-in. Jack over on the right side, 1425. So 5+ seconds will be the head start for Jack over on the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Global Container Terminals. Also on board Jack's machine. There goes Jack. Here comes Coco. Winner, Coco, 894 on the 890. 152 on the green light start. Jack was 162 green. Predicted 1425 and went 1422. to break out by 0.03 of a second. So Alex and Hunter here in Junior Thunder. Alex over on the TCS side of the racetrack, Global Container Terminals, Lordco. Hunter out of Chilliwack. BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks. Red light start for Alex by 23 thousandths of a second. Hunter will get a second round time trial, 8:99 on the win as Alex had already turned on the red light by 23 thou. Michael Jordan, 8:99 on the 96 for Hunter to move into round number 3 as Hunter and Ashton ready to stage it up here in round number 2. Hunter for the JBS team, 903 is the dial. Ashton, 1195. TK Performance, Lordco Machine. Again, Pro Eliminator, you should be in the staging lane. Sportsman, you should be getting ready to head this way. There goes Ashton. Here comes Hunter. We're green in green. Ashton looking over to the left. Here comes Hunter, and the win light is going to go to Ashton. 12:01 on the 11:95 was 53 on the green light start. Hunter was a little bit TARDY. It was 128 on the green. 903.1 on the 903, but unfortunately was on the wrong side of the mathematical equation. Ashton will move on. Owen and April are next two. Owen for Badass Garage, Lordco Parts, Home Masters Team, Fountain Tire. 1430 is the dial-in. There for Owen. And April, Team JBS. Again, Pro Eliminator, every one of you should be in the staging lanes. If you are not in the staging lanes and you're part of round number 2 of eliminations, you are extremely tardy. Owen is off and away. April is giving chase, trying to run down Owen. You hear the rip of the throttle. 8:99 for April to get it done. 85 on the green light start. Owen was a $1:42 on the reaction time and went 14:43 on the 14:30. And the round 2 solo in Thunder go to Bentley, Bubba Speed Shop, Hayden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto, and Badass Garage. 890. Number here in round number 2 for Bentley. on the solo, Bentley dropping at 007 and 897. Good lap there for Bentley to wrap up Junior Thunder. Moving around number 2, Junior Lightning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, if you are competing in Pro Eliminator and you illuminated a win light in round number 1, and you are not already in the staging lanes, you are a colossal fun hater. Furthermore, you should be in the staging lanes. I've called you 46 times, and why you're not in the staging lanes is very befuddling to me. Pro Eliminator, you should all be in the staging lanes. So Nick, starting off Junior Lightning with the solo. Nick, part of the JBS equipment squad. So the JBS group, I mean, do they have a squad, a posse? An arsenal? That's a good one. And now the tower. The quality in the tower, the quality of the tower has increased by a factor of 10 because Kim Parker has just made it up into the tower. 20 on the green light start for Nick and 804. On the 803 projection on the solo there for Nick. Sportsman Eliminator, on the ground rolling this way, if you would please. Sportsman Eliminator, need you up in the staging lanes. Lincoln and McKenna. Lincoln, Titanium. JBS 803. The dial in over the TCS side of the racetrack. And McKenna over on the Lord Coast side, 797. So a slight head start on the handicap. We'll go to Lincoln over on the left side by 0.06 of a second. And now my day got worse because Kim Parker just called me a liar. It is not 100%. Lincoln is last to go in. Tree, away and away. McKenna is trip zip on the starting line and 8 flat on the 797. McKenna with a nasty lap right there. Lincoln was a $157 green. But McKenna, 3 zeros with a 2. Perfect reaction time. As Sydney's junior died after the burnout. So we're hustling to get Sydney's machine refired. Over there in the TCS side of the racetrack. CL over on the right-hand side for Rad. Titanium Auto Group, Big Kids Racing. 795 is the dial. Sydney in that hot pink helmet. Very camouflaged. Sydney dug a little bit of a hole in the starting line. Can Sydney climb out of it? Yes, on a breakout. Sydney, 849 on the 847, was 100 on the green light start. CL was 47 green, dialed 795, went 792 to break out by 0.03 of a second. Sydney back around for round number 3. Again, Sportsman Eliminator, you should all be in the staging lanes. Sportsman Eliminator, round number 2, you should all be in the staging lanes. All right, so we're getting the junior gate closed. Down there at the top end, I see Pro Eliminator rolling around the corner. There is a plethora of ladders right there. There is a smattering of ladders right there. There's a cornucopia of ladders down there. There's a gaggle of ladders down there.
Waiting.
There's a horde of ladders down there. I did like Arsenal. Arsenal was good. All right, Pro Eliminator round number 2. Richard Love and Ray Bollinger. Richard in the 89 S10, 1192 will be leaving first. Ray Bollinger, just mechanical. 63 Pontiac, 1063 the dial. Richard will have the opportunity to leave the starting line first. Ray, the Pontiac will be doing a chasing. We are green and green. Love stole a couple of hundredths on the starting line. Can he hold off Ray? Yes. 1199 on the 1192. Love was 12 on the green light. Bollinger was 53 and 1067 on the 1063, and those combination of numbers do not result in a win light for Ray Bollinger. He's going to bow out in round number 2 as Cassie Tippy and Ross Walker. Cassie out of Surrey. The Nova Wagon, 1163 the dial, almost a full tree head start for Cassie. Ross in the 66 Chevy 2, 1008 the dial in here in the second round. 17 competitors left in Pro Eliminator. They are tight like a tiger on the starting line. It's going to come down to who chose the dial in wisely, and that's going to be Ross. 1009 on the 1008. We'll get it done. Cassie got to the finish line first by 26 thou. To break it up by 12 thou is John Tabak and Rebecca Powell. John, who you have heard up here on the microphone the majority of the day. The Rad Torque team at Cold Front. 1058. The dial for John will be leaving first. Rebecca Powell, a 67 Nova right side. For STR Racing, Outlaw Garage Customs, 1017 the number. Tree, away and a red light start. For Rebecca Powell by 15 thou. John's 13 on the green light start down here. Gonna get a free data acquisition run and goes 1054. Rebecca Powell goes 1022. Ralph Ehlers and Garth Drager. Some Mustang on Mustang crime. Get Sportsman Eliminator. Sportsman, gate roll in the lanes if you would, please. Sportsman in the lanes, please. Ralph is already off the gas. All right, all my competitors that are left here in eliminations, I need taillights, please. Taillights for all of our competitors, if you would, please. Need taillights. If you were still in eliminations, Everybody out there in the staging lanes, I need taillights, if you would, please. So Gart Dreger gets the win there. It was Bobby Ehlers. An Al Proc. The all-lift inspections 89 Mustang for Bobby. 1034 the dial. Al in the 70 Plymouth. 970 is the dial. And Al is late. Al's in a tight spot. 1064 going to be the win for Bobby. Al goes 978 on the 970, but the reaction time was more than a half a second. As Rob Monroe and Dave Smith. Rob in the Acadian. 1057 the dial. Over on the TCS side of the racetrack. 980 the number for Dave Smith out of Mill Bay, BC. Whitey Ford Mustang. Big fan of Whitey Ford. Longtime starting pitcher for your New York Yankees. By the way, Yankees won today. Didn't know if you knew that. Green and green. Rob and Dave give it to Rob Monroe. 1065 on the 1057. To advance. Dave Smith was 377 on the green light start, and that led to the defeat in round number 2. It's Kim Cornish and Lauren Swartz. Cornish in the 77 Mustang. Sportsman Eliminator. Sportsman Eliminator. Need you in the lanes, please. Sportsman, I need you in the lanes if you would, please. Green and green. Kim and Lawrence. Win light. Going to go to Lawrence. 1033 on the 1023 with 68 on the green. 75 on the green light start for Kim. Goes 1123 on the 1110 in the defeat. It's Craig Johnson. And a driving special wagon for BC Scale. Johnson's Custom Exhaust and Walter Johnson. 72 Chevelle. 1117. Be leaving first. There for Walter Johnson. Craig's off and away. Walter Johnson is late leaving the starting line, and Johnson's going to have a pretty easy one there. 1088 on the 1066. Craig Johnson was 45 on the green light. Walter Johnson's reaction time started with a 2. And that's never good. It's Mal Peterson and Chris Stone. Mal in the 68 Acadian. The malfunction ride. And Chris Stone. Mopac Auto Supply, the 68 Dodge. Over in the Lord Co. Auto Parts side of the racetrack, 979. Big wheels up on both sides. Mal in the Acadian carried him out there past 60 feet, but Chris Stone is 2 little teeny foul in front of the green. You saw Mal Peterson's win light already on. And when Chris Stone grabs that time slip and he sees that Mal was $155 on the green light, it's going to be a trunk slammer. It's Mike Render. Render out of Chilliwack. I mean, traveling around a little bit, Chilliwack might be my favorite city name in British Columbia. No, I like Chilliwack. I like Chilliwack.
Still Chilliwack.
Chilliwack. So Mike Render on a solo there rapping a pro. So this is like in Texas, right?
Fountain Tire, Chilliwack.
Chilliwack. It is Chilliwack.
Texarkana.
No, so in Texas, there's a city right outside of Dallas where the national event is that is Waxahachie. Okay? W-A-X. It's Waxahachie. I'm like, if it was Waxahachie, there'd be an O.
Or
There's an A.
WALKS.
Yes, it's WAX. You don't wax your car, you wax your car. Richard Love, we need Richard Love.
Richard Love, we need you.
What do we need Richard Love for?
Richard Love is in the staging lanes. We don't need you
We have
anymore.
Richard Love. Because all you need is love.
Lots of love for Richard Love.
Dun, 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 dun. All you need is love. Oh, wait. Oh, are we at that time? Randy Hermison.
If we're going Division 6 track names, though, I gotta say, Walla Walla.
Walla Walla is always
Walla
fun.
Walla is a little fun for sure.
Walla Walla is fun. So Sportsman Eliminator, Randy Hermson, and that big winged behemoth 58 Oldsmobile. Yeah, Super Pro Eliminator. Super Pro, need you in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Eliminator. Motorcycle, you're on standby. Motorcycle, you're on standby. So Hermson, 1367 on the TCS scoreboard. Chilliwack. Should be an A in there. Should be Chilla.
It's chill in.
Do you eat a bowl of chili or do you eat a bowl of chilla?
We're chilling in Chilliwack.
Tell me I'm wrong. Okay, that's fine. Lawrence Charnell and Steve Baskerville. Lawrence at the 68 Chevelle, left side, 1295 is the dial. Steve out of West Vancouver. Or is it West Vancouver? 1321 is the dial for Steve. Neither competitor is going to frame this time slip and send it to their mother on the reaction time. Both start with a 2. Steve ends up on the right side, 1214 on a double breakout. As Lawrence is under by a 10th. Steve is under by 700 to get the win. Ann Copeland and Rob Getz.
As you say it, tardy.
Tardy. Vancouver. Ann Copeland and Rob Getz. Ann out of Surrey in the Subaru. Rob in the F250. 1217 is the dial for Rob. Rob is chasing down Ann Copeland, but Ann Copeland, 1542 on the double breakout, is going to get the win. 115 on the green light start, but Rob Getz was red by 19 thou.
Rob Getz is a junior street dad, too. I'm just reading what's on the screen. Hey, we're going to make another call out there for Super Pro. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. If you're not in the lanes, why aren't you there? Super Pro, please make your way down to the lanes. Motorcycle. Motorcycle, we need you in lanes 1 and 2, or just one. One of the two. We're going to go with one of the two. Motorcycle, we need you down to the lanes. Hot Rod, you're on a standby.
So Brendan Piskasek is going to move on via the red light. Piskasek, we were talking about that before, like definitely a right winger for the Canucks. Right, that's a great hockey name.
That's a real Canadian hockey name for sure.
Absolutely. This Archie Limpright and Matt Warner will be our next pair. Archie out of Langley.
Well done.
I was going to try to come up with a French pronunciation for Langley. But Archie turns on the red light by 27 thou. Matt Warner is 15 green. He's going to get a time slip. It's going to say winner on it. It's going to say 10-12. 12-10.
Hey,
12-10.
Matt Warner wants to give a shout out to Veronica Hodgson for letting him drive that car.
Veronica never gives me a car to drive. It's all right. Nobody does. I'm used to it. It's all good. It's Tyler Dobson and Richard Love. Hey, there's Richard Love. We found Richard Love. I'm not even going to attempt that one.
A Soyuz.
A Soyuz.
Richard Love coming in from
Okay.
a Soyuz.
I got Abbotsford. Abbotsford. Read by 51 Thou as Tyler Dobson. Richard Love will be inviting back to the staging lane again after going 69 green and 1196 as Nick Douglas out of Lake Stevens, Washington. Sportsman track champion of the world. In the Super B. How come, like, you know, Dodge never named anything like the average B? It's always a Super B, the Demon.
I don't think anybody's rushing down to the dealership to buy the average.
Hey, can I get the average B?
I'll take it in real average yellow, please.
Can I get the adequate Charger?
The mediocre Challenger, please.
Can I get the substandard Dart?
No, it's a Super B.
1234 on the 1237 there for Nick Douglas there on the solo. I believe we should have Super Pro coming around the corner. The Sportsman round number 2 is done. Do you know what would be really awesome?
Tell me, sir.
If we had like a camera off the back of the tower, we could see the staging lanes and stuff. That'd be great.
I have no comment. I tell you my deepest, darkest secrets and wants in this world, and you go and you put them out there for the world, Mike.
Do you want me to say that other deepest, darkest secret that you told me?
I don't think we'll let you back on the mic if you do that. Hey, we're going to make another call. One more call for Super Pro, please. If you're not in the lanes, we're waiting for you right now. So Super Pro, you should be in the lanes.
Could we just have another conversation about Chilliwack?
The corn capital of British Columbia.
I love, like sweet corn and stuff.
I think they got all kinds of corn, to be honest.
I'm in. I'm sold.
You're a corn shucker.
Absolutely.
I like it. We got all kinds of things here on the West Coast. We got corn. We got sushi.
No sushi.
No, you're not a
Nope.
sushi person, Mike?
Nope, no fish.
Oh.
I only consume land-bearing mammals.
Interesting.
Yep, no fish, no salmon, no shrimp, no lobster, no crab.
Must be a Utah thing.
No, it's just I'm a real weird thing.
But you do like ketchup chips.
Absolutely.
That's confirmed. And a poutine. Everybody loves a poutine. Attention out there in the pits. Lorenz Schwartz and Mike Robinson. Lorenz Schwartz and Mike Robinson. You should be in the lanes. Why aren't you? If you don't make it there soon, we're running without you.
I mean, it's been a pretty good day so far, other than Kevin deflated the bounce house before I got to go out and jump in it. Really disappointing.
I had to go back and double check that there wasn't a kid in there after I turned the pump off.
So fresh off a round 2 win, John Tabak.
Yeah.
And now you'll save everybody from hearing about Chili Whack.
Well, we're off to round 3. There. Kept it short and sweet. Hey, we're looking for car number 388. Car number 388. We need you to the lanes. Now Ted Buss, John Brenning. John in the right lane. In the Camaro. Ted Buss, little roadster. Ted Buss is moving on. Ted Buss was awesome. 004 up front. Let's see how close he gets to the 915 dial just for fun. 922. Doing 140. So I think he's still on the pedal. Unfortunately for John, he turned it red. So now Jeremy Soares and Steve Veach. So we'll make another call for motorcycle. We need motorcycle to lane number 1. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Motorcycle, we need motorcycle to lane number 1. Hot Rod, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So one more time. Motorcycle to lane 1. Hot Rod, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. So big handicap start for Steve Veach, but here comes Jeremy Soares at the finish line. It's Jeremy. Gets him. 752 on the 749 dial. Had the starting line advantage by almost a 1/10 of a second. That's the real story there. So I guess I missed Jason Gibson's pass. I specifically came up here to tell everybody that pretty little notchback Ford Mustang is for sale. Well, no, never mind. We're not finished yet. 'Cause there he is. He's in the lanes. So we will get to see it run. So we're going to make one more final last call for motorcycle. Motorcycle, if you guys want to run, you got to get to lane number 1. Motorcycle, this is your final call. Motorcycle, you need to be in lane number 1. So just a general reminder for everybody. As you can see, the time has kind of gotten away from us a little bit today, so we're looking for an extra level of cooperation from everyone left in competition. Please, please, please arrive at the staging lanes as soon as you possibly can when we make the call. So speaking of calls to the lanes, we'll make another call for Hot Rod. We need Hot Rod to lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod, we need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. And we'll give a standby call to Super Shifters. Super Shifters, this is your standby call. So Hot Rod, you guys should be either in lanes 3 and 4 or well on your way, and we'll make a call now for the BC Super Shifters. Super Shifters to the lanes. So here we go, Wes Hendricks and Mike Robinson. Mike Robinson, his little roadster over there in the right lane. Pretty little thing, isn't it? Wes Hendricks, Tower Side. His 1968 Falcon. I don't know for sure, but I sure like Mike's chances. And look at that, he turned the wind light on. Why did I say that? Because his light was basically twice as good as that of Wes Hendricks. So I was talking about a Mustang being for sale. Well, here it is, Tower Side, Jason Gibson's pretty little 1991 Mustang. From front to back, top to bottom, side to side, this thing is absolutely spotless. So it's Jason Gibson taking on Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz in his Monte Carlo turns it red by 34 thou. Gibson also turned it red, but just by 6 thousandths. So it's Jason Gibson who will reappear in round number next. And that is going to bring up Martin Rochelle. It should be Martin and Darcy Lebedinsky, but Lebedinsky not able to make the call in his 1969 Cougar, so Martin Rochelle with a competition single essentially gets a free time trial. Goes 017 on the starting line, then 1093 on the 1091 dial. And that'll set up a pair of dragsters. So we'll make another call for Super Shifters. Super Shifters, bring them down to lanes 5 and 6. We need the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters to lanes 5 and 6. And we're going to put junior dragsters on standby. Standby call going out to all the junior classes. Super Shifters, once again, we need you guys in 5 and 6. So Justin Bond and Zach Clark. Here we are, top dragster, semi-final round. Zach Clark in the right lane, dialed 692. Justin Bond over here, tower side, dialed 706. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say that both of these guys want to beat the other really, really, really bad. Nobody's winning it on a hole shot, I'll tell you that. Zach Clark turns the wind light on. How about 696 on the 692 dial? Taking 66 at the stripe. Bond, I'm assuming, decided to give up on the stripe. Winds up 716 on the 706, doing just 161 miles an hour. Both drivers carding 015 reaction times. So it's going to be Zach Clark going to the final round to take on Dane Laquelle. Dane Laquelle is the #1 qualifier. Got through his first round pairing, giving him the bye here in the semifinals, which is like an automatic ticket to the final round. Dane Laquelle in the car they call Big Sexy. Despite that, he goes 678 at 206 miles an hour. He was dialed 631, so I would call that less than successful. However, he's going to get a shot at Zach Clark in the final round. So that sets up our top dragster final. Looks like we may have our top sportsman final in the staging lanes. Top sportsman started off with just 4 cars, so after the first round, we're down to the final. So I do believe top sportsman will be the next category rolling out from under the bridge. I know for a fact we've got Hot Rod waiting to go back there, along with the BC Super Shifters. And we did have juniors on standby, but we're going to make the call for juniors to come on down to the lanes. Junior dragsters and junior street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder, come on down to lane #1. Junior Lightning, come on down to lane #2. And Junior Street, we'll take you in lanes 3 and 4. So one more time, Junior Thunder, lane 1, Junior Lightning, lane 2, Junior Straight to lanes 3 and 4. So we're just in the process of lighting some more lighting down at the end of the track.
Putting the final in the box.
So given the darkness and the lights over there surrounding the grandstands, really hard for me to tell if there's anybody left sitting in them. Well, if you guys are out there, good on you for hanging out with us all day and well into the evening. So top sportsman final round featuring Paul Soares and Jan Christensen. Behind the wheel of El Gringo, his 67 Nova. For the Old Car Center, Paul Soares in his Pontiac 1995 Grand Prix. Paul Soares dialed in at 8:18. He's going to give the starting line handicap to Jan Christensen, as Christensen is dialed in at 8:62. So a little over 0.4 of a second will separate them on the starting line by the dials. Plus another 7th out via reaction times. At the finish line, it is Paul Soares going all the way. Gets to the stripe first by 17 thousandths of a second. Goes 8:23 on his 8:18 dial. Jan Christensen actually had the starting line advantage by just 5 thousandths of a second, but was not able to parlay that into a win line. So congrats going out to Paul Soares. Now Corey Craig and Bill Aiken. Big starting line advantage for one of these riders, and it was not your winner. Corey Craig cut a 1:27 reaction time and still managed to turn on the win light. He was the lesser offender in a double breakout. Under by just 4 1/1000ths of a second. Billy Aiken goes under by 32 thousandths of a second. And now Tom Turand and Al Amond. Al Amond, or Amond. Heard that last name pronounced numerous different ways. I honestly cannot remember the correct way. So I just kind of run with whatever comes out of my mouth. So Tom Turand over here, tower side, dialed 872. He's going to give the starting line handicap to Al. up out there in the pits. Stock, super stock combo. We need you to the rear staging for laddering. Stock, super stock combo. This is your call to the staging lanes. Al Almond's your winner. Had a sizable advantage on the starting line and parlayed that into a win. So Al Almond will be going to the final round. So stock, super stock combo, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. And we're also going to give a standby call to Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street. So all three of the super classes, you guys are on standby. Stock, super stock combo, we need you to the lanes now. So now we roll into Hot Rod. We're going to start things off with Sylvia Hoogstens and Jamie Wellwood. Sylvia in the left lane. Wellwood in the right lane. Sylvia dialed 1265 in her 1966 Mustang. Jamie Wellwood dialed 801, so over 4.5 seconds. He's going to have to wait for his side of the tree. Oh no. So Wellwood launches. Car looked, I'm not sure if he got out of it because it was making a big move to the left or for some other reason, but Sylvia Hoogstens is moving on. Now Sylvia's husband, Terry, coming up. Same line, same side of the track. Dialed 1190 in his Chevy 2. Going to take on Ron Clark. Clark in the 69 Chevelle, black in color, that you see in the right lane. He's dialed 1259. So the Chevy 2 Nova should be doing the chasing. So Terry Hoogstens advances to round number next. Now Roland Lowen and Rob Monroe. Monroe in the right lane. Behind the wheel of his 69 Acadian. Lowen turns it red by 22 thou. Rob Monroe moving on. So Randy Hermsen back up once again. Just saw him have a bye run in Sportsman, so he's still in that class. Now we'll see if he can get around Veronica Hodgson here in Hot Rod. Veronica in the right lane, behind the wheel of the Dart. Dialed in at 1203. Randy Hermsen dials 1373 in the big Oldsmobile. Does its signature little bog off the starting line. That's normal. Apparently it's nothing to worry about. Well, we'll see Randy come back in Sportsman, but not in Hot Rod. Veronica Hodgson, 1207 on the 1203. Unfortunately for Randy, he may have done too good a job tightening that up at the finish line. He had the starting line advantage by 115 thousandths of a second. That's significant. I'm not sure what happened to Matt's car there. That was either a little bog or maybe a quick little pedal. In any case, he's off the gas and coasting. And that's going to do it for Hot Rod. So I believe we just saw 9 cars. That means we'll have 5 coming back. here come the BC Super Shifters. Brought to us by McLeod Clutches. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Comp. Super Comp, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6.